tables wait, stillness before the spark. Focus. Watch. Mating. No more waiting or rewind. Only one thing left. I can feel the pressure building in my chest. This is what we came for. Nothing matters but the rest. We'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when it starts. Right from the very start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll be here when it starts. Every moment, every part. We'll be here when it starts. Right from the very start. We'll be here when we start. We'll be here. We'll be here when he starts.
The King of Kings, imagination of a majesty. There ain't no challenge, just another flawless victory. Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. Oh my God! Won't give me my credit, so I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. Game on. I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it.
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Coroner's done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EDT.
Welcome back, my friends. How are we all doing? Welcome back to EPT Malta. It is day 5 of your main event, and this is where if things weren't already serious enough for you, they get very serious indeed. We have just 15 players remaining. We are looking at one of the most star-studded fields in EPT main event history. We've got some big names, and we're sure to have plenty of big action coming up for you here today. This is today's schedule. I believe that the current plan is to play 5 levels today. Come back tomorrow for a final table. We will have coverage for you right here. But of course, make sure you're following all the PokerStars channels if you'd so desire. And here are your feature table. Excuse me, here are the entirety of your chip counts, starting from the bottom. We're moving up. There's Adrian Mateos, 28 big blinds. Amongst the shorter stacks, but still plenty of chips to work with. 845,000 for him, 28 big blinds deep. Louis Faria, a W Coupe main event champion, in the mix as well. That's the bottom of the table. Let's see the top of the table, and we'll start with number 1. It's that man who's been causing havoc, running riot. He played one of the most incredible pots we've ever seen yesterday. Tom Axel Bedell. 5-bet ripping king queen suited into pocket kings. Ends up with 192 big blinds. We've got Juan Pardo in there. We've got Ben Heath in there. We've got Alexei Boyka in there. We've got Longmao Fan in there. A regular on the UK circuit. And here's what they're playing for, sports fans. 760,000 euro up top. Current payout 14th to 15th guarantees them 38,950. But far more than just monetary figures. An EPT title awaits, a much coveted EPT championship. Here are the players who will be coming to the feature table. Here's who we're going to watch this morning. Boyka, Brzezinski, Shilo, Mateos, Ostash, 2, Bedell, and Kaukua. Ooh, what a table. What a table. Obviously, always a pleasure to watch top players. Adrian Mateos, Alexei Boyka, Tom Axel Bedell. I could watch him all day long. As the players are just assembling, taking their seats for day 2. Here comes that man, Adrian Mateos.
I need caffeine.
Juan Pardo needs some caffeine. There's Froggy. And there's Ben Heath. Top high stakes professional. Tom Axel Bedell rocking the same jacket. Same jacket, same hat. Can't give it up now. There's Brzezinski. They've all got coffees. You see this? They've all got coffee. Longmao Fan got a coffee. No coffee for me? What's that all about?
Okay.
So Mikhailo Ostash, 99 big blinds deep.
6 more for me? Okay.
Can we get a waiter?
It's a bit much.
Are you ready?
And as we looked at
Give to me.
yesterday, has just $20,000 in live cash. This man has a lot more. Alexei Boyka is the current reigning defending World Maltese 2016 EPT main event champion. Last time the EPT was hosted in Malta, he was your winner.
¿Eh? Sí, no
Tony Kaukua is having some breakfast.
Mano dura.
Mano muy dura.
First they made me crave the coffee. Now they've made me hungry. There's David 2. 13 big blinds. He's one of the short stacks. Needs to get busy. Needs a spin. Needs some action. Skillful enough, from what we've seen so far, to maneuver those 14 big blinds northwards. Not necessarily with the help of an all-in. Same goes for this man, Maxim Shilot. Does have just 9 big blinds remaining, though. It'll soon be do or die for Maxim. So what have we got? 8 players per table? Doesn't make sense. 8 on one, 7 on another. We'll be 8-handed on the feature, 7-handed on the secondary table. We will, of course, keep you up to date with all the goings-on from both tables in the tournament. If there's action on the secondary table, you're not going to miss the big pots. Cam says, I hope Longers is on the feature table today. Not yet. Tom Axel Badell, is he starting off as we mean to go on? I feel like I've just been plunged right back into where we were last night. Don't you? Boyka, Badell. Badell raising. But Boyka folding. This is the raise to 100k. Doesn't defend Queen 9. Big old raise though, wasn't it? What did we say yesterday? What have we been saying? Size matters, folks. It does. Size matters. And there's his man. There's a man with his eyes firmly on the prize. Back to the overnight chip lead. Has 5.84 million chips. 194 big blinds deep. What a monstrous pot yesterday. Towards the end of the session. And if you missed that, I hope you enjoyed the recap. We got the recap out last night pretty quickly. We've been running recaps of each day here at the EPT. Days 2, 3, and 4 are available on my YouTube channel now if you missed any action. Throughout the day, those are going to be available for you. We'll have another one up this evening so that you can watch a recap before we head to the final table tomorrow. Here we go then. First all-in of the day. And it's David 2's job to shove ace-9 offsuit from the hijack. Tom Bedell, not one to shy away from calling off his chips, but he does fold the king 9. Brzezinski in the big blind. This one might be close. It's a 13 big blind shove. It's a range that's going to include some small pairs, some suited aces, some broadways.
Empecé con el rey de diamante. Empecé con el rey de diamante.
Ya querías echarme, ¿eh?
No, el otro era un 10, no eran malas, pero...
So welcome back to our coverage. Appreciate you joining us. I hope you've enjoyed. If you've been watching at all, I hope you've enjoyed the first few days of coverage from EPT Malta. Welcome you in today. We are interactive across Twitch, YouTube. Do feel free to say hi, check in. I want to give a big shout out to our early subscribers, JCloth74, thank you. Nadi1, thank you for the sub. MD66NO, thank you very much. We got some people streaking in the chat even. We love our streakers. We love our streakers. Young supporters in the chat from Poland, Eric and Benjamin. Fingers crossed for Brzezinski. Please say hi. Hello, Eric and Benjamin.
It's one.
Everything all good here. Spraggy Towers. Absolutely. Excited for a day of action ahead. Like I say, I think we're playing a little bit of a longer session today, potentially. We're going to see what happens. I think the current plan is to play 5 levels of 90 minutes. But we do, of course, want to come back for a main event on Sunday. So it's dependent on whether we get down to 6 quickly or, you know, let's say things get really electric and we're down to 6 after about 3 levels. Seems unlikely to happen, but Tom Axel Bedell's at the table. Been knocking people out for fun. Anything's on the table. Then there might be some suggestion that we move things around. But we'll keep you abreast of all of that. We'll have some spinning goes on break today. At the moment, we do have a dinner break scheduled. We'll have some guests today. We may even call in to the EPT floor. We might get Jamie Walden back in for some commentary. I think that's most likely. And I'm open to suggestions. Brzezinski folding the King Jack to the early position open. What you're going to see today as well, of course, is that the pairs are a lot more immediate. They're a lot bigger. We're moving towards the final table. So now we have a lot of considerations for things like ICM. Boring things like ICM. Oh, I'm trying to make money with my chips. And so people will have to fold to people who have them covered, play a little bit tighter in some spots. Some players will be able to play a lot looser in some spots with covering stacks, big stacks. But you see some of that start to come into play. If not already, if not yesterday, you're certainly going to see it today. What's up, Ruth? Hello, hello. What's up, Eric? Eric, between me and you, I got your message yesterday. I really appreciate it. And I will get back to you. So I was just chatting with Eric there. Kaukur with the King 7 suited. Let's go. Is there a cent roll today? Absolutely there's a cent roll today. What sort of Spraggy Rogue Pirate stream would it be if there was not a cent roll today? There is a Spraggy Malta Invitational 1-penny game. In fact, I'd imagine it's available to you right now, folks. Waste no time. If you're going to play, register now. We've got to beat our numbers. We've got to beat our numbers. I think the most number of runners we've had so far is 420 something. But the penny game is available, of course. Same password, same time, same place. You know how to find it. Got 8 people in already. Maybe I'll register it right now. Wrong tournament password. Oh, I didn't put EPT Malta 2025. I'm in. Are you in? Ostash raising. Excuse me, that's not the case. Like Jamie said yesterday, sometimes you start a hand off incorrectly. It's important not to compound that error. So let's go and correct ourselves. It's Adrian Mateos limping and Ostash checking. And now it's Adrian Mateos stabbing and Ostash calling. Hooray! Adrian made 2 pairs. But he hates it. Thanks, I hate it. 10 Jack, Queen, King. Not a board you want to make 2 pairs on, is it? Not really. Check from Mateos. Ostash with 5 in a line. Checks it back. A little bit trappy here. I think nice. He's going to have so many hands that want to check. It's a limped pot, so he's going to call on the flop with a hand like Jack 3 suited, 10-5 suited. So much of his range just wants to get a step closer to showdown. So he doesn't mind representing a range that Adrian Mateos either might start bluffing again against, or now look for value against. Adrian just goes for a sizing, try and get called by some weaker pairs, weaker 2 pairs, 90,000. I think versus a check. A hand perfectly strong enough to try and do that. Ostash, of course, going to raise. Let's see what his size is. So Adrian Mateos bets 90,000. He's making it 250,000. Fairly small raise size. Just trying to force the action. I don't think it's going to happen. I think you've got to get up a little bit earlier to catch Adrian Mateos out in a spot like this. Of course, just a very tough run out to get paid on when you have the ace. Impossible to not be transparent. Impossible. C'est impossible, non? Let it be known that I am missing Gloucester City versus Sholing in the Southern League Premier Division as a result of my commitment to this broadcast. It is a 3 p.m. kickoff at New Meadow Park. I am devastated to not be in attendance today. But I wouldn't miss this for the world. I couldn't miss this for the world. This is the EPT main event we're talking about. It does mean that come 3 o'clock we'll have half an eye on the Twitter machine just to check in. Big game at the top of the Southern Premier League. Good luck to Gloucester City today. Up the Tigers. As Tony Kaukua starts this handoff with a raise. Under the gun +1. Queen Jack offsuit. 8-handed poker game. Big holding for Ostash. Cowboys, Kings. Personally, I would raise. He agrees. So raise to 60,000 from Kaukua and a 3-bet to 200,000. Goodness me.
All in.
David too. We spoke at the top of the broadcast about how he needed action. He needed to get busy. He needed a spin. He'll be delighted to have picked up the queens, but it is a cruel game. You can't even get your 13 big blinds in. With queen anymore. Apparently, blind versus blind, queens versus kings, and David too in very bad shape at the start of day 5. All the way to day 5. For it to potentially end like this. Ain't nothing over till it's over, in the wise words of Rocky Balboa. We got to see 5 cards first. Well, none of them look the same as the 2 that David's got, so that's bad news for him. Spoiler alert, top left of your screen, we count the outs that are in the bin and one of them's gone. But David 2's not got a flush draw. He's not got 2 queens, he's only got 1. He's not got many cards left to come. And sadly for him, he's not got a chance of winning this main event. He is our first elimination of the day, busting in 15th place. David 2 from Spain. Great effort. Great run. It wasn't enough today. The deck decided it wasn't his time. 38,950 euro eliminated in 15th place. Claps in the chat. Claps in the chat for David 2. Great run. Fantastic run. Get that chat moving quickly today. We might have some fun coming up for you as well. We might have some new functionality on the stream. Just depends whether I can get it set up or not. We shall see. We might have something. We might have an extra segment today, a new segment. We're looking into things. We're looking into things. We're looking into things. Ben, thank you for the Prime sub on Twitch, mate. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Glad you're enjoying the broadcast. Stephen Godwin on YouTube supporting Sholing. Oh, Sholing, we love you. There'll be none of that here today. Shiloh's all in for his short stack. Ace deuce offsuit. Tom Axel Badal wants a count. King 5 suited. What are we working with? 7 bigs? Not quite. Not quite.
Suited.
Maxim Shiloh gets it through. Tom Axel Badal very sad that he had to fold a suited hand. It sounds like. Hand number 8 of the day. Reminder that we're playing 15,000, 30,000 for your blinds. There's a 30,000 ante being paid by the big blind. Creating a pre-flop pot, of course, 75k. You can do the maths. Don't be lazy. But it always says so in the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. Ace-10 offsuit for Brzezinski, 60k, min raise. Standard stuff, bumps it up. Mustache with King-Jack of hearts. Has him out chipped, has a lot of room for maneuverability still, because Brzezinski, opening off a 28 blind stack. Certainly not too short to dance a little bit. And here's a man who knows a thing or two about dancing. He is your third party, Tom Axel Badal, coming along in the small blind. And we will have a triple threat. And we will have an action flop, an incredible flop for Mikhailo Ostash. He's flopped the world, he's flopped a flush. And Brzezinski with the nut flush draw. That ace of hearts so valuable on these 3 heart boards. Brzezinski does decide to check as the out of position player. Tom Axel Badal with a gut shot of his own. We know he's not one to shy away from involvement in pots. He's coming along out of position. Let's see how Brzezinski wants to continue here. I will say, it is such a powerful card that I don't think raising is out of the question. Raising applies a lot of immediate pressure to a queen. It makes a queen without a heart very uncomfortable. And I think those hands can be made uncomfortable on later streets as well. Brzezinski's just calling with the raw strength of his hand. The turn of 6. Tom Axel Badal, a little bit of a passenger in this one. He's driven the bus so often in these hands. He's been in the driver's seat for most of the tournament. But feel like he's just coming along for the ride on this one. Brzezinski with a check again. And Ostash's objective is just to get as much money in the pot as possible. It's very important that he doesn't miss a street of value here. There are a lot of chips. If Tom Axel Badal has a good hand, or even if Brzezinski has a good hand, he still needs to get 800k in. Ideally, he could get 3.5 million in. We can see that's not going to happen. So there's no discussion about his choices. He just needs money in the middle. He's going for 280,000. Tomax Obadel has found his stop. No longer a passenger. This is where things get a little bit more inconvenient for Brzezinski. Out of position now. Only one card to come. It is possible that he is still beating some bluffs. He dominates a bluff around Jack 10, King 10, King Jack. He does dominate some of these gut shot straight draws that might be bluffing. So it's not impossible that his hand is dead. Of course, he's got a live ace. He's always got a live heart. It's one of those where he'll be keen to see a river. And see a river he will. 280,000. Leaves him with just 500,000 back. 1 million in the middle of the pot. But definitely some ideas as well that he can still have the best hand from time to time. It's a red card. But it's not the one Brzezinski needs. And this also the problem with being out of position. It's almost impossible for Brzezinski to make a play at this pot. His opponent's going to have some really strong hands, having bet twice from the button. So it's very difficult to take the betting lead here and try and force a fold. He's pretty handcuffed in towards a check. He checks. And Ostash with a half pot sized bet remaining. Won't be too concerned about the board pair. Stacks aren't really deep enough where he's worried about only getting called by a full house. So he's still looking to maximize with this King Jack of hearts. And that's what he does. He shoves all in. He's looking for the rest of it. And Brzezinski not yet folding. Just ace high. But of course he's thinking, what sort of hands can Ostash triple off here? Is my ace of hearts blocking too many of his good hands? Of course it's blocking some of them, but not enough. No heroics from Brzezinski. But Ostash picks up a big one. And he moves up over the 4 million chip mark. He's got 4.3 million chips. That equates to 143 big blinds at this stage. It's a lot of chips, isn't it? It's a lot of chips. These guys have got a lot of chips. They're still in the main event. Wino Ant, thank you very much for the sub. What are we working with? We've got out to table action. I know we've got a lot of fans in the chat of Longmire Fan. It's ace 5 deuce deuce. It's check check on the turn. The river another 5.
Bet.
Longmire Fan bets 250k. That's ace 5 deuce, deuce 5. And Wampardo in position. With what looks like a big stack of red chips in front of him. Those red chips are 100Ks, the green ones behind them 25Ks, and the blues are 5Ks. So we've got a 250,000 chip bet from Longmire Fan.
5.
Oh, Wampardo reaching for it. Calls it off. Longmire Fan tables King Jack. Wampardo tables Ace Jack. On Ace 5 deuce deuce 5. Wampardo with a winner. More chips go into that big pile. And we're told... Don't worry. See, sometimes when you watch the commentary you think, wow. How could Spraggy see those cards on the table? How does he know exactly what the bet sizes are? How does he know what the chip stacks are? I can't see that. Did he table King Jack and Ace Jack? There's a little thing here. I've got a production, and it tells me the hand histories. I'm cheating. I just read it off the screen. It just says here, long my fan bets 250k, one Pardo calls. Fan's got King Jack, one Pardo's got Ace Jack, Pardo's up to 3 million. Oh, there's the curtain. Bonjour. It's like the Wizard of Odds, isn't it? The Wizard of Oz. Odds? The Wizard is a bit like the Wizard of Odds. It's just a bloke with a microphone. And goodness me, what a pot we have here. Adrian Mateos is about to be at risk in this main event. Because he has found himself in the most classic of races against Tony Kalkua. It's Queens against Ace King. It's classic tournament fare. Tony's a cool customer. Adrian Mateos, one of the best on the planet. One can't help but think the remaining players in this tournament, would love to see the back of that man. A dangerous competitor. Can he survive? The flop is clean. For now, Mateos in the clear to have 1.39 million. 14 left in the EPT main event. Tony Kalkua rooting for a king or an ace. On 4th or 5th. Nothing on 4th. Mateos within touching distance of securing his double up. It's one more card to fade. And fade it he does. Game on for Adrian Mateos. Tony Kalkua losing chunks out of his chip stack, but he's still at the 61 big blind mark. Plenty of room to play. Adrian Mateos up to 46, and that spells danger for the rest of the field. Excitement for us, though. It's always good when you see a player like Mateos who made so many interesting moves, interesting plays and decisions yesterday. So nice to see him with a few chips to work with. Like bringing Van Gogh a fresh palette of paint. Like wheeling a piano into Mozart's chambers. Some chips for Mr. Mateos. Work your magic, sir. Did Mozart play the piano? Did Mozart play the piano, or did he just make the music up and write it down? He must have been. When you're composing, you're not just like writing it down, are you? Surely. And imagining it. Petro says he was a genius, wasn't he? Yeah, I think so. Probably. I think so. Sort of, I feel quite a kinship with Mozart. Just because I made grade 3 on the clarinet when I was 11. And I always felt that sort of connection to music with him there. We sort of reached similar levels of understanding of our instruments and the emotions that they might stir within the human spirit. Here comes Mateos with that raise. Boyka peeling small blind with ace-7 of clubs. Brzezinski in the big blind with 10-9. Big flop for Adrian. He's going to roll out the continuation bet. 25%. Sizing down into 2 opponents. don't want to go too big. You're forced too many folds when the other players have got other players to consider. So a lot of our sizings are going to be small in these multi-way pots. Of course, Alexei Boyka did not call ace-7 of clubs pre-flop to not continue for 25% on ace-jack-9, so we're at least 2 ways to a turn. Brzezinski not deep enough to make any moves with this third pair. Heads up, Mateos, Boyka, main event. A check-in flow from Boyka. Top 2 pair now for Mateos. Feels like a situation
180.
where he's thinking about 3 streets of value most of the time. Goes for 180k on the turn. And already, I would suggest that Alexei Boyka's hand is quite uncomfortable. And the reasons for this are about how he's going to improve against value going forward, about how he's going to see a showdown. He has a static equity that isn't going to shift at the river, so if his opponent does have a hand like the one that he has, ace-7 can't get out of jail. We speak about this a lot. And that barrel from Mateos, just enough to see a very good, solid, knowledgeable fold from Alexei Boyka with ace-7. We saw a player yesterday get caught up in a situation like this, ended up calling Adrian Mateos down 3 streets with his ace-7. Not going to happen on this in this instance with Alexei Boyka. Just folds to the double barrel. Sharp. He was razor sharp yesterday. I was really impressed with that Boyka yesterday. Razor sharp. What's the verdict on Mozart? Good at music, mostly. Petrov says, I love the football quote. Can't remember who said it. You carry the piano and I'll play it. I do remember Eric Cantona saying about Didier Deschamps being the water carrier in that midfield.
I've been running good for sure. I'm some aggressive as well. It's easy to be aggressive when you're a chip leader. I had 3 chances to kick out Tom Fogelstein, and at least the last time he went, the third time he went all in, okay, I went for it. And I used to play with him, and I always beat him. I'm always lucky against him. And when you have some people that you always are lucky against, you have to play them. He was in my left side, so I wanted to keep him there as long as possible. But when he got too many chips, it was enough, yeah.
And in the end, you got him with you're calling for the hearts, and you got him with the flush.
I was beating the flush. The flush came as I asked them it for, so it was a lucky one for sure.
Well, luck or otherwise, Tom Axel Bedell finds himself top of the chip counts today. He got nearly 6 milli. I do love it though. So I should have knocked him out before, and he kept 3-betting me, so I just decided to rip it all in with King Queen suited. And then I wanted a flush, so I hit one. Fair enough. It's absolutely fair enough. And Bedell will hold with the pocket fives post flop. Checks down. Ships it. There's no way he doesn't wear this tomorrow if he makes the final table. He's locked in now, isn't he? Same outfit, same hat, same jacket. I'm sure he was at an overnight laundrette. I'm sure his hotel took care of it for him. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about any of that. You can see me wearing a jacket like that, wearing a hat like that. He even has the trousers as well. Tom's dressed like this for years though. Always looks incredible. He's got quite the collection. I'm quite jealous of his collection. I believe it's Gucci, but I don't know because this is from Uniqlo. It's a lot less
60.
Flamboyant. Kaukua raising with the ace and a queen. Boyka, pocket nines. Two big hands. Unsure about whether we'll see a 3-bet in this position. I would hesitate to 3-bet myself. Again, it's just all driven by the stage of the tournament now, isn't it? It's all driven by the stage of the tournament. I would 3-bet this hand. I would 3-bet this hand, queens and 13 BBs. That does feel like something I would get involved with. So Brzezinski makes the jam. That's simple enough. That part of the puzzle is very solvable for us all.
Can I have a count?
Yeah, Tony Kaukua wants to see how many chips Brzezinski's moved all in for. Because I think Kaukua very happy to get it in against the cutoff shove for 13 bigs. Does have to consider the fact that Alexei Boyka is behind him. And does also have to consider the fact that, as we just spoke about, at this stage of the tournament, hands like nines, hands like tens, hands like jacks are not going to be auto 3-bets. I do think Brzezinski is a favorite to 3-bet ace-king and probably pocket queens. So Kaukua's hand never really in too awful of a shape. He makes the call. And Kaukua definitely going to trap aces, kings in this line. Which does make Alexei Boyka's life very difficult. The nine's getting less favorable by the millisecond in this setup. We haven't really seen Boyka put a foot wrong so far in this tournament. But I do think Brzezinski will be jamming here with pocket eights. I think pocket sevens. Pocket sixes may be a fold with the action. Just because Boyka is going to flat quite strong. So it's possible he dominates Brzezinski some of the time. Or they both have sort of shared overcards. But it's reaching a little bit. Nines goes by the wayside. And Brzezinski's tournament life at risk, but he's in great shape. He'll love his shape here. And he's getting an even better price, more than a double up, because Boyka's contributing pre-flop as well. So we've got 900k in the middle. It's queens for Brzezinski against Tony Kaukua's ace-queen. And there's an additional sweat on the flop. There's always a sweat. Straight possibilities rear their head with 14 left. Not what Brzezinski will like to see through those shades. 4 of diamonds is safe. And he needs one more. We had some folks in our chat earlier writing for Brzezinski. Focus in. 6 outs once. And he fades it. Another king on the river. Means that Tomasz Brzezinski from Poland closes in on $1 million. We've had a couple of short stacks, or shorter stacks, should we say. Adrian Mateos was at risk with queens against Tony Kaukua's ace-king. Gotten very unlucky again here to be up against a hand as strong as pocket queens for his all-in. So some dents being taken, some punches he's going to have to roll with. But Brzezinski chipping up. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. But there is always a sweat, isn't it? It's never easy. Just ace queen. You think, okay, don't worry about the ace. Then bang, king jack. There's always something. There's always something. We got Grind on Tour in the chat. What's up, Grind on Tour? How we doing? Hello, hello, hello. Richard Clark says, here's a question. Are you allowed to wear Meta Ray-Ban live? I don't think so. I don't think you would be... certainly not at the feature table. You're not allowed any electronics. We'll probably see more tours implement strict rules against things like that once these glasses get sharper and sharper. And provide more and more information on the little heads-up displays in there, you know? Walking around like Terminator. We don't want people walking around the EPT like T3000 having EPT replays playing in their glasses so they can see how people play certain hands, you know, unlocking a database. You know? It's just not on, is it? This isn't RoboCop. Yeah? This isn't a James Cameron franchise. We're not looking to play players involved in the singularity. This is an iRobot. Keep Sonny at home, thank you very much. Keep live poker clear of Meta Ray-Bans. Luckily, the first real product that was designed like that was the Apple thing, wasn't it? The Apple. Remember that? Remember how that was a big product launch for Apple? Do you remember they did this? I've not seen one. I've never seen one since. They were huge for 4 days. And everyone's strapping great big computers to their head. Paid $5 grand for it. Strapped a massive computer to their head. Had a big display wrapped around the front of their face. And they're going, oh, this is great, this. This is the future, this. Walking around like that. Getting 8 GPUs strapped to their shins. This is incredible, this. Luckily, that was the first product, so if you wear those at the EPT, we'll see you coming. Never seen them since. I don't know if they still sell them. Tom Bedell's got 2 pair. Comes out with a betting lead on the turn from the big blind. Adrian Mateos did go for the flop c-bet on King 9-6. Tom Axel Bedell just calling. Not afraid to mix it up without a diamond even. Bottom pair stuck around. I think fine for a small sizing. And I think this is quite a sharp turn lead from Bedell as well. He's going to be furious about the river. Of course, we can see he still has the best hand, but it's a river where he's now losing once again to a king. He's even now losing to a 9. His opponent would be playing kings and 9s. He's playing kings and 8s. So things do get all a bit sad for him at the river. Of course, we can see that Adrian is unpaired, going to check it back. And the 8 is good. So why is Adrian choosing not to bluff here? I think because Tom Axel Bedell is just very capable of having a hand like Queen 10, Jack 10, even Queen 7 himself with the Queen of Diamonds, or any high diamond that calls on the flop, decides to bluff, turn and give up. So Adrian Mateos will feel like he still has some showdown value with the ace high, pats it back. Bad news, Tom Axel Bedell does not lose. 6.1 million. Confirmation thereof. I have one mini pan au chocolat remaining. Yesterday, I ate 5 mini pan au chocolats, if you're counting. We've got a lot of technology over here. But what we don't have is a Pan au Chocolat counter. We'll have to work on it for next stream. What we can do, though, is for the first time today, play a new segment that I like to call Hit or Shit, in which you, the viewing audience at home, decide whether something is a hit or if it's shit. We won't be voting on the NAPT because we all know the answer. The NAPT is a hit, of course. It's back in Las Vegas, November 3rd and 12th at the Resorts World. You should go to North American Poker Tour. You should enjoy the final table of the main event on November 12th. But we're deciding Pan au Chocolat's hit or shit. You can all vote now just by typing hit or shit. If you're on Twitch or YouTube, you just type it in the chat. You make your decision. You're talking Pan au Chocolats. You know what they are. You're thinking a croissant. But it's, well, I can see the chat. I didn't hit start. Go now. 30 seconds. Type it again. If you typed it the first time, go again. Pan au Chocolats, hit or shit? All right, quite clearly it's not working, is it? Everyone's spamming the chat, but none of this is moving, is it?
Thank you.
Huge flop here for Bedell. How does he do it, man? How does he do it? 9-10 Jack. King Queen. What a king on the river. A little bit more intrigue for Brzezinski, who raised pre, checked back the flop. Tom Axel Bedell went for kind of a small bet on the turn with his King Queen. He's being a little bit greedier here for 225k. The problem that Brzezinski's going to face is some Axel Bedell very capable of some out-of-the-box thinking. We've seen him defend quite wide. It's somewhat tough to bluff with an 8, right? You kind of want an 8 if you're bluffing the turn sometimes. Obviously, if he's bluffing the turn with a queen, he makes a straight on the river. We see that he had one already. I'm not sure where the bluffs really come from. If he'd called in the big blind, you might think that he could bluff 8-4 or 8-6 or 8-3 suited even, given how wide he'd defend. But the small blind, a different beast. He's going to play a lot tighter here. We're looking at some backdoor flush draws. Maybe bluffs a hand like Ace-3 of clubs, Ace-4 of clubs, Ace-6 of clubs. Against most, I think this is quite a comfortable fold for the Ace-King. I think Tom Bedell is always going to keep his opponents guessing. And that is the benefit of playing the wildcard style that Bedell has been employing. It does keep your opponent unsure of how you're operating. And Brzezinski tries to keep Tom Bedell honest. And he won't mind it at all. He shows a queen. He flopped the nuts. He thought the river might kill his action. In fact, it got him paid. More action. Moving around to an out of table. Someone was asking earlier, is Alessandro Peroni still in? He is all in. And he's all in with Ace-8. Wampada with pocket 5s. We're only looking for help with the ace-8 offsuit. Was very short stacked. Hasn't found any so far. King, jack, deuce. Deuce. And it's a 9 on the river. And eventually, Alessandro Baroni has been eliminated in 14th place, which is a great run, a valiant effort. Of course, we'll have some claps in the chat, some GG and some claps in the chat for Alessandro. And I say eventually eliminated because, get this, chat, for 3 days in a row, he came in with the short stack and was able to ride the wave. Day 3, he started with 8 big blinds. Day 4, he started with 6 big blinds. Day 5, he came in with just 7 big blinds. $28,000 worth of laddering from his original 8 big blind stack on day 3. Money well earned. Money well earned. Lawanero, thank you for the sub, mate. Welcome in. Says, let's go, Bedell. Enjoying the commentary, Spraggy. All the best for the upcoming exciting weeks and months. Thank you very much, mate. Why not Ant dropped 59 months. Says, also loving these streams, Spraggy. Great insight, great entertainment. Good luck for the big day. Thank you. Ainsley Chariot says, happy Saturday, everyone, for 81 months. Thank you very much. And Ben0193 dropped a Twitch primer. We love our primers, or whatever it's called now. Luna Gaming. Folks, we got 13 players left in our main event. We've lost 2 already, and that's a pay jump. Everybody is guaranteed €46,750. Well, it should be working now, and we've missed the boat on the Pano Chocolats, but I think it's very important that we question the segment itself. So welcome back to the segment called Hit or Shit, where people decide, is it a hit or is it shit? And given our recent technical hitch, it's vital that we question the segment itself. Is it a hit or is it shit? This could be the last ever episode of this segment. This could be the last time we see this on the Spraggy Rogue Pirate Underground EPT stream. You could type in Twitch and YouTube. It'll count it automatically. You don't need to do anything magic. We'll work the magic backstage. Could be the last ever segment. If shit wins, it's the last time we run it. Oh, you're so close! Somebody saved it at the last minute. We were nearly taken off the air. What an incredible comeback. I thought we were doomed. I thought it was all over, baby. That was Democracy Manifest. Oris is calling corruption. It was counting perfectly, I assure you. We have our voting machines audited by third parties very regularly. We're governed by very strict legislation around vote counting, vote registration on Twitch and YouTube, etc. in the chat. Brzezinski blind v blind with King Deuce. Moves all in. And Shiloh makes the call. Which means that Shiloh is at risk with 10-9. Shiloh starts the hand with 5 big blinds. This far from a classic situation. But it's one that Shiloh will need to hold in. And it's very crucial for Brzezinski as well. If he loses his pot, he's left with just 3 big blinds himself. There's always something, isn't there, that will catapult Maxim Shiloh into the favorite position. If he fails to hit, he's eliminated, but he opens up the king and the 8 now, as well as the live cards. Has a 9 on the turn. It's huge for the Frenchman. But Brzezinski, who just paid off Tom Bedell the hand prior, it's nothing but a salty king on the river. That just seals the deal for the straight of Maxim Chalot. 9-10 Jack, Queen King is enough to see him double up, and it's not much of a double up, but it's incredibly important. Takes him up to 11 big blinds. And whilst he's got chips, he's got a chance, as they say. He stays alive through the power of 10-9. Through the power of the straight. Adam T says there's not much conversation at all at this table. I know it's that stage, but usually there's a bit of chatter. Yeah, I mean, it just really depends who you get. And it also depends on... I'm looking at flags on our feature table here. And, you know, we've got an eclectic mix of nationalities, very international field. So... we've definitely heard Tom speaking a little bit of Spanish with Adrian Mateos, but there's obviously language barriers as well. And like you say, 13 left in the EPT main event. Sometimes there's just calls for a calm and a quiet. You might see camaraderie after hands and things like that, but people are just focused in. A lot of the time, the players who get here aren't likely to face this situation ever again. We're kind of privileged from a viewing perspective and indeed a broadcasting perspective that there's a lot of players who are here who will be familiar with FTs and feature tables. You know, there's quite a big array of stars. Your Boykers, your Mateoses, your Wampardos, etc. Who might be a little bit more unfazed. So we might see a little bit of chatter moving forward, but a lot of these guys just want to play their hands. This is the business end of the tournament. This is where the money is made. So Alexei Boyka bumping it up with King Jack in the cutoff. Love to see these two clash. 9-5 of clubs in the big blind for Mateos. That's a 9 in the window. But an ace behind it. I think a board Boyka will be content to mostly c-bet. As the pre-flop aggressor. That's what he's going to proceed with. 45k. 1/3 pot. Just shy of. Mateos with a call. Not unexpected. Middle pair. Backdoor everything draw. Always had a live 2-pair draw as well, and that's what he makes. It is a flush completing turn. Not one that he wants to play a lead on. Checks it back over to Boyka, who has to be very careful. Adrian Mateos is going to have a lot of suited hands in the big blind. Is going to pick up a diamond in the back door that simply won't fold. So a lot of Mateos' hands are really easy continues. So he does have to temper his c-betting frequency a little bit. Tamper? I'll say tamper. I think that's the word I'm looking for. Whatever it is, he did it. He checked. He gave up. For now. We've seen Mateos be greedy in the past. Jamie Walden on commentary with me yesterday alluded to him going for some greedy sizes. Let's see. 185,000. Big enough. Not getting caught by the king high. Not wasting any time. Boyka moves out of the way. Another one going the way of this man. Adrian Mateos. $56 million in live earnings. One of the youngest players to win so many crowns across the poker world. EPTs, WPTs, WSOPs. Just, you name it, he's won it. Temper, not tamper. But isn't tamping something, you know, like with coffee, you would tamp it, you force it down? Tampering expectations, isn't that sort of to interfere with in order to cause damage or make unauthorized alterations? Tampering. Oh, as in like you tamper with something, as in he's tampered with that and he's messed up. He's tampered with my PC. Tempering expectations. When you... Should never let me commentate. My control of the English language is diabolical. AGM says that's tinkering, not tampering. What's tempering then? How long are you going to be, mate? Blind v blind, king 10, 6-5. Middle pair. Is Mateos looking for a stab? Nope. He's looking for a check for now. Keeping some strong hands in the checking range. To temper something is to hold it back. Like neutralizing, okay. What's temptation then? Mateo's looking for some value now. Stash picks up a pair. He will want to be stubborn here. Let's think about Adrian Mateos' range on the flop. He's going to limp a lot of garbage hands. But what Adrian's going to be really good at is not just betting all those garbage hands on the flop. When you're playing blind v blind, it's important to keep garbage in every range. So when he checks on the flop, he doesn't only want to have good hands. He wants to have some bad ones too. And what he'll be really good at is having garbage on the turn that they can then start bluffing again. So that's why you see Ostash stick around with a 6. I do think that that check back on the flop is a signal that Adrian's hand is good the majority of the time. I think the value that Ostash loses by not betting an ace on the flop is too high. So we can remove an ace from Ostash's range, and that's what Adrian Mateos is doing. He's saying my opponent doesn't check back an ace enough of the time on the flop. My king 10 is going to be good. I want not only value on the turn, but now I want it on the river as well. He bets 110,000. And this spot difficult for Ostash to navigate because Adrian is good enough to get here with an 8-5 or an 8-10 or Jack 8, something of this ilk, and start bluffing it. Ostash folding on this occasion. A little bit of momentum heading the way of Adrian Mateos, stringing together a few wins. 52 big blinds. And temper is also to harden steel, but also to neutralize or counterbalance. I'm losing my temper with all these definitions. Longmouth fan, let's hope he's not losing his stack. He's jammed the turn. It would be enough for Louis Faria to be all in. It's King Jack 5, 8. King Jack 5, 8. Longmouth fan shoves. Decision on Louis Faria. The decision will be for everything for Louis Faria. 10k W Coupe winner a couple of years ago. And now he's all in at risk. He tables Queen 10 of clubs for a straight draw and a flush draw. It's a royal flush draw, and Longmouth fan has just a gut shot with 7-4. The river bricks out, and Louis Faria, chasing that straight flush draw, catches Longmouth fan bluffing. with the 7-4 with just a gut shot and an unbelievably smile on his face.
I mean, sometimes, yeah.
480.
Because he just won a 1.2 million chip pot with Queen High. Sometimes Queen High is just going to be the best hand. Sometimes Queen High is just going to win a 1.2 million chip pot here on day 5 of the main event. PokerFan says your command of the English language is above average, but it is the kind that comes from a vast amount of hours chatting shit and not from reading. Must stress there was not a single capitalized letter or punctuation mark in that criticism. Those in glass houses should not throw stones. Jack on the river for Tom Axel Padel. He's done it again. He takes the lead. Kind of valid though. He's right though. He's right. I do apologize if my eloquence is not adequate to carry this stream. I'll try and develop a deeper vocabulary for you. I'll read some novellas post EPT and see if we can come back stronger for Prague. How about this? Take a look at this hand. Ostash deploying an overbet into 2 players from the small blind. 3 hearts strike in the back door. Job done against Badel. He lays down his jack weak kicker. This is the first time we've seen Ostash really flex some muscle over this table. Very easy to tap out of this hand, to autopilot this hand, to check the river, to lose to Jack 9. Ostash into 2 players finds an overbet. Represents a flush from the small blind. Gets 2 better hands to fold. Okay, there we go. Now we know that we've got a player in our hands. Mikhailo Ostash. Now we know we've got something to work with. Really sharp overbet here. 2 pairs moved out of contention. King 10 offsuit, 10 of hearts. Finds the bluff with it. Big play. Successful play. Successful maneuver. Glenn asks, will coverage stop at 9 players? Coverage is going to continue, I believe, for 5 levels. It depends on how close we get to 6 players remaining. The plan is to come back tomorrow with 6 players in contention for final table. But if we get there a little bit quicker, we might finish early rather than play out the full 5 levels. We shall see. We shall see. And with the intention to play 5 levels, this is the first. 21 minutes before the first break of the day. So far, we've seen Tom Badel extend his chip lead up to 6.4. Ostash winning pots, making moves, is up to 4.3 now. Been a bit of a rough one for this man, Tony Kaukua, who I chat with a lot at EPTs actually. Regular on the circuit, plays a lot of live poker, plays online poker as well, plays on PokerStars too. Defends 5-3 of diamonds. Checks. Shilo with an awkward stack, short stack. He's got 8 big blinds. He goes for the min bet. It's going to work. This is a sophisticated pickup from Shilo as well. Football IQ says, hi Ben, hope you're well. Thank you, mate. Do you play these high stakes events or soon to come? This is the first time I've not played an EPT main event in the last about 15 EPTs. I usually play these main events, but with my wife due to give birth any minute now, 5 days she's due, I had to sit this one out. But yeah, normally I'd be here in Malta. But we're on the sidelines for now. But to be honest, I'm very much enjoying the broadcasting situation. So I don't feel that FOMO, as the kids would say. I don't feel like I'm missing out too much. I'm enjoying the coverage. I'm always reading your chat, by the way, folks. I'm running this. We're very interactive, you know. It's like a watch along. More of a watch along than a formal commentary. That's why we play silly games sometimes. Have on silly guests. It's very much a live stream rather than a TV show. Sometimes a little bit more relaxed. I'll eat a pan of chocolat in vision. I will do it. Ostash raising. Tom Bedell peeling off the flop. Peeling off pre-flop rather. Peeling off the button with 5-4 offsuit. You have to speculate to accumulate, he says. You've got to want to make an omelette, you've got to crack a few eggs. Boyka with the squeeze. Opportune moment to deny some equity. He won't move Ostash out the way. Ostash with the benefit of position, the benefit of having a decent enough hand. Bedell with the benefit of position, but not the benefit of having a very good hand. It might be a bridge too far, even for Tom. A reluctant fold. Heads up to the flop then. The pot already bloated to 705,000 as a product of that 3-bet pre-flop. And it's a big one for Ostash. Outside of flopping an 8, this is about as good as it can get for him. Boyka with a tough situation to navigate. I don't think it's a board where he's going to want to c-bet his entire range. He'll be well aware of how he's constructing pre-flop 3-bets. I will say at this stack depth, he is likely to 3-bet hands like Ace-8 offsuit, Ace-7 offsuit, King-7 offsuit, King-6 offsuit. So actually this is a board where his bluffs do have some interactions. He's about 45 big blinds deep, so maybe he's hitting some of that region. He's of course still going to have Ace-King and Ace-Queen, I would say all of the time. And of course he's going to have 10s through aces, maybe 9s through aces. He starts with a check. It is an uncomfortably connected board for him. And Ostash, with a lot more comfortability around these 2-8s, has a pair, is open-ended. He's in good shape, even if Boyka is checking here occasionally, which I think he will be, with aces or kings. Ostash's offering is still pretty good, right? And what's also working in his favor is, I don't think it's a board where Boyka really gets to play that many check raises. Even if Boyka checks a hand like aces or kings, I don't think it's a spot where he's going to check raise his hand and try and drive a load more money in on 5, 6, 7, especially with 13 left. So Ostash's 8s, they don't really get pushed around very often. So nice for him just to be able to bet the flop, clear up the Ace-Queen, clear up the Ace-King, takes down the pot. Been a great start to the first session. It's been a great early morning session for Mikhailo Ostash. Adam Maxwell says, does the final table have its own day? Yes, we will be back tomorrow for the final table, which the anticipation is that it's going to be 6 players. Obviously, if we go on and on and on and on tonight, nobody wants to bust. Maybe we play out 5 levels and there's still 8 left or something. I don't know how that's necessarily going to work, but it's all very malleable. The floor are going to decide how many hands we see today. But we will have a final table tomorrow, one way or another, yeah. Absolutely. So Adrian Mateos raising with King 10 offsuit. And now we see it again. We see Mikhailo Ostash just flexing a little bit. Has chips in front of him now. Three bets to Jack 10 offsuit in the hijack. Brzezinski wakes up with a short stack with ace queen behind. I don't think there's really any discussion here about his action. 10 big blinds deep. Not even 10 big blinds deep. He's not going to love to see raising a 3-bet. Suppose he'd much prefer to see raising a call. Probably dominates more of the calling range than he does the 3-betting range, but the hand just too strong. You can certainly see the benefit of 3-betting a hand like this if you are Ostash. Because I think he folds out ace-10 behind. I think he folds out king-jack behind. He's not going to fold out ace-queen behind. And the bad news for him now is that once Adrian Mateos has folded, I'm afraid that price is far too good. You can see here, folks, just 135,000 chips more to call. It's going to be into a pot of what? 720,000. Doesn't need to win that often. And actually, he'd be pretty relieved to see he's in about as good a shape as he could expect. I suppose sometimes he could expect 8s and 9s that find that less than 10 big blind commitment behind and he's flipping, but he's 60-40 here. He's got very live cards. It's Brzezinski at risk. Again, not the biggest pot we've seen at the CPT, but for Brzezinski, it's the biggest pot he will play in quite some time, because lose and it's all over. The flop, incredibly safe for him. That number is going from 61 into the stratosphere. 97% favorite now. Has the ace of clubs covered. Ho, ho, ho! There's always a sweat. This number went down. He's still a huge favorite. This would be a sick one. Too sick. The deuce of spades. And Brzezinski finds his double up. Ace-queen does hold. Whew. A little bit of a relieved smile as he moves in the right direction. Back in the tournament with 23 big blinds. I know we've got some Brzezinski fans in the chat. Time to celebrate. Time to celebrate. And just something to keep note of for everybody else. Just something to keep note of that Ostash, 145 blinds deep now. We just saw him 3-bet Jack 10 offsuit. Mateos taking a little mental note of that. I'm sure everybody else is as well. Kalkua, who's run into it a little bit today. He's got pretty unlucky today. Bumps it up from the cutoff with ace-jack. You might feel like he's running into it here, there, and everywhere because Boyka's going to elect to 3-bet ace-4 suited on the button. What sort of stacks we're playing here? 40 big blinds deep. Don't really ever think this is a hand that Kalkua is going to want to 4-bet at this stage of the tournament. Again, the penalization for being wrong is just too significant, right? It's just too high. The cost of running into kings or aces or ace-king is just too damaging. He's going to take a flop, though. It's 10-4-5. Boyka makes his pair. Tony Kalkua out of position. Won't mind that ace of hearts. I think there's a world in which Boyka can continuation bet on this flop. Might 3-bet some 10s even. I think he'll have... We just saw Ostash 3-bet a hand like Jack 10. I think on the button here, Boyka might 3-bet some Queen 10, King 10. So a board he does quite well on, he might decide that he does well enough on this board overall that he's just going to bet all the hands that he has. Looks like he's certainly going to bet this one. There's something to be said for Boyka as well of just denying some equities. Let's imagine Kalkua called with King-Queen. You know, even though Ace-4 is the best hand at the moment, clearing out something like King-Queen of spades, Queen-Jack of spades. Certainly simplifies the process. Yeah. 150,000, about a third of the pot. And a small piece of intrigue on the flop for Tony. Ace of hearts. Two overs to the board. Might decide he needs to get stubborn here. I certainly think if we're playing just for chips, he gets stubborn here. With that added element of pay jumps and chip values and outlasting some shorter stacks. We'll see how he feels about that. Does restrict him a little bit more often. Stays disciplined. Lets it go. Just another nice, good. Fine from Boyka. I'm not gonna overdo it. But it's solid stuff, isn't it? 3-betting the ace-4 suited. Taking control of the hand, taking it down on the flop. Leveraging his position. Flopping a 4, that helps. Louis Robinson on YouTube asked if we're playing to a winner today. We're not playing to a winner today. We're playing down to the final table today, though, mate. Yep. We're getting down to it. We got 6 minutes left in this level. 6 minutes before the blinds increase. At the moment, we're playing 15,000, 30,000. 30,000 big blind ante. And it's that man again, Alexei Boyka. First to enter the pot, raising the cutoff. Queen 10 offsuit. Brzezinski with a 10-9. A little bit of newfound wealth. He's up to 700k, but not interested this time. Understandable. Here's a man who's looking for some newfound wealth. Shillot, pocket 9s, 11 big blinds. Yeah. Time to go for Shillot. Adrian Mateo snap asking for a count as well, he might. A monster for Mateos. It's only going to be one way to play this. Adrian Mateos, 45, 46 big blind steep. Only one way to play it. He reshoves. Boyka quickly moves out of the way. And we have got ourselves another flip. Adrian Mateos flipped for his tournament life earlier today. He stayed alive with queens against ace-king. This time it's Maxim Chalot on his back and at the mercy of the deck. Pocket nines for Chalot. Ace-king for El Matador. Adrian Mateos. 830k in the middle. It's a big old pot. Valuable old pot. And it's ace 3-4. Chalot wounded. Perhaps beyond recovery. Mateos takes the lead. And we can see in the top left of your screen just 1-9 left in that deck. And 1-9 is what it's going to take for Maxim Chalot to stay alive here. It's another ace. It's confirmation of Chalot's elimination. He's leaving us in 12th place. He'll take home 46,750 euros for his efforts. Claps in the chat for Maxim Chalot. Did everything he could with that short stack. Moved around quite nicely. Just picked one up with Queen 10 offsuit with a sneaky little play. But a tap of the table as he exits. Could not survive the flip against that man. That dangerous man who now has 1.8 million with 11 left in an EPT main event. Mateos on the charge. Wampardo on the charge. As we head out to the outer table, it's Longmouth Fan all in against Edric Cologne. Fan with the ace-king. He's up against the ace-5, but it's a 5 on the turn. And actually, you may have noticed that the field had already diminished from 13 to 12. It was Longmouth Fan. Gets it in with the ace-king, up against the ace-5. Looks like a shorter stack situation. Both players leave with 46,750 euro. That is a pay jumper 11. Everybody else just made a bunch of money. They've all got 56k locked up. 56,050. Goodness me, it's all happening, isn't it? We're down to 11 already. We've gone from 15 to 11 in level 1 of the day. And Brzezinski now raising off 20 big blinds or thereabouts.
250.
What do we want? What do we want heads up? What's your dream formation? How's this coming together, folks? What I'm thinking, here's my dream scenario. Tom Bedell, Wampardo, Adrian Mateos, three-handed. Two of the best of all time. Two Spanish players going up against each other with the added wildcard of Tom Bedell in there in a three-handed situation. That's got to be one of the best EPT finishes of all time, hasn't it? That's got to be one of the best EPT main event finishes of all time. Mateos picks off another one. Don't forget we still got Ben Heath in there as well. We've got Alexei Boyka in there, who's your reigning Malta EPT champion. Imagine that story of him recapturing the title that he won in 2016. The last time the EPT was in Malta in 2016, Alexei Boyka won it. We come back to Malta and he's in the final 11. There's lots of stories starting to emerge, aren't there? Louis Faria, W Coupe champion, 10k W Coupe champion, chasing a live EPT main event title. Adrian Mateos folds on the button, which means we'll have a blind v blind situation. It's Ostash with 4.3 million. And it will be Tom Bedell with 6.4 million. Ostash opts for a raise, ace 6. Now, if I know Tom...
I need to see you stack, guy.
He's come to get a good look at that stack. But if I know Tom...
5 seconds. Hey, hold. Was the watch 8 seconds.
I was going to say I don't think he'll be folding in position, but we're about to go on break. What did I say? Everybody is tighter when they're about to go on break. It's the first break of the day. Welcome in, everybody. What a start. If you're just joining us, you've missed 4 eliminations here on day 5 of the European Poker Tour main event.
And when you come back on the other table, okay?
So confirmation there that when players return from the break, we're going to switch things around. We're going to send these guys onto the secondary table, and the other table will be joining us on feature. We try to rotate. So this will be the... People have already gone on break. This is the remnants of the table that's going to join us. We join the action here. Ben Heath versus Louis Faria. Ben Heath, the pre-flop raiser. Faria defends in the big blind. Flop is King 5-5. Checked over to Heath. What's Ben Heath working with here? Let's try and get an eye on his stack. Three blues, 300k, 800k. About 1.5, 1.6 million for Ben Heath. He bets the King 5-5. Faria reaching for chips.
Raise.
Raise, he says. 90,000. Perhaps leveraging the fact that he has more 5s from the big blind, defending, than Ben Heath might be opening with on the button. Wonder how true that is at this stage. There are definitely some stages where that flips. When opening ranges become wider, defending ranges become tighter. Whatever he had, it's enough to get the job done. Check raise works for Louis Faria. And that will be your last hand before we take a break. Now, I don't really want to take too many breaks, folks. I want to sit here and play with you. I want to sit here and play spin and goes. Or do something else, but I do need a drink. I do need to grab a coffee. I will not take the full break, but I'll leave you with just a quick look at some chip counts, and then I'll leave you just with a classic hand, but we'll probably interrupt the classic hand once I get back with the coffee. I'll be a couple of minutes, and then we'll play some $100 spin and goes. Would you like to play some $100 spin and goes? This is the beauty of no delay. We can test the appetite. Yeah? Yes? 2 people said yes. That's enough for me. I'll be right back.
And we're back with a big game.
Sorry, the bigger game. We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What?
I just played the biggest pot of my life.
Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stacks one of you 2 right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
Well, this is one of the last chances to win an EPT title. We're getting cards in the air at the final table of the Malta main event. Blinds at 25.50 with a 5k ante.
You know, George, R.R. Martin whispered the end of this tournament to me just in case he dies before he's done writing it.
Action here on Peter Ockenden. He folds.
Myasov, Yurasov.
Folded around to Thomas McNamara, who has ace king of spades on the button. He raises to 110,000. Jacks for Alexei Boyka in the small blind.
Looks like we're going to be kicking things off with a flip.
Looks like he's re-raising. It's a 3-bet to 260,000. Mats Carlsen folds the big blind. It's back on McNamara.
Man, this is just a cooler at this stage. It takes skill to get to this point, but at moments like these, you gotta just get it in and hope for the best. Kind of like voting.
I'm all in.
A shove. And a call. Boyka at risk, but a marginal favorite.
Like Jon Snow versus Tyrion Lannister, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Russian pro Roman Koronev is railing Alexei Boyka, who is flipping for his tournament life. The flop is king high. McNamara takes the lead.
Boyka's still smiling. Oh, no, there it goes.
Queen on the turn.
Close, it's close.
Additional outs for Boyka.
One time.
He needs a 10 or a jack on the river to survive. 10 ball!
Yeah, it was a flip, but what a dramatic and brutal way for the jacks to re-get there.
McNamara loses a hefty chunk of his chips, and Boyka jumps from being the short stack to third on the leaderboard.
Hey, you think Roman got those glasses at Carl from Up's estate sale?
He's like a Russian Sam Grafton. So everyone's locked up 77k. There are six-figure scores for the final five, with the winner receiving nearly 356,000 euros. Well, funnily enough, Thomas McNamara is now the short stack, and he's first to speak here. He has ace-8.
Ace-8 under the gun's not great, but since he's shorter than Tyrion's time in King's Landing, he's probably going to put it in.
There's the shove. Boyka folds. Carlsen's out. Peter Ockenden on the button has pocket sixes.
This is probably a call. McNamara's going to be shoving all of his smaller pairs and probably not his monsters like queens or better.
Ockenden is a businessman who divides his time between the UK and the Netherlands.
Fun.
He calls, putting McNamara at risk. Urasov folds. Sard has king 4 in the big.
Not aces, sadly.
He lets it go. Cards on their backs. We have another coin flip.
Flip here.
McNamara, the player at risk.
2 flips in a row. I mean, if you lose the first one, you're guaranteed to win the second, right?
Queen Jack 7 on the flop. McNamara looking for an ace or an 8.
At least if he does lose this one, it'll be less dramatically. Of course, he'll be out.
The turn card. Another queen. Ockenden's now in danger of being counterfeited. 7, 8 jacks and aces, all working for McNamara. But it's another queen.
More like Mac, no Mora.
He's out in 6th place.
Good luck. That's how, mate. Best of luck.
McNamara, can we go thrift shopping?
Good luck, Max.
Ockenden now at 2.7 million. While McNamara cashes for 76,790 euros. Well, Mats Carlsen still leads with a stack of more than 3.8 million. With McNamara gone, Eli Sard is now the low man at the table. Peter Ockenden has moved into 3rd place.
Doc Ock.
Well, the action is on, Peter. The online qualifier has King Queen in the cutoff.
Queen, yes. Touch the queen. Touch it.
Okay. Here comes the raise. 130,000.
Hail to the queen, baby.
Folded to Eli Sard in the small blind. 6-3 off.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that goes in the muck. Alexei Boyka is in the big blind. He has King 8 of diamonds.
With stack sizes, this is definitely a defend with King 8 suited.
He makes the call. And we go to the flop. Which gives Ockenden top pair, diamond draw for Boyka.
Top pair versus a flush draw, that old classic battle.
Action check to Ockenden.
What's going on here?
He
Classic
continues
hands.
for 240,000.
Hey, we know this guy. It's Boyka.
Look at all those
But from
diamonds.
the past.
He ain't going nowhere. Hey, remember when you first started playing poker and you get mad at people for chasing flushes?
240.
Boyka calls, and we go to the turn.
Don't keep chasing those flushes, you fish.
It's a 10, so both players pick up a straight draw now. Ockenden's still ahead. A 3-1 favorite with top pair.
Good stare down in it. Presumably this is from Malta before.
Action check to him a second time, and he will bet a second time. That is 385,000.
By the way, chasing flush draws like Alexei Boyka's about to do is totally fine. In fact, not chasing this flush draw would make him a bad player.
He calls. The pot's nearly 1.6 million. We're going to the river.
Bet it's a diamond.
And that river card is the 10 of diamonds. Flush for Boyka.
How to win poker tournaments.
I really like a lead here. There we go.
It's a pretty good card for Boyka, isn't it? Makes flushes, makes Jack 10, King 10 as well. I think that's important.
Well, that's roughly 1/3 pot, 450,000.
This guy can't believe it.
There aren't a lot of hands Ockenden could bet on the river, but there are plenty he could call with.
Mate, this guy cannot
this
believe it.
hand.
He's fuming. He's fuming. How do you bluff here? The 10 is the key, right? If it's a 7 of diamonds.
More like Alexei Binka. That's
10
two
is the
rivers
key.
so far.
Anyway, back in 2016, I believe this is, he paid it off. But we are on break.
Came into this final table as the short stack, and he is now second in chips.
From worst to all.
We will rejoin the action in 10 minutes, but as promised, first of all, first things first, we've got a cent roll today, which is a 1 cent buy-in tournament. You only need a penny. See a penny, pick it up, and all day long, you'll be able to enter the Spraggy Invitational cent roll on PokerStars, 1 cent to play, and 46 players currently registered. You're not playing for 46 cents. You're playing for $1,000.46 because PokerStars are adding in $1,000 of tickets every single day for you guys to compete for. And it's Power Path Express prizes. Power Path Express on Sunday, 1 9 Sunday Million ticket, a bunch of $3 tickets, $11 tickets, $55 tickets, $1,000 worth of them. Details in the chat. But we're going to play some high energy spin and go on break here. Ready? That's what we're going to do. The perfect 7-minute poker game, because we've got 7 minutes before the action restarts at the EPT. We're going to whack on some electronic music. We are in our Spin and Go hub, which is tracking all of my results across these EPT streams. So far, we've played 9 games, $800, $803 in buy-ins. We played $800 ones and a $3 one. We've cashed for $1,100. Got a net profit of $303. We're resetting today's thing. Probably. Might reset when we start. All right, ready? Fast-paced, $100 buy-in. And in we go. I do have to cover my cards. We are not going to miss the best bit of it. $1 million, $1 million, $1 million. $200. It's a sad one, but we got to win it anyway. What do you want, 0 or 200? You do the maths. You do the maths. It's B-Boy Poker again, eh? All in? What do you do here? I don't know what. I think I'm going to fold. I think I'll lay it down. Might be close though with a jack. Don't know how many ace-X we've got really. Well, we've got plenty. I don't know how many they've got. So I kind of want to call. All right, we've reset today's session stats. We've reset to So 0 games. This is the first one. $100 in. Potentially 200 out. I'm all in and called. Hold it. Hold it. Don't do it. Mate, what is that river? Mamma mia. Mamma mia. How long we got? That's the beautiful thing about the spin and go. I think we've still got about 5 minutes. Dip a toe then. Go again then. $300 this time. See, you don't want to win the $200 one. We're here for the 3. And if we win this, that'll be a $100 profit on break. For the mathematicians amongst you. Welcome to the Spraggy Spin and Go Championship Hub. The best hub on the internet. Forget about it. If the 1 cent tournament is available to you, it will be in your lobby. If you clear your filters and search Spraggy, it'll pop up as the Spraggy Invitational. It's only available on the global client, and some places you won't be able to play it because it's got added money, added prizes, so regulation will prevent that. I think that's the case in, I want to say Sweden, Denmark maybe. But if it's there, you can register. Passwords EVT Malta 2025. It's great value, obviously. It's $1,000 added, and it's a penny to play. And $1,000 added by PokerStars. Every day we're doing these. Last one tomorrow. Because it's the last day of the broadcast tomorrow. What's up, Coda? How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Not good to see my stack moving downwards, so is it? Raising an all-in over here. Queen's against ace-8. We might be heads up. We're going to be heads up. Or are we? We're going to be heads up. Heads up for $300. It's $300 or bust. And at the moment, we're headed towards bust. All of it. Ace-8. We've run into ace-jack. He's flopped diamonds. We're doomed, aren't we? We're doomed.
I'm not saying for 1 second this is in any way an easy call.
3 minutes.
And if you call and you're wrong, momentum shifts again. And suddenly the advantage is...
3 minutes. You think I can't win a spin and go in 3 minutes for $200? You think I can't do it? I can. We're against the clock now then as well. Now we're against the clock also. That's exactly what 3 minutes is made for, playing at spin and go. Forget about it. Forget about it. Go on the spins. I reckon we got 2 minutes. Fan of the ban hammer, no delay. Of course, no delay. That's why I've got to hide my cards, so I've got to hide my expression. You'll never know. Spin and Go Championship Hub is it's popping in here. It's popping in here. It will be for another 1 minute. We've got to get back to the EPT main event action. We've got 1 minute to close out this Spin and Go. We need some boost in the chat, maybe. Get it over the line. You gotta go, you gotta go. It's not good, is it? 10. Fold. Hold it now. Hold it up. Gotta win this 200 back here now. Probably got about 30 seconds to do it. Can I get a hold? Jack 10 against Jack 5. $200 and back to the EPT. Away we go. Just in time to bring you in for the feature table. Wampardo chip leading this bad boy. 3.6 million. He's got 90 bigs. Ben Heath second in chips. We'll get a little look at the pairs. Your feature table then. Wampardo, Ben Heath, João Tomás, Adria Colón, and Louis Faria. All top players in their own right. Faria the shortest stack, but he's got 38 big blinds. Plenty to work with. Welcome back to the European Poker Tour main event. Can you believe I just won that Spin and Go? Yes! Yes! We're back in business, baby, and that's what these guys are playing for. 11th place currently guaranteed 56k. 10th place will take 56,000 as well. And then the pay jumps begin. And then the big pay jumps begin. And of course, we've got more European Poker Tour action for you this year. The tour concludes with a stop in Prague, as is tradition. And that's running from December 3rd to December 14th. You can check out the schedule in the PokerStars app. The main event will be streamed live on YouTube. As always, PokerStars channel on YouTube, PokerStars channel on Twitch. This is at the moment a one-time deal. This Spraggy watch along. It's a one-time deal. You get one shot and one shot only. The EPT has been placed in my hands for EPT Malta. But if you enjoy these broadcasts, who knows where the future might take us. And as we just played, we were just playing Spin and Goes, and we're playing some more Spin and Goes in preparation for Spin and Go Championship Live. 81 players are going to qualify to go and play in Paris. Spin and Go Championship. Second edition of that was in Barcelona. They've got a new set for TV. There was a new live stream for it. There's 300,000 euros in prize money, 100k for the winner. Lots of way to qualify just by playing Spin and Goes. This doesn't have a direct buy-in. You have to qualify for it. Play for 300k just by playing Spin and Goes on PokerStars or the promotions on PokerStars over the coming months. There's a Spin and Go you can play right now. There are going to be 2 packages or whatever in that, I think, for Paris. Keep an eye on it. It's a lot of fun.
You're good. Doesn't matter which box I use.
Adam T says, Cologne, I saw, only had $1,000 in live earnings.
Tell me.
So what an opportunity for him. Sure.
Can he use that one? Or does it matter?
Maybe.
Just 'cause I'm gonna
Maybe he's really good poker player also. I don't know if he's played much live.
80.
But I think he's a very top professional. I know he's a very top professional. He is a very top... Even I thought I had a set. He is a top pro, Cologne. Absolutely. I don't know what his live earnings look like, but they might be deceiving.
A bit more, like 1.7.
Thank you.
Total.
So we're day 5. We're 11 left in the EPT main event. And we're starting off here with Cologne with a raise and Faria coming in with a 3-bet from the small blind with Queen 9 suited. What you are going to witness here, I think, at this table is some very high-level poker. Juan Pardo, Malika style on PokerStars. You guys have seen enough of him if you watch any of me playing against him on this stream. Top Spanish professional, both live and online. A lot of pedigree, plays a lot of high stakes, super high stakes, has won everything there is to win. Ben Heath, similarly, plays a lot on the EPT tour, plays a lot of the high rollers there, plays a lot at Triton. Just a top elite high stakes professional. Louis Faria won a 10k W Coupe main event title a couple of years back. Again, Louis Faria on PokerStars, just a very accomplished player. Plays a lot of high stakes, very good. Adria Cologne, similarly, very good high stakes pro. We saw Bowie Effect in here rooting for him yesterday. There's a little very telling, shall we say. And João Tomás, probably the player with whom I'm least familiar. But from what we've seen and from what we understand, again, just a really strong pro player. So we're 5-handed at this table, 6-handed at the other. And these 5 guys are going to be playing right at the top. Right at the top of Tournament No Limit Hold'em is what we're about to witness. Which is somewhat unusual for a main event. Usually the main event, get to this deep, even. You have qualifiers, you have, you know, some amateurs on a good run. But the 5 we've got here, tip top, mate. Faria with the open on the button. Checks back a king and a something. Juan Pardo flops impeccably with a straight flush draw. And versus the check back, is that a signal for Juan Pardo to start making a play at this? He is going to have some top pairs, of course. He's going to have straights, 2 pairs. He's going to want, I think, to bet all of these hands sometimes versus a check. And so very reasonable to balance out those good hands with bad hands. Queen 9, perfect bad hand to bet. It's just queen high, but it's got the world working for it. Got a gut shot, got a flush draw. Enough to force a fold, yeah. That sees Juan Pardo up to 92 bigs, 3.7 mil.
How much you play, Luis?
1.6, I think.
He's the biggest stack at this table. Louis Faria, 40 bigs. João Tomás, about 40 bigs.
Almost 6.
Adria Cologne, about 40 bigs. It's 42, 40, 38. So they're all in about the same wheelhouse. Ben Heath with a little elevation, 2.1 million. 54 blinds. And then Juan Pardo out in front. So we do expect Juan Pardo to do a lot of the driving of the action, to be the most aggressive player. And when all the stacks are quite similar, it's a really great spot for him to apply a lot of pressure with pay jumps in sight. He can threaten stacks at 40 big blinds in most pots that go post flop. Faria raising with the ace queen offsuit in the cutoff. David G says it's getting interesting, the CPT. It certainly is. And I'm really, someone just asked in the chat as well, actually, would I rather see this than 11 amateurs or a mix? I think it's great to have a mix, and I think we will end up you know, with a mix as we head towards the final table potentially. But first level today, we saw some fun, interesting, again, high-level hands. For me, it's interesting to watch high-level poker with a sprinkle of unpredictability. We certainly have that left in this field still, but for this session, for session 2 of the day, level 2 of the day, it's nice to be joined by 5 of the best. As Faria continues against Ben Heath's big blind defense. Does have the ace of hearts. Monotone flop. Ben Heath hasn't flopped a flush. He's got the 10 of clubs and something. Now he's got nothing. He's folding. Yeah, I think a little bit of a sprinkle of... Cryomaniac in the chat calls it nonsense. Yeah, that wild card element, that rogue element. I think that's what we do want to see from our televised poker for sure. And as Petrov says, that's what makes something like the big game so fun, right? You've got your pros, you've got your good pots, but then you've got some madness. We're always down for some madness. Out on the table that used to be feature, it's Boyka versus Tom Bedell. With a board that reads 10-7-4, 10-10.
Bet. Plus.
So Boyka bets 350k at the middle. Tom folds. And Boyka's up to 2.3 million. With Tom Bedell still your overall chip leader. And one must think that from a lot of what we've seen over the last couple of days, it's very much Tom Bedell who's going to provide that wild card element, that rogue element, that maverick element. That I think he's probably going to fold here. Oh, actually, he's gone all in for 80 big blinds. If you missed any of the action yesterday, Tom Bedell 5-bet ripped king-queen suited against Tom Vogelsang's pocket kings. And flop to flush. We are uploading recaps of each day's action on my YouTube channel. That one after the stream yesterday, we had a pretty quick turnaround on that yesterday. Which I thought was a pretty incredible hand, right? I mean, I thought it was a pretty insane hand. Final 2 tables of the main event. King Queen suited, 5-bet ripping deep stack into pocket kings. Not only cracking the kings, but doing it by flopping a flush whilst the guy who flops the flush is talking about how he wants to go and play the guy heads up at high stakes PLO. 2 tables left of an EPT main event. I thought that was quite an incredible hand. But then someone in the comments said, it wasn't that crazy. I saw Ace-King versus A7 in a WPT stream. And there was a king on the flop and 2 sevens came out. So I don't know what to believe anymore. Blind v blind again here. Tomas versus Faria. Couple of Portuguese players. Yeah, a couple of Portuguese players in the blind v blind. It's different strokes with different folks. Absolutely, Petrov. I thought it was an interesting hand. I sat there for about 15 seconds, unable to speak. I can't speak. I can't speak. We can see that Faria's flopped top pair, and we can speculate as to the strength of Tomas's holding. He did only check call the flop. So hard to weight him towards too many 2 pairs. I would imagine they're opting for a check raise. That river might change things. It's not going to be the run out that Faria wants to see. Not just because of the 4-liner, Not just because a 6 makes a straight and ace makes a straight, but we're also looking at a lot of 2-pair combinations now. You know, 4-5 gets there, 3-5 with a pair and an open-ender. So I do think Faria is going to check it behind. He checks it behind very quickly. Tomas announces a 4 and a what? A 10. That's not going to cut it. So the 8 does win. But Faria unable to extract any more value on a pretty sad run out for his hand. Like what he says, it was a very interesting hand. The table talk, and he called the whole thing before the hand even started. That's the thing as well. He was chatting with Vogelsang about, I want you out of the tournament. I should have knocked you out ages ago. I've got to try and knock you out now. Like right from the start of the hand. It was an all-timer, I thought. It was a classic. Shepherd's Bush says Brian Kim 5-bet jamming king 6 suited on the main event final table was pretty crazy. I mean, listen, poker's been around a long time. I'm sure there's a lot of crazy hands out there, wild hands out there. We've all seen huge poker hands, aren't we? But big one yesterday. Peter Shank says that Vogelsang took it pretty well. I mean, he took it completely in stride, right? Completely in stride. I think those guys clearly had played together, and Tom Bedell was on this morning actually on the interview, wasn't he? And saying that they've played together before. Tom Bedell runs really good against him. He's been really lucky against him in the past. So they definitely have some history or relationship, friendship there. Because you could see as well that Tom Bedell was saying, oh, give me those hearts then, you know, set up the hearts for me. But then as soon as the hearts came in, he was like, I'm sorry, Tom. You know, he definitely was like, he knew that was a bad one. So they're having a little bit of fun back and forth, and then as soon as it happened, he was like, you know, it was a nice moment, wasn't it? It had sort of a wholesomeness to it, I felt like. But it's a pretty bad beat to take at any point, but final 2 tables of a EPT main, and for such a big pot as well. It wasn't like Tom Vogelsang had got in 10 bigs and was looking for a spin. It was a significant chunk. We do see Tomas c-bet a small one here, takes it down with the Jack 10. Doesn't face any resistance on the 3-spade board. Jao Tomas up to 38 big blinds. Rock in the shades. Be My Girl says, talking of cracking kings, you can also crack eggs. Spraggy, do you prefer your eggs boiled, poached, scrambled, or fried? Beggars can't be choosers, Be My Girl. I'll take an egg as I find it. I'll take eggs however they come. But if you want to talk preferences, I'd say scrambled. Bit like Ben Heath. He'll take over pairs, big pairs, however they come. Jacks, queens, kings, aces. But if we're talking preferences, he probably wants this one. Raises the ace-ace. No, guys, come back. He's joking. He limped, actually. He didn't even raise. You can check. It's free. It's too late, I'm afraid, Mr. Heath. No action for you. 2.2 million in chips, though. Ben Heath, 55 big blinds. Dirty Marsh coming in with a sub. Thank you very much, Dirty Marsh. 23 months. Thank you, Jamie Moore. Not reading that out. Hey, guys, someone showed me a trick yesterday. So basically what you do is you take the egg, you put it behind the thumb, and then when you push it up against the wall, it looks like it. No, someone showed me a trick on YouTube yesterday. What really helps the stream out is if people like the stream, if they hit the like button. And I can't usually interact with you guys because I'm normally on a delay. So I can't normally, when I tell you to like it, nothing happens because we're 4 minutes apart from each other. But right now, I'm right here. And what we can do is, we can all hit like on YouTube together. It really helped us yesterday. It's going to really help us today. If you'd like to take a moment, I would appreciate you. We're all going to like together in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Like the stream. The number went up a bit. I appreciate you guys. If you're enjoying these broadcasts, I have to go back to PokerStars and say, you know, how was your pirate radio? I have to be able to show them that you guys enjoyed it. I need to see the likes and I say, look, they might let me do it again. Jack 10 for Wampardo, Ace 10 for Heath in the big blind. Wampardo opts for the c-bet here. Ben Heath with, unfortunately for him, no suits. But 2 overs and the wheel. Draw. He's coming along for 100k. Nearly $500,000 in the middle. Turn is a queen. I do think that Wampardo is fairly low down. Although I suppose he's going to have some interactions around 6x. Maybe he's not low down. Maybe he has too many 6-7s. Jack 6 suited. 10 6 suited. I think these are all opening the button, and these are all probably nicer barrels for him. Wouldn't be surprised to see him apply some pressure with this one occasionally. Does opt for a check back. Ben Heath's hand's still best. The river's a 9. Feels to me as if Ben Heath is in the hand range where he's just going to try and show it down. His leads are going to come from something like 7-4, 8-4 suited. You know, if he peels the flop with that interaction with a 6 or a 4 for the straight draw, let's say he has a 10-6 suited or a 10-4 suited, I think we'll see Ben Heath bluff those. I don't think he'll bluff with the ace highs here, so yeah, he checks. And now the option is Wampardo's. No showdown value with the Jack 10. I'd be surprised to see a check back, but I won't second guess one's actions. Yeah, I do think that it's a mandatory bluff. He's definitely going to find it here. Just sort of correctly identifying that Ben's got showdown value, but kind of weak showdown value. Going to be some ace highs. Going to be a 5 occasionally. Going to be a 3 occasionally. And whilst Wampardo might not be able to represent a queen having checked the turn, he can certainly represent a 9. He can certainly represent and go for value with pocket 8s, pocket 7s, even pocket 6s. I don't think it's out of the question. Just because of the way that Ben is going to build his range at the river. Yeah, really nicely found here from Wampardo. Again, I don't think particularly outrageous to find this bluff, but just a mark of hitting all of your solid bluffs, making sure you're taking every spot. That's what Wampardo's going to do from now until the end of the tournament. Chauncey just coming by to say hi. A bit of cat action. So 20,000, 40,000 now, troops. And Louis Faria with 9s. Good enough for an open. 5-handed poker game. 5 on this table, 6 on the secondary. Cologne on the button with Queen Jack suited. Everybody liked the video. I appreciate you guys. I know it's a pain. You're watching broadcast. You don't want to be pestered for likes. I'm not going to pester you for any likes. I'm a YouTube enjoyer. When I'm watching a YouTube live stream and people are pestering me for likes, I'm like, shut up, mate. So I'll shut up. Jack on the flop for Cologne. I do think you see some betting on this board from Faria in a broad sense. I don't think nines necessarily fits into the sort of hand that wants to bet here. It feels like quite a natural check, doesn't it? And you could argue similarly for Cologne. Not a hand that wants to face a check raise. You know, let's think about what might happen if we get check raised. We're never happy. Let's think about, can we get 3 streets with our hand? No. We can't bet Queen Jack for 3 streets. We don't like getting check raised. So all of these are going to inform our decision to tap it back on the flop. And Faria's hand hasn't yet caught up into a point where it can start to value bet, I don't think. Cologne will check back with a king on occasion. Of course, going to check back with a jack on occasion. So no green light for Faria yet that his hand is a winner. Cologne's starting to get those signals, though. Versus 2 checks. He might think that Queen Jack now can start to drive some money in against a hand like pocket nines. Even against a hand like Ace Queen or Ace 10. Obviously, there are some other flush draws that he could get value from as well. He picks up a flush draw himself. Yeah, so Cologne has picked up on that signal. He wants some money in the pot now. 130,000. And is this an easy decision for Faria? I don't think so. Cologne's certainly competent enough, good enough to start with some bluffs now. Faria decides against it on this occasion, gets out of town. And there's Adria Cologne, up to 40 big blinds, 1.6 million chips. Well, I'm part of the runaway chip leader on this table. He's got 3.9 million, which is closing in on double second in chips. As we move to the outer table, and Adrian Mateos is all in at risk. Adrian Mateos has ace 8. He's up against ace jack. And the flop's Queen Jack 4. The turn is a 4. And El Matador is not going to be making this final table in Malta. A huge elimination in the main event. Fan favorite. One of the all-time greats in poker, and I don't think we're over-speaking when we use that term. Adrian Mateos dips under the barrier. Still a smile on his face. There was a raise from Boyka on the button. Brzezinski called in the small blind. And Mateos squeezed all in for 900k. About 22 and a bit big blinds with the ace 8. But Brzezinski had peeled ace jack in the small blind, made the call. His hand held up. He was a big favorite, of course. His hand held up. And Mateos eliminated in 11th. It's a huge bust out. Brzezinski up to 2.6 million, and we're down to 10 players. So Adrian Mateos adds 56,000 euros to his total live payouts that I believe stand at around $56 million. As we rejoin the action, Ben Heath flopping a flush draw. Faria's defended here in the big blind. Ben Heath with the raise. Ben Heath with the C-bet, and Farrier deciding to continue with ace-jack of clubs. Ben Heath oozing equity right now. Picks up a straight draw on the turn. He's got more outs that he knows what to do with. And you can go into two schools of thought on the turn. I mean, obviously his hand benefits from barreling. Louis Farrier sat there with the ace high. It would be a big win for Ben if he was able to fold out ace highs, apply pressure to a 9. The downside of barreling here is occasionally your opponent is going to play a check raise. And you do have a lot of equity. You've got a straight draw, you've got a flush draw. So it can get uncomfortable versus raise, but Ben decides to fire that second shell. Does get the fold. But yeah, delicate balance on this feature table, this five-handed situation, because Wampardo's got 3.8, Ben Heath 2.1, Farrier 1.6, Cologne 1.6, Jad Tomas 1.4, nearly 1.5. So it's basically one bigger stack and then four very comparable. Ben Heath slightly the best of the comparable stacks. Louis Farrier with Jack 6 of clubs. Blind versus blind then. Who wants it? Against Wampardo. Not shying away from it, he'll limp. Wampardo in the passive line at the moment. Not something we get to say very often. Not really a man who does passive too often, Wampardo. Maybe it's just against me. How many times do you think Wampardo's 3-bet me on this live stream? Playing scoops, playing W coops on PokerStars. How often do you think that man's come after me?
What are the stacks? Like any short?
Got to be upwards of 1,000. I wonder how much money he's taken off me over the years. By what? Being better than me at poker? Being way better than me? I'm not bitter. What can you do? Farrier checks again. Just trying to tempt Wampardo into something here. Wampardo's like, nah. This is something aggressive players speak about a lot. Is how often they get trapped. I definitely know some very aggressive bluffers, some very aggressive players who feel like everybody is always taking trappier lines against them. I'm not saying this is a particularly big trappy line. He's got Jack 6. He's going for some value now, whatever. Wampardo's got 8-3. It's not exactly a mandatory situation or anything like that, but I think aggressive players get really good at working out when they're going to get trapped, when they're getting trapped too often. If you play as aggressively as some of these guys do, you have to be aware of your reputation, right? That's what makes someone... We've all been... If you've played any poker, you've been to a casino and you play with someone who's mad aggressive. They bluff every pot and they re-raise every hand. And eventually, they get got, right? Someone just gets them, traps them. See you later. Because they've got good aggressive tendencies. They're splashy. They play a load of pots. They bluff a load of hands. But they never know when to stop, when to check, when to be in the passive line. And eventually, they'll blast it off. What makes these guys the best, they have all of that aggression. They have all of these bets and overbets and 3 bets and 4 bets and make your life a pain. But then at exactly the right moments, they go, check, fold, check. You know? And that's the difference, right?
Are you playing? 1.4.
Tomas with the aces. Louis Faria, ace queen suited on the button. 5-handed. And yeah, just coming in with a call. And again, all of these decisions pre-flop now really becoming governed by the fact that we're approaching a final table. Let's just see what Cologne's going to do here. He does have a hand that might, on occasion, think about a pre-flop squeeze from the big blind. He is suited. I think maybe more in the offsuit, less playable, we might see more squeezing happening. Or maybe a smaller kicker that unblocks the bottom of the opening ranges. King 10 suited, good enough to play. We're 3 ways to a flop. And it could be... Oh, it is. It's a banger of a flop. First point of interest is this man's decision. Tomas with aces. Speak a lot about out position, wanting to do a lot of checking. Does he mix aces into that check as well? Not on this occasion. On this occasion, he's coming out firing. And Louis Faria will be thinking that the world is his oyster. In some ways it is. He has a nut draw. And of course, the good thing for Faria's hand here as well is that Tomas is going to be betting hands like King Queen and King Jack and Queen Jack on the flop that he has dominated with the Ace Queen. Cologne in the big blind with top pair though, on a 10-9-5 two-tone. And crucially also for Cologne, that heart working for him in the back door. He'll be keeping an eye on that. Too thin for a raise, but with 3 ways to a turn card, which is another massively impactful one. It is a queen of spades. Really bad news for Cologne. We spoke on the flop about Tomas betting hands like King Queen and Queen Jack and King Jack. And of course Faria gonna hit the queen as he has occasionally. So very bad news for the 10. Tomas just checking the turn. Obviously a turn where both players have good interaction, making straights, making 2 pairs. Some of these hands starting to come into view. So I think really nice that Tomas is just checking. Doesn't want to bet the turn and face raises. His hand definitely shrinks facing that action. So a little bit of control here from Tomas with a check. And Faria now takes over the betting lead with 270k. And he'll have ideas about getting money in against King Queen and Queen Jack, trying to target those hands for value. Of course, he has the insurance of this flush draw. Cologne with the fold. Doesn't like that queen at all. And whilst Tomas won't like the queen, I do think his hand far too strong at this point to consider anything but continuing. I don't think it's strong enough that he's really going to want to play the check raise. He is going to run into sets, 2 pairs and straights. So he's going for a call. And a very river dependent decision coming his way. It's a really good river for him. It's potentially a trouble one for Faria. Already 1.2 million in this pot. I just wonder whether Faria feels like this pot is big enough, or whether he thinks he wants to try and get called by a King Queen. Are these hands even calling? You know, it's a very strong line that Faria would take if he triples off here. It's really easy for him to have straights and 2 pairs and sets, yeah. It's a little thin with the Ace Queen. Check, check. I guess he'll be kind of, yeah, gives himself a pat on the back. Nice find with the check. You've got to be really careful value betting a hand like Ace Queen in a spot where you can have King Jack, pocket 9s, 9, 10, Queen 10, right? Because your opponent is afraid of all these hands. They're going to have to call very tight. So Ace Queen does get a little bit thin. Good check back. Really solid check back. Off to the outer tables we go.
5.
We've got a big pre-flop pot between Boyka and Bedell.
Raise all in.
And Boyka shoves for 1.9 million. Tom Bedell had made it 860k. Tom Bedell 4 bets to 860,000. Boyka all in for 1.9 million. Action on your overnight chip leader and current chip leader Tom Axel Bedell.
1,915,000.
Bedell very relaxed, but facing an intense decision, releases his hand. Big win for Boyka.
I hate my hand anyway. I wasn't bluffing. I had a stupid jacks that never wins, so...
And 860,000 being 4 bet. And Boyka able to pick it up pre-flop. We've seen a lot of stacks on this table. 1.2 million, 1.3 million, 1.3 million. Tom Axel Bedell making it 860k and folding. It is a huge pickup to Boyka. He's up over 3 million now.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, we got an issue here.
This is weird spot.
Oh boy, we got an issue here.
8.
Oh, it's fine.
It's not full. You don't. We need the full.
Yeah, but
Okay, sure.
Yes, please.
Because what's happened is Faria has raised.
It's gonna be a fun spot.
Ben Heath has 3 bet to 800,000.
Probably.
There was a genuine mistake.
Faria has called and exposed his hand.
But the hand is over. Or what?
No.
No, I have cards.
Okay.
See the flop.
But he thought like he was all in and he's not, so I just take the hit.
It was a brain fart.
And this is a big brain fart.
Unfortunately.
Wow.
So here's what's going to happen, folks. Louis Faria thought that they were all in. Louis Faria thought that Ben Heath had moved all in. And so he called and exposed his hand. But Ben Heath did not move all in. He made it 800k, effectively committing a step, but there's 500k behind. There's still a lot of chips behind. 1.6 million in the middle, 500k behind. And now Louis Faria has to, because he exposed his hand, he has to, the hand continues, but his hand is face up. Ben Heath shoves, or bets 500k. That's enough for Faria.
No, I think.
And now what? Ben Heath knows he has ace-queen, but Faria knows that Ben Heath knows he has ace-queen. Everybody knows that he knows that he's got ace-queen, and Ben Heath is still betting 500k. But there's 1.5 million in the middle, and he's missed. I don't know what I would do. I don't know what you should do. It's obviously just a disaster for Louis Faria, who would happily be all in pre-flop and taking a flip, but now he's here and he's most of his stacks in the middle, and Ben Heath knows his hand, and he can't help but laugh. It's a ridiculous situation this deep in the main. What do you do, chat? Chat, what do you do? Isaac reckons he would have bet smaller if he had ace-queen crushed. I don't know. Maybe Ben Heath just says, I play all in with every hand I have. Because what if he has king-queen and he sees that Faria has ace-queen? He probably thinks, I should probably try and get that to fold. So he would shove. I don't know if he has two ranges where, one would bet small. I think he would just play one size and it's probably just all in. Bowie said just do a pot odds calc in it. Just work out how often we're going to beat a pair. But what if it's kings? It's different to nines. What if it's aces? I don't know what I would do. I think I would call because I would just be, I don't know, too sick. I just saw that he had ace jack or something. Does he even go with ace jack pre-flop? Is it more pairs than ace queen or better? Faria folds. But he called 800,000 pre and doesn't even get to see all 5 owing to his
probably saved me
misunderstanding on the flop. Mamma mia. Sad one for Louis Faria. Changes the complexion of this feature table quite aggressively because Louis Faria is down to 12 bigs now.
It was an honest mistake.
Thank you very much.
And what's even sicker there is the floor has to warn him, sir, please don't expose your hand during
Probably
play.
could be worse, I guess. I have no idea.
So Louis Faria decides to fold. He lives to fight another day. He's got 12 big blinds. It's so sick that he has to get that warning, isn't it? He doesn't get any penalty for it.
220.
He's obviously not. It's obviously just completely genuine mistake, and these things happen. But he has to get, sir, we'd prefer it if you don't expose your hand during the middle of a pot. Thank you. Cologne with a 3-bet against Juan Pardo's open. King Queen offsuit on the button. Juan Pardo with a King 3 suited. Jamie says you don't need a solver. He was 28% and getting 3-1. Well, poker is a game of incomplete information though, right, Jamie? And you have complete information because you could see that he was up against 9s. But if he was up against queens, kings, or aces, he doesn't have 28%. So his decision is not as straightforward as that. You've also got some risk premium, right? At this stage of the tournament, it's not enough to always just play your direct equities. Because your tournament life is at risk against certain stacks with payouts, you have what's called a risk premium. That's to say, if I bust now, it's really bad for me because of the pay jumps. So sometimes you need an additional 10, 15% equity. Right? In order to call off, you need to be a massive favorite. Those numbers can get even higher. So it's not quite as simple as that. Not quite as straightforward as is often the case in this great game, isn't it? Stranger says, is Pardo a regular? I've seen him a lot in the last couple of days in the stream. Bowie says he plays occasionally, aye. I've seen it. He's been a lot on the Red Tooth Poker League recently. He was playing a lot of the pub poker leagues around the UK. Young up-and-comer, I think. Took down the £10 rebuy at the King's Head last week. Bowie says red tooth mentioned. Am I not allowed to mention red? I don't know. I don't have any brand guidelines. We're floating out in international waters, mate. This is Rogue EPT. This is your 10 quid rebuy at the King's Head. This is the commentary equivalent of the £10 rebuy at the King's Head. Ben Heath facing a c-bet on ace. Sorry, facing a c-bet on Queen 9-4 from the ace-3 of Juan Pardo. And this c-bet's only going to happen if Juan Pardo has one crucial card, and it's not the 3 of hearts. That ace of clubs will be what's driving his decision here. Ben Heath showing a little bit of stubbornness. In position. Doesn't want to fold the pair against Juan Pardo's aggression just yet. And I think Juan Pardo will be none too happy about this turn. Not only because he doesn't pick up equity for himself. He doesn't pick up an ace or a club. But Ben Heath's calls on the button, a lot of Ben's interactions are going to be around this 10. You know, this middle, lower Broadway part of the deck. Think about hands like King 10, King Jack, Jack 10, Queen Jack. They all improve on a 10. So this card very much Ben's wheelhouse when he peels the button. Just a bit too much connectivity there for Wampardo to fire again. Ben takes a step closer to showdown. Feels like his 5s are strong enough against Wampardo's range. And here comes Malacca style. Here comes that Wampardo. Never count him out. Just because he checked the turn, it doesn't mean he's given up on the river. No, sir. And he goes for a large size. He goes for the overbet. He says to Ben Heath, I know exactly where you are in your range. You're towards the bottom of it. You've got some of your weaker pairs. And he can start value betting some queens here again. He can start value betting kings and aces here again. He might have even spiked to 4. Wampardo. Just a disgusting opponent to play against. Just too good. So good. Ben Heath doesn't really do anything wrong here. I'm not saying that he needs to snap off the 5s and work out that it's a bluff. He's got other stronger hands to call with. But Wampardo just leaning on the fact that Ben capped himself maybe with that check back on the turn, signaled he didn't have a really strong hand, and Wampardo says, go on then. $500,000. Bowie says, not Malacca taking an aggressive node. Exactly. I've just said, we don't often see him in the passive line, and we certainly didn't see him fade into passivity there, did we? Salutuj is spamming my YouTube chat, so instead of timing him out, let's see what it says. I'll just read it verbatim. Can you say something about, like this situation, why we don't see second table when is 10 players left? This is suck, bro. Hope so you can do this something. Cheers, bro. Let's go! It's impossible, really, to broadcast 2 tables at once, would be the answer. But what we are going to do is keep you up to date with everything that's happening on the outer table, the other table. So fear not. If big hands happen out there, we are headed out to the outer table. We'll see that action. And we'll bring you back to the feature for the bulk of our coverage. If that's all right. If that's okay. 5 players per table at the moment. 10 remain. Gavin says, was that Will Kasuf in the background? I bloody hope not. I bloody well hope not. I can't imagine it was. My ears can't take it today. My ears can't handle it. It's alright, maybe he's playing something else. Good luck to him. Oh, he says he's here, so probably okay. Well, we wish him luck on the outer tables. We wish him luck in whatever he's playing. Sure. So Tomas, first into the pot, raising the cut-off pocket 4s. Wampardo calling in the small blind. 3 ways to a flop. With Cologne closing the action with King 9 of Hearts. Flop's top pair, King 10 Deuce. I think Tomas versus both players. Quite happy to just c-bet. Clean up some equities. Cleans out Wampardo. But Cologne not going to go anywhere, one would imagine. 2 diamonds and a club on board. No backdoor flush draws. Not sure. I don't imagine Cologne is necessarily at a threshold where he wants to check raise with this kicker and try and play big pots. But of course he's not folding. Call the option. 9 of diamonds. Massively important turn card. Cologne now takes the lead against the better kings. But Tomas, of course, occasionally here, going to make a straight, going to make a flush. Both players are. I think Tomas will start to lean into the idea that his hand is not good. It's not going to be able to show down. He has a lot of really good hands to bet here. Think flushes, think straights, think 2 pairs, think sets. Doesn't choose to bluff with the 4s. It goes check, check. And if the turn was impactful, the river certainly is. 4th diamond. Neither player with a diamond. I do think that, of course, Cologne is going to have some very strong diamond coverage. I wonder how much nut diamond coverage he has. He won't peel the big blind 3 ways with that much offsuit ace-x. Think hands like ace-8 off, ace-7 off. I think all of these are folding, if not pre, then flop. So Cologne doesn't really have the ace of diamonds very often, whereas this man does. His hand is worth 0, pocket 4s. And he's in a spot where he does have the nuts on occasion. Think about a hand like ace-10 with an ace of diamonds. Think about ace-jack, ace-queen with a diamond that choose not to barrel. I don't think that's absurd. So yeah, he's going to leverage the fact that he has the ace of diamonds here. Or even a queen of diamonds, a jack of diamonds. That are all going to want to go for a value bet. He's going to lean on that and turn his 4s into a bluff. And it's going to work for him. Not really a lot that Cologne can do about it on this 4 diamond run out. He has to fold the 2 pair. But again, just a really nice realization from João Tomás in position that his 4s, they're not worth anything. He represents the diamond and he gets the job done. And Bowie with another good point in the chat, as you might expect from the a strategist as sharp as Bowie, says that if Cologne does have the ace of diamonds, it's a nice way to bluff on the flop with a check raise, yeah. So if he does end up peeling ace of diamonds something, your check raising with 2 diamonds on board is pretty common. Man, Bowie's so sharp. I did ask yesterday if Bowie wanted to jump in for a bit and do a little bit of watch along with me, but I don't know if you're going to... You're in Malta, right? You might be going to the Bolton game today. Or you might just not be asked, which is also fine. But Bowie's... one of the best in the game, isn't he? Mr. Andy Wilson, Bowie effect. Bowie, do you want to come on for the rest of this level for 35 minutes? Talk through some hands with me right now. Hang on a minute. I'm not going to decide. Should we get Bowie to decide? Should we get the chat to decide? Hang on. Don't vote yet. Do not vote yet. We're going Bowie. Andy, Bowie, effect, Wilson. The spelling is atrocious. Welcome to another edition of an exciting segment I like to call Hit or Shit, where we ask, is something a hit or is it shit? And our subject matter for the next 30 seconds, a potential guest. Andy, Bowie effect, Wilson. Bowie effect, Wilson. Is he a hit or is he shit? Do we want him on the stream as a special guest to talk through some high-level strategy? Type in the YouTube chat, type in the Twitch chat. It'll just count it. You don't need to click anything. It's magic. You've got 12 seconds more. Hit or shit. Another exciting edition of a new segment here on the Rogue EPT broadcast. Bowie is an overwhelming winner. Bowie effect. He's a hit. All right, let's see if we can get Andy in for a little chat, shall we? King 8 versus King 8 here. Heath versus Wampardo. Bowie, you got Discord? You got your Discord open over there? I don't have you on Discord. This is really just a big play for me to get Bowie effect added on Discord so I can spam hand histories at him and beg him for help. Sharp play by me. Alright, we'll work on bringing Bowie in for a little bit. I don't think much happening here by the looks of it. Check, check. Wampardo on the button with King High. Miss me. Never rule out anything happening. Wampardo finding a bluff at the river here with a King 8. Or is it? He's betting King 8. He's betting King 8. What does he get to fold that's better though? Nothing? So does he just want to get called by someone playing the board? It's going to work. It's going to work either way. I don't know how to add someone on Discord. Maybe because I'm in streamer mode. I found him. Oh, gotcha. Oh, gotcha.
All in.
Let's play this one out first because Louis Farrier committing his stack into the middle with ace jack. Just less than 10 big blinds.
Tail.
Unfortunate situation he found himself early with that exposed hand, that early exposed ace queen against Ben Heath's nines. It's left him short. And he has been called here. Oh boy. Been called by pocket queens. And he's in bad shape to stay in this tournament. So a hand is just finishing over here. We're back onto feature. And Louis Farrier at risk then. It's King 9-9. He's going to need help. He's going to need help from that ace. He still does have 3 left in the deck. But a potentially sad demise of Louis Farrier here. Really unfortunate to see him lose the bulk of his chips with that ace-queen versus nines hand. And the rest of them might be headed into João Tomás's stack. His countrymen. 2 Portuguese players find themselves in a bit of a tangle. It's a 4 of clubs on the river, and we do lose Louis Farrier in 10th place. We are down to 9. Louis Farrier, a 10k W Coup main event champion, a lot of prowess, a lot of pedigree in this game.
Yeah, of course.
Finishes in 10th, 56,050 euro for his efforts. Tantalizingly close to the main event crown. Falls just short. Claps in the chat. Great effort. Great effort. Golf claps only, please. Keep it civilized, will
I was
you?
going to say, block the same hand, maybe.
Same hand, maybe.
Yeah. Some pockets and ace queen.
I feel like I would still just call as him. I think I would just call the flop as
I
him.
thought same. Maybe play calls.
Permission to go, sir.
Chain coming back on.
I'm going to display it on the screen.
Here comes Tom Bedell. We are not taking a break. We are not going to have a break. There's no break.
You have time if you need to go to the restroom.
But we are down to the final 9, which means everybody locks up a pay jump as well, right? 9th place pays out 70,250 euro.
Mega gol, las damas sin palos, imagínate. Ah, ya.
You will be on one. Adria?
Yes?
You will be on one.
Okay.
So,
maybe take your...
Okay, so you can move the chips? Yes, please. Just, okay? Move the chips, okay?
I help them, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
¿Qué tenía en la misma mano? Hablamos bien. 9-9. ¿Eh? 9-9. 9-9.
I'm just going to take the mic.
Bueno, muy bien para mí, ¿no? Hombre, estaba bailando.
So Benjamin is on 9.
We have 2 Spanish and 1 Portuguese. A lot of...
So we are just redrawing for 9. We're down to 1 table. Is it the final table? Is it the final 9 players? Yes. Is it the last table remaining in the tournament? Yes. Is it a final table? Or is the official final table at 6? Is the final table tomorrow? Or is the final table now? To be honest, it's an unofficial final table. To me, if there's 1 table left in a tournament, it's a final table. PokerStars Live League rages on. Points are up for grabs across all the PokerStars events in 2025. And what do points mean? Prizes. And amongst those prizes, a chance to join me on PokerStars Team Pro, which many might see as a position with some downside. Working with me, that is. But the top 10 players from each position on the PokerStars Live League will get a chance to be chosen as the newest member of PokerStars Team Pro. The top 3 finishers in the high, medium, and low tier will also receive entries into PokerStars events for 2026. And here are your current leaders. Stein Tandu Carlson leads the low buy-ins. There's Andres Froley, Soraya Gonzalez, we're familiar with those. Good old David Doc. We love Doc. Thomas Clack, we love Thomas Clack. And DK Lappin's there and all. Boo! Boo this man! We love David Lappin too. Probably. Maybe. He's in contention. 8th on the low leaderboard, David Lappin. I've seen it all, folks. I've seen it all. Here's your medium leaderboard. Richard Ruberalta, who we saw a lot of in this main event, top player. He leads it with 2,500 points. PokerStars' own Kenny Hallett Having great success on the tour this season. Obviously came third in the WSOP main event as well. That doesn't count here. You have no power here. But he's had some great results at PokerStars events too. That's positioned him in 3rd place. John Kite 4th. Antoine Labatt, who still owes me a scarf that I misplaced whilst we were drinking in Prague. He's in 10th. Looks like he's having a good season. Maybe he could buy me a new one. Actually, he returned a scarf to me, but it was the wrong scarf. It was a whole mix-up. It was a whole thing. Let's bring in our first guest today. We're going to bring in Mr. Andy Wilson. For those of you not familiar, Andy Wilson, Bowie Effect Online, top. One of the tippity top. Surprised to not see him on this list of the high leaderboard. Top professionals around the world. The high leaderboard is being led by Clement Strotter. That's Clem90. Enrico Kamuski. You know him as What Is Love Online. Ponakovs, Jesse Lonis. Leon Sturm, Remarculous in 8th. Andrew Nemeth, Probeers in 9th. Byron Caverman. Allison in 7th. David Coleman, of course, in 6th. Christopher Wynn in 5th. But the top of this leaderboard gets a bunch of tickets. I think nearly 50k in tickets, something like that. It's like 2 10k entries, 5k main entries, 5k main entries, something like that. Very worth playing. You can check it all out, pokerstarslive.com/PS Live League if you want to root around. It's all on the app as well. Let's see where Bowie is on the app, shall we? I'm opening up PokerStars Live. Right there. I'm tapping League. Here's the payouts for the tournament that we're watching. I'm searching Wilson. Brock Wilson. Dan Wilson. Simon Wilson. I'm scrolling down. Scott Wilson. I'm still scrolling. I brought Bowie on because I thought he's a top pro. He's not even on the list. Let's go to the low league. He's not even on the low. He's rubbish. He's rubbish. We'll bring him in anyway.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. Would you like to be on camera or would you like to not be on camera?
I could be on camera. I am lying in my hotel room bed, but that's fine.
He's lying in his hotel room bed. Well, let's...
Intercontinental Malta, where this fine tournament has been hosted.
Live from on the ground. We've got boots on the ground in Malta. We've got Bowie Effect. Andy, just quickly, I've tried to obviously build up your...
Yeah.
Look at this. You don't...
It's actually not, to be honest.
You don't get this anywhere else, do you? Let's pop...
Prime time stuff.
Let's pop you out. Let's get you set up. He's so good, he's going to do it from bed.
Yeah, I'm not long awake, but that's fine.
Right, I've got to try... Can you... Right, can you... Can you sit where you're going to sit? Because I've got to crop you. Are you going to lie like that?
Lie like this.
He's going to lie like this. And he's going to provide cutting insight. Okay.
I am Kushti. How are we? How are things, Mr. Bench?
Well, that's as best we can do for you folks. We are bringing in Andy Bowie Effect Wilson. Mate, you relax. Don't let us disturb you.
No, I'm in my own zone. Yeah, that's fine.
Don't let us disturb you. You're very lucky that the insight you're going to provide is going to be as good as it gets, because otherwise you'd be straight out of it.
Yeah, immediately. Yeah, that's that.
But it's going to be worth it. The only thing I will say, I've just bigged you up. I've just said we're going to get Bowie Effect on for half an hour here to see out the level, because he's one of the best. He's a top pro. And then I've looked at my PokerStars Live app. Great app, by the way. I've looked at the Live League, and you don't have a position on the PokerStars Live League because you've presumably cashed absolutely fuck all this year at PokerStars events. Is that true?
That is true. Well, this is my first CPT I played since Paris last year, so
okay.
We'll be pretty to have any cash.
We'll let you off. How's Malta been going?
I've enjoyed it. It's been nice to see people and kind of catch up on the tour, to be honest. I'd say the fields have been smaller, and maybe that was to be anticipated, but
55, 26,
no, it's been nice. The weather's great at this time of year, you know, so I've enjoyed it. Yeah. It's a shame it's been an international break, so there's been less football or, you know, other things to do, but...
The international break's a disgrace, isn't it?
They're just non-stop at the start of the season. It's just kind of like...
I always forget as well when you get excited for the season starting. Every year I forget that you're going to play like 2 games and then that's it.
Yeah, Bolton are playing in 18 minutes, so I do have that at least to watch a bit later, which is okay.
Yeah, Gloucester City kicking off at home against Sholing as well today, which is a top of the table clash, but we're missing it so that we can...
We're at the Pirelli Stadium. Who is Pirelli Stadium home to? I'll test your knowledge.
Pirelli. Do you know what?
Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank was a manager for them.
Burton Albion.
That's it. He's got it.
Burton Albion. You had to prompt me with the Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank. I'm thinking League One reference there, but
like this was the show. Yeah. So this is the unofficial, but is FT.
Is it a final table? It's a final table, isn't it?
Yeah, I think EPT is like officially 6, but I mean you're at the last table of players. So
it's the last table in the tournament. It's a final table as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. I won't put it in the title because I don't want to upset people that we're advertising a final table and actually the final table is tomorrow. But so we're 9-handed, Bowie. You're obviously more than familiar with a bunch of the players here. I'm going to put you on the spot right now. We might actually just be... Can you see this? You can't see, can you actually? I should probably share.
I'm watching it on your stream, so I don't know if that's
so you're probably a little bit...
Oh, I can see it. Yeah, I've got it on Discord.
You get it on Discord is easier. Here are your final table / not final table chip counts then. Tom Axel Bedell, 131 big blinds, comes in as chip leader, 5.2 million. Juan Pardo, Mikhailo Ostash, Thomas Brzezinski, João Tomás, Ben Heath, Alexei Boyka, Tony Kaukua, and Adria Colon. 31 big blinds, the shortest stack.
A lot of familiar faces on this FT. I think like most players are accounted for, I believe. There's a couple that I'm not quite familiar with, but...
I believe so. We're very familiar with Tom Axel Bedell from EPTs, and over the last few days he's been mixing it up, getting involved, doesn't shy away from a pot. Juan Pardo, obviously we know is Malacca style. Ben Heath, we know high stakes regular. Alexei Boyka is your reigning Malta EPT champion. Tony Kakua, EPT reg as well. Adria Cologne is Bowie's guy, who's been playing very solid, very well. Ostash is someone who's got less than 20k in live earnings, but has been playing pretty solid and not shying away from the spot side. I feel like it's a pretty tough FT. Not too sure about Brzezinski, but again, over the last few days, seems to have been playing pretty well. If you had to pick someone right now, winner, hard to look past Juan Pardo or what?
Yeah, I think one will just be suitably very aggressive with opens. Obviously, Tom Axel's a legend, but I think he might miss some of the nuance that Juan Pardo will not be lacking, I think, in terms of, opening ranges and this and the other stuff. Yeah, I would say one probably is the favourite at this point.
I think fair to say that Tom is going to be slightly less disciplined in his approach, probably less sophisticated in his approach. But if things continue to go the way they have for him, obviously anything is possible, and he benefits from the fact he's got 131 big blinds.
He has 1.3 million chips more than Juan Pardo.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't discount that. That's a lot. There's quite a lot to make up. A lot of windfall to make up.
Are you playing anything else whilst you're in Malta?
Well, I was going to play the 10k, but I woke up too late, so unfortunately, I'm not longer.
We're bringing in Andy Wilson, guys. Let me tell you, he's one of the top professionals in the game. We put the cam on, he's lying in bed, and he goes, I'm not going to play the 10k, I woke up too late. And professionalism is, and that's what I want. That's what it takes to win in this game. That's what it takes to make
it onto, like, prime time viewing television like Spraggy TV. This is what everyone's here for.
And here we go.
Sorry, go ahead.
No. This is it. This is it. We're down to 9. This is where it counts. This is where it matters.
I'm kind of... This is my first EBT in quite a while, and it was just straight after W Coop, and obviously I played a lot in W Coop, so I I came into it with a bit of a... I'm just going to holiday a bit and have a bit of fun and play a couple of tournaments, but not really grind particularly hard.
And did you cash anything?
No, I put 2 bullets in the main. That's all I played. I've only played 2 bullets in the main. No, did not. I busted like 50 off the money in the main or something. I almost Almost cash, but not quite.
So what would you have done? We want to know. Chat want to know. I want to know. What would you have done when he's exposed the ace queen and Ben Heath shoves? You just fold. You call.
Yeah. Like.
It's weird.
The annoying thing is that in this spot, Ben Heath just gets to play clairvoyantly, so he's always just going to have a better. It's probably always going to have a better hand. Almost always. But I think even with some extra little bit of premium, I think you're just getting too good of a price of 4-1. I think that's ultimately what it comes down to. I think it's just a pot odds thing. But it's very annoying.
It's about as annoying as it gets, isn't it? Especially that stage of an EPT main. Like, you don't make many runs at EPT mains, and it's just like, why has this happened?
Yeah, Louis. I mean, Louis. Whenever I've played with him, he's always been a gentleman and fun to play with. But yeah, he'll be probably ruining that one for a little while. You know, the old card exposure. He's an incredible online though, so I mean, he'll be fine.
He seemed to take it a lot better than I would. He was very he was like laughing at himself and being like, you know, whatever, it happens.
Yeah, he's a gentleman. Yeah, so I mean, he'll be all right. Interesting hand here. Boyka opening into the chip leader with Queen 9 off is quite aggressive, to say the least, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a hand that we'd be opening earlier in the tournament, but final table, like you say, into chip leader, and probably, you know, a hand that benefits from getting folds pre-flop, raising into someone who doesn't really like to fold pre-flop.
I mean, just, you know, just observing the hand that was defended, the 7-4 offsuit, probably shows you exactly the problem.
It's quite telling, and probably quite a clear signal of how Tom, Axel, Bedell is likely to play this this final table.
Yeah. So I think that was pretty, to be honest, a little bit out of line from Boyka. Obviously, just found a flop where Tom didn't have anything. Oh, that might be indicative of what we might see on this FT. People kind of maybe not showing the respect to, you know, someone who might be classed as a businessman. You know, like
you're saying he doesn't open into one part of his big blind like that.
Right. I think that's exactly what I'm kind of implying. Yeah, and I think that might be a theme that we see kind of manifest itself as play continues. So.
I don't think that is unreasonable. People in the chat, don't forget that there is a cent roll today as you join us for this not final table. You can play for just 1 penny, $1,000 in tickets added. Bowie Effector being there, he'd be grinding it. Nobody loves it more. But he'll need the password. It's EPT Malta 2025 or lowercase. If you want to play for those $1,000 in added tickets, you absolutely can, as long as you can play on the PokerStars global client. You're not segregated in France or Spain or Italy or Ontario or North America. And as long as you're allowed to play for added value and tickets, so you won't be able to if you're in places like Sweden, potentially. The best thing to do, go onto the tourney tab, turn off your filters, search Spraggy, it'll pop up, and you can jump in for a cent and play for a bunch of money and added prizes. Good luck to you!
Good luck, grinders.
Good luck, grinders.
I did talk about grinders. I did just see Brad Harwood in the chat. Oh, talking. There is a true legend of the game.
There's a true grinder. There's a true legend of the game.
He is a definition of a true grinder, indeed.
Do you think he has a position on the PokerStars Live leaderboard this year? Well, he's been away a while, hasn't he?
I would put quite a lot of money on the fact that he wouldn't. Yeah.
I don't think so. Yeah.
No, he's not, I don't think he's played any of the PokerStars Live tournaments.
I feel like I saw Brad last in Prague last December, I think. Possibly.
He was in Barcelona last year too, I think.
Yeah, but I've been avoiding him, obviously. Been dodging him.
I mean, he's a Bradford City fan. I mean, like, the Bantams are just cut from a different cloth, you know?
The Bantams. Bradford are a big banter club, really, aren't they? That's a pretty good nickname. I mean, Premier League to League 2, and now shuffling their way back up, I think. They're having quite a good season, aren't they?
No, they're top of the league in League 1.
Yeah.
They're killing us, yeah. They're doing a good job. Yeah, Brad was in Hong Kong. And now
that's right.
He lives in Manchester. So
he'll be well situated to get his first live league points at the PokerStars Manchester Open in a week or so's time.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Yeah, you'd hope Brad can get on the board in that respect.
So Tomas with the open in the cutoff. Brzezinski pocket 4s in the small blind. What do we like? But it looks like Tom Axel has peeled on the button with 10-7 suited as well. I think we like call. I think you just try and make a 4 and make a load of chips, right?
I really like this call with 10-7 suited, and I think a lot of people would miss this. When you're the chip leader in such situations like this, a lot of people get it wrong in terms of they just kind of start going nuts free betting. But where a lot of your realization comes from is just like getting to peel more than your average man, you know? Like, you just get to peel. People will check to you in position because they don't want to build massive pots when covered by you, when you can just have, like, you know, any strong hand you can name. So it means that some hands like 10-7 suited do really, really well as calls. So this is really nice from Tom. I like it a lot.
And we're probably about to see something like that manifest here, right? Because Tomas with a king-queen doesn't want to build a big pot on an ace-high board. He's forced to check over to Tom in position. And Bowie's just identified the spot that Tom's trying to take advantage of. He does check behind on this occasion.
He's going to do some delaying. Oh, he's took the power now, so maybe...
This is a much easier way to win. But yeah, just because he's checking back the flop doesn't mean we don't see the delay sometimes, right?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I think 10-7, I would have actually bet myself quite a lot here on the flop. Don't know if I would have done it purely, but I would have bet very frequently. This is a really interesting turn because Tomas has some kind of removal with the king of clubs. Brzezinski has a pair and a gooder, and Thomas turned the 7th. So this is kind of... this hand isn't over. There could be some things that happen here. It could be quite spicy, potentially.
Yeah, because Tomas still going to play a lot of checks with his ace-x here, right? So can credibly rep some value hands. Chooses not to. Goes with the check.
I would imagine now it checks through. I think if something funky was to happen... Oh, no. I am very wrong. Interesting for pocket fours here. This is an interesting one. I think I know what I do, but it might be out of line. I think I would raise fours here. The call EV is kind of okay, but I think you can make a lot of better static hands fold here immediately. Maybe better to have the 4 of clubs, of course, but I think raising would be an underutilized play here from a lot of people. Bench has disappeared briefly. This is just going to check river, and Tom will win. A decent little pots. Unless we have a rogue river lead from 4s, which would be interesting. I don't think that's going to happen though. Yeah. Check and win. Yeah, I think pocket 4s here is kind of... I would play it quite aggressively myself, I think. At least at a pretty decent clip. Just kind of make it something big. And, you know... The reasons are basically your hand doesn't really show down, and you can just make so many better hands fold. Like a hand like pocket 9s for Tom could easily have just played the line that 10-7 suited did, if you can kind of visualize that, you know. And you have equity to improve. You block ace-x suited with 4s. Yeah, there are very good reasons to raise, I think. Brad was like, I know what I do, but I think it'd been out of line. Yeah, never done that in my life, of course. It would be better to have the 4 of clubs, I think, but does it really matter? Now here's a man that's never been out of line, Mr. One Pardo, folding. Surprising.
Baptism by fire for you, Andy. I just left the reins of the EPT main event in your capable hands. Sorry, I had a phone call.
I was kind of mumbling away about 4s playing quite passively the turn. And, you know, people seem to brood over it, so that's okay.
What happened? Tom won with a 7?
Yeah, he bet the turn, and 4s, I was just kind of saying there's actually quite a lot of merit to playing a pretty big check raise on the turn with pocket 4s rather than just calling. Because your call EV isn't amazing. You block some ace-x, you can make better hands fold, you can improve, you know, there's... I think being spicy on the turn into small blind there is probably underappreciated, that's what I was saying. Because if you have 4s, you have deuces and 3s, and deuces and 3s are obviously the nuts.
Yep.
If you kind of think of it in that way, I think that's an interesting way to interpret things.
Bearded Scottish fella says, I didn't even really realise Spraggy was gone there. What a commentator. Well, just... I've not brought Bowie on to put me out of a job. But that's why we've got Bowie on the stream, because as knowledgeable as it gets is Andy.
Live from the venue.
Live from the venue, A taste of
on
the
the ground.
EPT, live from in bed, which is, you know, that's something as well. It brings... Thing is, you get a very formal approach maybe on the other broadcast. So we need to bring the professionalism down a little bit. You know, it needs to be a little bit rogue. This is perfect levels of great insight, but it's also a complete joke. You know what I mean? It's like a wonderful, it's a great balance.
I mean, it's the alternative coverage, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly. This is like, you know, alternative Christmas message on Channel 4 or something like that.
Oh, that was a classic of the day, actually, for sure.
The alternative Queen's Speech, and they just get Mavericks on every year.
People yearn for this stuff, though. It's great.
The people need it. This is
Yeah,
what you know. This is a poker player's life. Either play a $10,000 tournament or accidentally wake up too late, right?
God, I miss a boat. I streamed last week. Spraggy hosted me. Well, raided me.
Did I?
You did. Yeah, you were in my chat for a while. I won the multi-package against...
oh, yeah, that's right. You won the package.
Wolves
Yeah.
midfield Maverick.
Oh, yeah, it was like a Wolves signing next year.
Nuno Barisi he was called. I just made a narrative that he was Wolves' new 25 million midfield boss man.
So Ostash has less than 20k in live earnings, but definitely seems to be handling himself quite well. He's raising with the pocket nines. Wampado's defended something with a 4 in it, which when the flop comes 7-5-3, there's every chance.
Something with a 4 with the 4 of hearts on a 2 heart board. Yeah, I was going to say I don't see Juan doing anything that's going to be passive. And once again, the aggressive line has been taken from Malacca style, which is not very surprising.
We've got a flip counter for when I play spinning goes on break. Perhaps we need a Wampado takes aggressive stance counter for the next couple of days.
I mean, it's what makes him so hard to play against, though, right? You know, jokes aside, this is just like a 101 on how to be a tough person to play against, just a really annoying person. And this is a really fun turn. Juan can play some big bets on this turn here. Obviously, traditionally, the ace is good for in position, but the big blind will still have that polarized value that was also leading the flop that can really cage so many holdings from under the gun, including exactly the holding we see, you know.
Yeah. So this is where Juan decides if, you know, he's going to represent a hand like a 5 or a 3 or a 7 or a give up, or if he's going to say he has a straight or 2 pair. Right. So he's either going to check or he's just going to go massive. And these middling sizings don't really work because, like Bowie said, occasionally Ostash is going to make an ace. So the middling sizing just plays into the hands of the ace, right? So you either check or you go huge.
Mm-hmm. And Ostash he's going to bet for some protection here. He's protected by the fact he can have ace-x. That's quite a big sizing, I think. He's used 200k chips. Yeah, I think this is a bit too many chips to put in with our hand. And Juan, especially if he's got another suited card with that 4, will potentially do something aggressive, would be my guess here, right? It doesn't look like he wants to just immediately fold. And because he's defending against under the gun, that's quite a strong opening range, I would imagine he's got something suited here. Oh, he's got for check call, okay. Maybe 7-4 of hearts?
Yeah, I think once we see a check call, we've got to sort of move him in towards some sort of showdown, right? I think 7-4 is a shout that we like. Wonder how impactful that 3 might be for Juan as well. Hard to imagine.
4-3 makes sense. We should go check, and we should see what Juan has. I don't think betting 9s makes any sense at this point.
No, 9s definitely seems too thin. Check, check. Juan reveals a 4 and a something.
Is that Broadway?
And a queen.
It's interesting. I mean, maybe Juan thought that sizing was, you know, kind of leaning towards something stronger, and kind of just played kind of passively against the sizing chosen. But Queen 4 would obviously be a candidate to do any of the what we said. You know, it would be a candidate to bet very big with. Could be a candidate to check raise with.
Yeah, maybe just like you say, that sizing coming in at 200k just feels like his opponent more weighted towards an ace, and you know, not a range he really wants to attack as often, given the sizing. So
maybe that was kind of the utility of what our Ukrainian friend did, was kind of he merged his 9s into that sizing and maybe kind of like
protected his range a little bit in a sense, right?
He kind of stuns the action a little bit.
Yeah.
There, yeah. I could, yeah. I mean, that seems, you know, like maybe a reasonable approach, to be honest.
By the way,
I
we've
think
just brought the counter into play, Andy, for Juan being in a passive mode. He's actually 1-all now. He went for the check call rather than the raise. How about that?
Yeah, that's true. There was a really sick hand with Juan that I talked to Adrian about. It was where Adrian had top set, the one where Juan tanked for like 3 minutes of ace-7 high, and like the freeway check raise turns.
I put that one up. I was commentating that. We had it up on the YouTube. I mean, I guess he's just thinking about the bluff with king queen, right?
It's just counting king queen combos, literally. It was sick. I was like,
that's literally what I said on the commentary. I said,
it was insane.
Yeah, I said 6 combos of jacks and 10s that traps, and then 16 combos of king queen if he's full weight, and you know.
Well, it's also just jacks and 10s have to play it exactly like that, which they don't often.
Have to flat pre, not bet flop.
He was mixing, yeah, and obviously jacks could have done anything before, except, you know, jacks arrived here in this manner, but he could arrive in a different manner too, you know, and that's important when you weight these spots. Whereas king queen is probably very likely to
be there pure like that.
Yeah, exactly. It was a really interesting hand, that one. I thought, yeah, it was like that. It was pretty sick. Because it was a legitimate tank from ace.
Oh yeah, he looked like the most pain. He looked like he was folding a set or something. The amount of anguish on his face. You know what I mean? It was.
What I like in that hand too is the young, the young Finnish chap who is actually a friend of one of our friends, Casimir.
Right, yeah.
Really nice check raise with the 10-9 on the turn. That was pretty sharp, I thought.
Yeah, and his timing is just unfortunate that he was against that, you know, like top of Adrian's stuff.
Yes, and also Malacca just having such a kind of strong holding inverted commas with the open and the flush draw. But it was nice to see, you know, like a younger Finnish guy just take that on, I'm against two of the toughest players in this tournament, but,
and not shine away from it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That, you know, poker in 2025 isn't as easy as it used to be. You know?
Nothing's easy. Nothing's easy. We got Brzezinski brewing one up here. He's raised in the hijack. He has bet on the flop. I think pretty standard to this point, continuing with the middle pair.
Yeah.
Just deciding whether to look for a little bit more value now, Brzezinski. Does go for a standard but small size on the flop, so he's keeping the range a little bit wider with that small bet. Still going to be able to target an 8. Maybe some backdoor spades, sticking around for the small size on the flop as well. He goes for the turn bet. Do we like it, Bowie?
So this is really interesting. For chips, I wouldn't like this. For chips, I would play an overbet size or check. But in ICM, because you're kind of incentivized not to play for stacks as often, and you play more dampened sizings, as you may call it, you might use like a 2/3 sizing here, as opposed to like an overbet sizing. And if that's the case, then jacks can suddenly become like a pretty viable bet, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Whereas if you were just playing traditionally just to win the max amount of chips, you would kind of polarize having a good queen or better, basically. So I don't mind it at all.
Well, he does get some good value on the turn. Gets the
Yeah,
bet in with the jacks.
His hand is basically a 2-street hand, and he's kind of decided to play it as like, you know, a bet then to check the river.
Yep.
At least I would assume so.
Yeah, it's going to go check. I'll stash showing down an 8. It's not going to be good. Good value found from Brzezinski on the turn. And as Bowie said, in a spot where you are going to play smaller sizings, you are able to value bet thinner. If you bet smaller, your opponent's got to call more. So when we're playing smaller size, you can call with the 8. And that's exactly what happens here. So good extraction from Brzezinski with pocket jacks.
Yeah, I completely agree. It just kind of what I would say is at play here is that when both players are kind of incentivized not to put their entire stacks at risk nearly as often as what might happen in like a chip EV environment, as you might coin it. Yeah, if you start playing smaller sizes, what a lot of people will forget is when you play the smaller size, like a 67 turn, a hand like jacks, which wouldn't bet if you were going to bet like an overbet or a check strategy.
It's going to come in, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It means you can be a little bit more linear, yeah. And I don't mind it. I think it's reasonable, to be honest. Sure.
We do need some reassurance for the chat. Kipperix on Twitch says, is that guy in the hospital? We assure you, Andy is absolutely fine. He is, he's just in his hotel room, but he's not attached to a drip. He's not receiving medical assistance. He's not in hospital. He's absolutely fine.
I would quite enjoy a drip at this point in time. I will say that, but
you're a little hungover. Don't forget, folks. EPT is not just about the poker, is it? People are having a good time. People, you know, I don't want to.
I'm okay.
He's okay. He's surviving. We get through it.
Yeah, I'll survive. As long as we can bring home the 3 points against Burton Albion, we'll be okay.
Oh yeah, 3 o'clock kickoff's underway as well, troops.
I actually brought my Bolton top. I was going to hope to try and get it on the feature table, but alas.
You have to be playing.
I think the last time I was on the Stars feature table was PSBC. I was wearing a Bolton top. I busted to Papo. MC.
A tale as old of time. How many people do you think have busted to Papo in PokerStars tournaments the last 5 years? Quite a few.
The over-under must be pretty high. Yeah, to say the least.
Chat, unfortunately, yes, asking Adrian Mateos did bust. He squeezed all in with ace-8 offsuit versus a raise and a small blind peel. And the small blind had the ace-jack, found himself in bad shape, didn't recover. So we did lose Mateos in 11th. We are down to 9. The aim today is to play 5 levels, but I think if we hit 6... there's a pretty good chance that we stop and bag and come back for a Sunday final table. It's Ostash versus Boyka. It's blind v blind. And it's 2 open-enders. But Ostash, crucially, with a draw to what I would coin the super straight.
Yeah. King 9 high, some check EV here. So, yeah. I think playing check call makes a bunch of sense. I would imagine Boyka should just start betting this hand immediately. 9 high doesn't show down for much. And we just have great removal and can improve.
Perfect.
We have a pretty good pair with the 9 of hearts. I would start taking off here pretty quickly, I think. With a pretty high clip.
And you can betting 9 high here. Obviously, benefit you're gonna bin some king high immediately. You might even bin a little bit of ace high immediately. And as Bowie says, you can improve on the turn, right? You can readily make a straight. You've even got a backdoor heart. So putting some more money in the middle, never a bad idea. Ostash's hand, of course, has a straight draw himself. He's not going anywhere. And like Bowie said as well, like his king high is not worth nothing in terms of, oh, hello.
Ah, what a turn.
I mentioned the super straight. There it is. It is a heart, so obviously...
Yeah, I was going to say the heart is the caveat here, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
It's not going to be one where we can start looking at those 2.6 million stacks and have ideas of playing for all of it, because you put that amount of chips in on a final table, you're going to isolate yourself against flushes. But Ostash now decides to take over the betting lead, wants more money in the middle, thinks that the best way to do that is with a lead on the turn. The size, pretty significant, 175k. It's pretty meaty, isn't it, Andy?
I would already be concerned as Boyka. Obviously, we have a redraw with the 9 of hearts. But when one player, when one just kind of like leads a turn here in a pretty like kind of complex situation, I think they'll often just be playing their hand for what it is. And I think that's what Ostash maybe be guilty of here. Like, I don't think I'm a good enough player to be able to just construct out, like, a pretty constructive, like a well-constructed turn lead here.
Yeah.
Like this side, especially. Whereas, you know, it's kind of pretty easy just to lead your hand for what it is, as you say, you know, like, take over the betting lead, kind of put as much money in as your hand might be worth. So when he bets, like, if he bets, like, 500k on the river here, I would be...
concerned.
Very concerned, to say the least.
And I think this is something we see repeated quite often, is when people are in complex spots, but they're able just to be making big bets, it's so much easier, as Bowie says, for Ostash to have a good hand than it is for him to come into some weird bluff with like 8-5 that he's turning into a bluff, right? Or, you know...
Just kind of note the timing of the river bet too.
Yeah,
like,
very quick.
Within sub 10 seconds here. And it's such a hard spot to come up with how I would construct with, like, you know, if I called with turn second pair, you know, flop second pair, and now led with my flush blocker, or try and make a jack fold, or what am I doing, you know?
Do you think the problem for Boyka is going to be that he just feels like there's enough chops that he's flicking it in? I mean, he's already counted out a call, right? Yeah.
That's look how hesitant he is calling, though. Note he's really sad about it.
Yeah. Little raise of the eyebrows. I think the problem, like we say, is just too many chops are going to happen. He's kind of forced into his decision, but he's not happy about it. It's not like he's fist pumping and expecting to see a bluff somehow, or I think it's just a reluctant, I hope I get my money back out of this pot situation for him.
Yeah, I mean, just the way he picked up his chips, right, kind of was indicative of, like, he's like, please, let's have the same thing. There was something on the river that Boyka didn't consider doing.
You think?
I think he could have
all-in
raised.
maneuver?
He could have gone. I think he could have raised. Yeah.
You think
The
people
nine
play
of
trap here
hearts
with flushes
is
on the turn? Like,
when you bluff in these spots, a lot of people actually don't know this. When you bluff in these spots, you often bluff with a straight. It's just with what other card you have generally. But the 9 of hearts in itself may just be a good enough card that you can actually take it upstairs.
take it upstairs. I love that.
Yeah, like I think raising river as Boyka there would kind of look probably kind of crazy, but I think I have an inkling if we ran that hand, I would imagine that might happen.
A computer would like the shove, huh?
Yeah, there's when you kind of bluff on these 4 straight spots, you generally have a straight yourself when you bluff, which sounds really weird. But it's not like an uncommon occurrence. Obviously, in this spot as Boyka, because he's just calling this turn lead, he can just have any kind of heart. It doesn't really matter. He can obviously just have the ace of king of hearts anyway, or whatever. But it wouldn't shock me if his hand did something aggressive beyond just calling. And King 9 would be in a world of pain.
An absolute world of pain because, you know, again, this is a spot where we saw how Boyka played that straight. He's never going to raise with a straight. So if he raises the river, he's saying he has a flush, right? So even though you've got the King 9, the big straight, it doesn't matter. You may as well have, you know, you're either losing to something or you're beating, sorry, you're losing to the flush or you're beating whatever. So would have been a tough spot. We don't see it.
And the most common hand that will actually end up catching you per se on the river would be something that contains a 9 of hearts, because it would make all the sense in the world for the opposition player to have the 9 of hearts and taking the line he did, you know?
Yeah.
Which is awful. Yeah.
Here comes your man, Bowie. Here comes Cologne defending the big blind with 10-4 of clubs. It's Tony Kalkua.
This might be too loose. This is pretty close, I think. We're against a pretty tight +3 range at 30. Sorry. Yeah, I think this is probably pretty cuspy. I think it's, you know, it's obviously winning lots and chips, but I would say in ICM this is probably quite close. I'm not sure which side of the line it falls on.
Well, it's Kalkua who raises pre-flop. He does choose for a check back on Jack 6-4 versus big blind. Turn a 7 of clubs, which is pretty nice news for Cologne, not just because he picks up that flush draw, but also a board that's starting to form into something that benefits him more often.
Yeah, and I think on the turn here, what you should be thinking as like a poker player should be like, do I want to play one size as a bet, or do I want to play 2 sizes as a bet? Because a hand like 10-4 of clubs could bet if you bet a smaller size, that was more linear, around lots of these pair and straight draws that beat the ace-kings, ace-queens of the world. But we see Adria has checked, and that will be more because if he's going to bet, he's going to play a big sizing around having like strong Jack X or better, let's say, you know. But those are the things that will immediately go through my head on the turn. I'll be like, do I want to play 2 sizes as a bet strategy? Do I want to have more of a linear size and more of a polar size? Or do I just want to play 1 polar size and check lots of these middling hands, you know?
Well, he has checked his middling hand, and Kalkua doing similarly. I think his confidence is beginning to grow that he's up against something like an ace high. I don't know how you would approach this river, but for me, I would probably be quite content to just check. Seems like we are still, you know, there are still some hands that are going to beat us here. It seems far too thin to try and even get away with the block. So personally, I would be checking. That's what we see.
Yeah. I think what's an important point on this river is that you can block quite thinly though. Like I think a hand like 9-8, for example, is good enough to bet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's such a good run out for you, and you can just bluff so many like random king 2s, queen 2s, 10-3 suited if we have that, obviously, or whatever. There's so many random hands we can have against, like, as you identified, this range room in position is just so incredibly dense ace high, right? Ace king, ace queen.
Yeah.
So you will just get to just do a lot of probing yourself. And I don't even necessarily think you need a jack to probe. Like, if you have a jack, you have to bet, for sure, I think. But even a hand like 9-8, for example, could bet as well, if you didn't bet the turn, which obviously probably mainly does, but yeah, I think that's what suits you have and what kind of strategy you're trying to develop as the big blind.
Just a spot you're really happy as well. the way that the opponent checking back in positions construct his range and the amount of good hands you have, there's never really a difficult decision. It's not a range that can really get attacked because you have straights, you have 2 pairs, right? Your opponent is just very ace identified. Nothing bad is going to happen if you block small with a wide range. Like, they're not really going to be able to come after you.
I mean, the solver would come up with some crazy ways of doing it.
Sure.
I think. He'll play double check backs into river raises, but yeah, like it's pretty hard for us as mere mortals to be able to do that.
Mere human beings.
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
This guy is probably about as close to not being mortal as you can imagine.
I'd love to ask Juan how many times he's open folded king 10 off in middle
Lifetime,
position.
never.
Yeah.
He's not folding it here. He's raising to 80,000. Ostash in the cutoff. Does have him covered. Comes along for a call.
I don't hate it. I think it's close and contentious, but you know, he's in.
He's in, and everybody else, I believe, is out. So Wampardo out of position, hand dominated, stack covered. Let's see what the flop
Yeah,
brings.
very deep here. They're like 80 blinds deep, right? Like 90 blinds deep, so it'll be interesting. Paired 9 is actually a board where the out of position player can do a bit more betting than maybe is traditionally considered. He does have the King of Hearts, which is not a card you want to have in such situation.
And that's just going to be, let me test my knowledge, because the first folds are the King of Hearts, because he'll continue all the King High clubs, spades and diamonds because of the back doors, yeah.
And if you think about the utility of like King 10 offsuits, you'd be trying to make King Queen off fold, right? So like, yeah, exactly.
Or exactly this hand, you'd be trying to get King Jack, King Queen to fold, right? So
just gonna go check that fold, I imagine, unless Malacca has some quite crazy things here.
Wampardo with the check fold. Ostash denying a little bit, cleaning up a little bit. Takes it down with the King Jack in position. Our guest, for those unfamiliar, as you've probably worked out, is very incredibly knowledgeable, strategically minded, coaching, poker playing, articulate genius that is Mr. Andy Wilson. That was far too many nice words about him.
Yeah, that was a bit of glazing, to be honest.
It was a bit of glazing, as the kids would say. We're balancing out that Andy is a genius, but obviously the drawback is that he's a complete fucking scruff and he's lying in bed whilst he's broadcasting. But
yeah,
listen, you can't have it all. You wouldn't ask Einstein to put a suit on. You know what I mean? You take him as you find him.
I'm from Bolton, and maybe not the most well-spoken person, but yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that's true. Obviously, it's true that you're from Bolton. I think you're incredibly articulate, especially when talking about poker. Probably talk waffle about everything else, but I very much enjoy listening to you talk about poker, and I'm sure our audience do as well.
Well, when you get an FT lineup like we have, what a treat, you know, Ben Heath, Malacca, Boyka, obviously, you said he's the defending champion from the last CPT Malta, which is a pretty crazy narrative.
Does that count? 2016? Is that still back-to-back, even though it's nearly a decade?
Malta, right? So, I mean, the fact that he's here 9 years later at the FT is something. Like, I'd love to see a free bet here, and he does follow through, Mr. Jaltamas. Looks like they're about to go on break, given the getting out of their chairs.
Everybody plays tighter just before the break. Let's see if Wampardo with the ace-9 suited versus this 3-bet.
Interesting spot, this one. It's kind of unclear to me what ace-9 should do, and from the way of how Mr. Pardo's looking at it, it's not really clear to him either. He's not a man that likes to fold, and he's got quite a good hand.
And he's in position, and
yeah, it's kind of tough with some ICM considerations. Yeah, he's going to like tank pass, which kind of makes sense to me. Yeah. I wouldn't have been surprised if he called, but yeah, it's an annoying situation. So
Cuspy, close.
Vexing, yes.
Vexing. And now we have to take a 20-minute break before our action resumes, folks. But this is the start of the final 9. And here are your chip counts. Tom, Axel, Bedell still top, 5.4 million. Ostash with a 4.5. The shortest stack, Tony Kaukua now. Adria Colon picking up a few chips at this final table. He's moved up to 27 big blinds, but nobody in immediate push or fold or trying to get money in the middle as a matter of desperation just yet. Pretty deep stack, pretty luxurious structures, these EPT main events. Plenty of room for play, plenty of room to see some sickness. Andy, what do you want to do? Are you about? Do you want to do more? Do you want to stick around?
I could come back after the break.
You want to come back after the break?
Yeah, I could have a more professional setup potentially.
No, you're absolutely fine. What we are going to do, folks, we're going to take a quick one. We will be back in about 20 minutes. See you shortly. Bowie, I'll put you on mute so we don't have any mishaps around here, okay?
Yeah.
You're fine.
I can go and I can make myself more presentable.
Do whatever you feel. I will be. We chat. We will be right back.
Go for it.
I'll have a quick shower or something. Freshen.
So Boyka is not that far behind the amateur
Although
player Mats Carlsen, and just ahead of his friend, fellow pro Dmitry Yurosov. Peter Ockenden is now the short stack, and he's just folded. Dmitry Yurosov has Queen 10 in the cutoff.
No, Yurosov! Sorry, it throws me every time.
It's a raise to 110,000. A fold from Elisard and from Alexei Boyka. Okay, we are going to get to see the chip leader play a hand as Mats Carlsen calls out of the big blind with Jack 7.
Totally fine.
And Carlsen flops best. Second pair.
I think when Yurosov talks about the passive play at this table, he's mostly talking about Carlsen.
Well, Carlsen has checked. Yurosov c-bets 150,000.
In this case, passive's the only way to play it.
Call.
Carlsen calls with the best hand. The turn card is a jack. 2 pair for Carlsen. Yurosov now with an open-ended straight draw.
Man, I love Carlsen. He's been accidentally working these pros like Bill Murray and the man who knew too little.
Yurosov fires again, 360,000.
And he always seems super stressed out.
Carlsen will, whoops, raise.
Nailed it.
He's made it 800k.
It's amazing. This raise is probably a little too small. Calling's fine, but if he raises, it should be a little bigger so he can get it in on the river.
Well, Yurosov calls with his draw. And Yurosov catches a piece on the river, but it's not enough. $2.17 million in the middle. Carlsen will lead river for 550k.
Again, I'd like to see this bet a little bigger. He has given Yurosov an awesome price for the hand he's actually got. And Yurosov's in a weird spot because it's like, I just spiked top pair, yay. But then it's like, is Carlsen ever check raising the turn super small as a bluff? Boo, probably not.
Will he pay off this value bet? Yes!
2 pair.
So stressed out.
Mats Carlsen takes a big pot off Dmitry Yurosov and increases his chip lead.
Where's your aggression now, Dmitry?
Sorry, I'm nervous.
Mats Carlsen is so nervous, that's not even gum. These guys know what I'm talking about.
Some of Mats's friends who are thrilled he now has close to 6 million chips, as the blinds go to 30-60 with a 10k ante. Action on Boyka. He folds. Carlsen in the cutoff has Jack 10.
Get him, Mats.
He raises to 130,000. Ace 9 for Ockenden. On the button. He calls.
That's a little loose, even in position. I'd have rather seen a 3-bet.
Elisard in the big blind. Gives it up. So heads up to the flop.
Let the stressing begin.
Well, Peter Ockenden is the effective stack here with roughly 20 bigs behind. Well, that flop gives Ockenden top pair. Carlsen is up and down. It's literally 50-50. Carlsen continues for 200,000.
550.
Ockenden raises.
Well, I know how this hand should go.
I'm all in.
Carlsen shoves, and Ockenden can't fold, can he?
I don't think he's actually thinking about this. I think he's just taking his time. I hope.
Okay.
Boom.
I have odds anyway. Your favorite, but ace-9.
It's a race.
It is a true statistical dead heat.
Yeah, it's probably about the only hand I didn't want to see.
How about a set of 8s, 9s, 3s, 8, 9?
Carlsen has 14 outs. He can hit a 7, 10, jack, or queen to bust Peter Ockenden. 10 on the turn, leaving Ockenden with 5 outs. An ace or a 9 needed. The river is a king. We're down to 4.
Oh, yes. Good luck, guys.
In for 27 euros, out for almost 400 times that.
But I have, almost 50% there. More or less.
Peter Ockenden cashes for more than 104,000 euros. Dispatched by the table boss.
I'm Mats Karlsson. I'm 58. I live in Malta since 11 or 12 years. And I'm retired. I think this is only my second EPT. I played last year in Malta and went out the first day. So this is the first cash. I think the other players can't really figure me out. Because I'm old and I'm local, I think they look at me as a fish. And it's great. I do nothing to change that. I'm not that bad. I mean, I can't compete at this level, but I like to play against good players here. And I love having Dominic Panka or Ole Chemian at my table. Of course, I'm the big target immediately, yeah? And I realized that. Don't stare at me. I get nervous. That's why I sort of played back at him. I was very lucky on 2 different occasions against him. And the next day, I knocked him out with a 3 out again. What can you say? I mean, most of the kids weren't born when I started to play. But I would say that poker is probably a young man's game, actually, because they have more stamina and the brains are sharper, yeah. But I don't think I take a loss as seriously as some of the younger kids. But, winning the title would be amazing, yeah.
You know what an older guy's got that young kids don't? A lifetime of experience and a pocket full of sour candies.
Well, let's see if Mats confounds us as we sweat with Dmitry Urasov in the big blind. Mats has completed in the small. Urasov has 6-4 in the big. He checks his option.
Okay.
The flop is 8-6 deuce, second pair for Dmitry. And Carlsen's betting. 125,000.
We got a pair. We can call once, try to improve. Although if he's betting, I tend to think we're probably already losing.
Urasov calls. The turn card is a 9. Well, that's another overcard to Urasov's pair. And Carlsen is betting again. Wow, that's pretty much full pot.
Yeah, I kind of think this is a fold. I don't see the point in getting too hero-y against a guy who's probably playing more straightforward than a drag race.
$400.
Wow, he's calling.
Or, we could just call and try to do what Ola Shemian and Dominic Panka couldn't do, which is try to outplay a guy who's getting hit in the face with a deck.
Queen on the river, so now the board gets straighter. And Carlsen's gonna fire a third barrel. 600,000.
Oh man, fold. Fold! Fold it like a slice of real Brooklyn pizza.
He's really thinking about heroing here.
Do not do it.
Yurosov calls.
Two pair.
Queen 8.
Adi, adi, adi.
Yeah. When you're hot, you're hot.
Carlson, so hot right now. To be fair, one pair was enough.
Mats Carlsen continues to crush. Meanwhile, both Dmitry Yurosov and Eli Saad are now in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Well, action's been folded to Saad. On the button. King Jack. He is all in. Boyka's got 10s.
Flip City.
Call.
Carlson in the big. Passes, so we're off to the races again.
Like GIFs versus Bitmojis, one of these hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Saad is at risk and needs to hit.
Good luck. Thank you.
Check out the Saad squad.
Looking for a king or a jack. And he hits a king on the flop. Saad takes the lead. Boyka drawing to 2 outs.
He's been in some dicey situations before.
Saad set for the double up. A 3 on the turn. So Saad just has to fade a 10 on the river. Oh no!
This is so sick.
Ouch.
Good game. Nice to play with you. Thanks.
Eli Saad out in 4th. He wins nearly 142,000 euros. And that is twice that Alexei Boyka has hit a 10 on the river. Wilson with his opponent on the ropes, and if he can seal the deal, if he can close this out, the noise in here, the scenes we will see are going to be something else. An Irish champion here in Dublin at the Irish Open 2025. The prospect is real.
That's really cool. I mean, are you guys feeling the vibrations of the room? I mean, it's just the vibes right now. It's palpable. It's pretty great.
Ooh, Ruggieri with ace-10 here. Now, he was just getting the small blind right, which is 2 million. And is he going to play this as an open jam? Or is he going to get a little bit funky?
Nah, you can't get funky off 7 big blinds. I don't think. You're just, you know, not really balanced, not really doing it with hands you're limp folding, and not really doing it. You're just shoving. And I think he's maybe just trying to make it look like a little bit weak because he is so strong for the stack size, heads up. Maybe he's trying to make it look like he's thinking about folding. But there's only one move here. And if he proves me wrong, I'll storm out of here.
I really think he should be trying to get a read before he does this.
Well, I guess you're storming out of here, Griffin, because he's just raised to 8 million.
Bye, Griff. He's back.
Bye.
Okay, so
he's gone.
It's a min open instead of an all-in, and 6-5 of diamonds for Simon Wilson. Just checking the stack of his opponent.
I mean, don't you feel like you have to just call now?
I mean, he should. This is part of why you don't do it.
Right.
I mean,
because he gets to see.
You don't want to see the
realize his equity with 6-5 of diamonds,
the
2
Jack
life cards.
6-8 flop, and then he takes his equity. Now you have 5 big blinds. It's like we don't mind just taking it down pre-flop. This isn't the kind of hand you want to trap with. It's not like you're gonna get ace-3 to shove. That hand was calling the all-in anyway, right? You're not getting queen 10 would have called the shove anyway. Jack 10 probably would have called it. So this is the problem: is you're allowing a hand like 6-5 suited to realize their equity. Having said that, it is extremely unorthodox and suspicious to Wilson. Why is he doing this? Does he just have aces? Should I actually just fold this? Because I would have folded to a shove.
Yeah.
I think because it's suited, Wilson's going to come to the conclusion the price is too good and call. But turns out I'm wrong sometimes, like I was when I saw this min raise. So
it happens.
It does happen.
Let's see how Wilson responds. Is he going to flat? Or is he going to put his opponent to the test?
You know, it'd be so meta if Pontos was on the rail and called clock.
He shoves.
All in and a call.
This is
Wilson all in, called by Ruggieri.
Umberto shows ace-10 off. Simon shows...
And Ruggieri gets it in good as a 59% favorite. Wilson has live cards, and if he hits, it will be over.
41% is so much percent.
Surprised by this shove, but maybe you thought that he could fold. I don't know.
In for his tournament live for ace-10 off suit.
I think he just wanted to take the live cards equity.
Gets it in with 5.
Who's raised folding?
You can get a little sneak peek if you just call.
I agree with you, but
yeah. But could this be the hand where we crown 2025 Irish Open champion?
And the flop.
6 on the flop. And the straight draw.
78% is so much percent.
Unless we see an ace or a 10 on the turn or river, we are going to have our champion.
That's cute.
King of clubs.
Still 6 outs for Umberto Ruggieri.
Umberto Ruggieri needs an ace or 10 or Simon Wilson will be the Irish Open 2025 champion.
The river card is a deuce. We are walking in a Wilson wonderland. He is the 2025 Irish Open champion.
I've never seen anything like this.
Wilson's flying, the bear is flying, scenes at the RDS.
And even the massive security guard can't really do anything. He's trying to keep them contained. Oh no, someone needs to tell him it's not worth it. Let him go. He's getting wet, the poor guy.
Simon Wilson, a favorite of the Irish poker community, has won the Irish Open main event. He will lift the trophy and claim the first prize of 600,000 euros.
Outrageous scenes here at the Irish Open.
Oh my goodness.
And we're back with the big game. Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting. Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
It's the big game, baby. Welcome back to the real big game, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour in Malta. It is day 5 if you're just joining us. Or if you're just returning, we are down to 9 players. Some might call it a final table. It is the last table of the tournament. Final, quite not final table tournament action. I am joined by a now out of bed.
I am out of bed.
Out of shot currently, but that's on me.
Yeah,
that's not on Bowie, but Bowie is back. He has emerged from his pit, and he's joining me to share some more razor sharp insight on this final table. There are your chip stacks. Shortest stack, Tony Kalkua at the bottom with 24. Adria Cologne with 27 big blinds. Headlined by Tom Axel Bedell, who is positively deep and leading just ahead of Juan Pardo. A reminder of the payouts: 760,000 euro up top for your winner. Everyone guaranteed 70,250 euros so far for their efforts. And a lot of money on this FT in between. I'm going to take care of Mr. Wilson.
People are enjoying my room's lamp. Although it is a nice feature of this establishment. You know.
And there he is. He is in vision, and we are ready to go. Bolton are losing? Is this true?
Yeah, I've never heard of this man in my life, but he has scored a penalty against us and we're 1-0 down. No, not great.
Not good news for Bolton Wanderers. What's his name?
Not good news. Jay Beasley. I don't know what the J stands for. I could find out.
Jay Beasley. You've ruined Bowie's day so far, but
it's Jake Beasley.
Jake Beasley, we're not happy with you. But if you're a PokerStars fan, you might be happy with these announcements. Maryland, October 19th to 26th. Manchester, October 20th to 26th. That's coming up for all you UK poker fans. And Cannes, not just for film festivals, also for No Limit Hold'em tournaments. December 16th to 21st, if you want to get some pre-Christmas poker on your calendar. PokerStars Open. Headed to Maryland, Manchester, and Cannes. Bowie, are you going to Manchester?
I live 5 minutes walk from the venue, so I will play. Yeah.
He will play.
I will be there. I have a ticket already, but I've paid more than the 1,700 euros that
In satellites?
For that ticket currently, yes.
Satellites are running, and it sounds like Bowie is donating in them.
I've been firing off a lot in those, yeah.
Maybe his donation days are behind him. Tickets secured. All right, welcome back, chat. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us on this rogue broadcast of the EPT. It is Pirate Radio. It is LimeWire. It is Kazaa. It is Napster. And we are back.
XLDL gives me the vibes of a man that used LimeWire in his day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was all over it. But I obviously used it to just download, like, I would share files with my friends across networks that were copyright free. As I understand it, certain nefarious individuals did use that platform to share other content that would be in breach of copyright.
Yeah, exactly. Which would be a complete violation to any kind of ethics.
Not something that I would partake in, of course.
Yeah, rest in peace, LimeWire. Great piece of kit.
Great piece of kit.
As long as you didn't download the wrong files, you didn't download the EXEs by accident, it wouldn't be doing that.
I once tried to download a copyright-free, of course, film on the LimeWire platform, but unfortunately, imagine my disappointment when previewing the film. It wasn't Coach Carter starring Samuel L. Jackson, but it was something really quite different, Andy. It was something really quite deviated from the storyline.
Leave that to the audience's imagination.
I think it's best we do. We rejoin the action as Boyka raises with Ace-Queen offsuit in the hijack. 100,000. 100,000, Bowie! That means the blinds must be 25k, 50k, and indeed they are a commentator's dream level because the maths is a lot easier.
So, just under 40 blinds for Boyka, and I should imagine the 10-8 will not go anywhere, at least right now.
We will see 3.
We will see 3.
So Boyka, the third shortest stack, 37 bigs. Brzezinski, 67 bigs. That's a good flop for Brzezinski.
This could be problematic for Boyka. I think he'll check, but if he bets, folding is a problem against a raise, which you would imagine should be the main line that a pair of... 3 of a kind 8s will take, I think Boyka will check, but I could also see him betting and just having to decide against the raise, This could be interesting for sure.
Yeah, certainly a board with the 2 8s that you're going to want to place some checks on. Fair amount of 8s defending in the big blind, so your check frequency goes up. We do see Boyka check. So here, Andy, are you looking for potentially double check raise, or are you going for some big bets?
I think delay check raise is really underappreciated node here. I think Brzezinski will just bet big himself. He's doing so quite quickly. He's kind of gone for like a... so on the turn like we talked about in the previous time before the break, Brzezinski could definitely have ideas of just betting bigger than this. and maybe not even betting too much 9x, but this kind of size is more like conducive to having a bunch of 9x in this betting strategy too, right?
Yep. So once again, chat, this goes just into smaller bets. Your opponent's going to have to call more, so if your opponent has to call more, you're able to bet a 9 and get called by worse. Whereas Andy's saying you could just say, I have nothing, or I have an 8, and go for something like 2 times the size of the pot, right?
Yeah, and a disciplined fold there from Boyka. The Queen of Hearts, as I'm sure a lot of people would work out, is not a card you would like to be holding against the weaker parts of that betting range from Brzezinski. Yeah, pretty disciplined, I'd say, because against 2/3 sizing, I think a lot of your ace high will have to end up defending.
I wouldn't have folded. I would just be almost auto calling. If I had a hand like ace queen, I'd be too stubborn to fold it for 1 bet at least.
It was very disciplined from Mr. Boyka for sure, and as we can see, he was in some pretty terrible shape. But no, I think there are some ideas on the turn for sure. I also don't mind delay check raise for what you might have mentioned. So after you check back the flop and in position has the option to reopen on an offsuit deuce. Hands like ace king and ace queen actually make their way into like delay bets for value basically against worse ace highs.
Yep.
And you can kind of punish that happening really nicely with these delay check raises. So I wouldn't have minded that node at all, or that kind of play at all. I think it would have been quite nice. Launch has to play a tight range, realizes that.
You're friends with him, right? Friendly enough with him. It's Cologne, and I've been saying Cologne the whole time.
I should have had to say so. I call him by his online name, which I don't think is public information. So
I don't believe so. We're being respectful. I think I know what it is, but we're being respectful. It's not, you know, my rule is if I Google a player and it pops up with their screen name, I'll share it if it's, because then it's freely available. But if I know, but I don't think it's fair to out people necessarily. So.
He has a similar name to someone else.
Yeah. Actually, it's your mate. I mean, if you do it, it's not on me.
He has a similar name. I think 10-2 suited would have been a really nice raise here pre-flop. Obviously, just Brzezinski just free of a kind merchant here. I think 9-8 actually shouldn't fold versus a bet either on the flop. I think he should continue. So this could get interesting. So he just has a little bit too much going on.
So really anything with 1 diamond in it immediately wants to kind of stick around, right?
We never fold any diamond in these spots now, basically.
And of course we do have 3 to the line with the 8, 9, 10. So there's a little bit of interest. Let's see what Tony wants to do. Looks like a call to me. 2 green chips.
He's been forced to min raise, I think. He went to raise like 125 and has been forced to make it 100 by the looks of it. I don't mind raising. I think raising's reasonable. Even if it's been forced to be a min raise. A min raise is still pretty efficient. If you just like kind of envision what a small blind has, he's gonna have loads of hands that just still have nothing going on. Even against a min raise that will be in a, you know, just a folding situation. When you look at like the solve in these spots, they do quite like just doing for small raises.
What do we make of this? It looks like a 3-bet on the flop.
I don't like this. I think he should have just called. You have the worst kicker 10, and like ace X is just underrepresented in big blinds check back range, right? Like I'm not sure what we're doing free betting 10-2 per se.
We're just isolating ourselves against the strong parts of the range and folding out all the nonsense, and we're doing really well against the nonsense, right?
Look at what this guy had. We had like 92% equity against his hand.
Yeah.
And we have lots of thin hands that were like value betting flop, like king highs and the like, that are kind of just gonna, you know, hesitantly call, you know, like king queens, king jacks of the world.
I just wonder if that's because maybe Tony Kakua wanted to either call or not raise, or there was some confusion, whether he's just trying to enter into some sort of leveling war. You know what I mean? Like that maybe he thought that he meant to call and then raise, and then he wants to click it back and hope that something happens because he's... But yeah, in general, seems like we probably just want to trap a little bit more.
Yeah, and it just comes back to this idea, I think, that we do have, if we're like betting at a high frequency on this ace 10-10 board, that we're going to have a lot of hands at the margins, like, you know, these like king high gunners or this, that, the other, that are kind of, you know, just going to hesitantly continue and maybe make a turn decision, you know. It's just going to be quite nice, just especially when we have a 10 in our hand, just to kind of protect some of those hands, especially when we just have 10 deuce, just kind of naturally to me with the worst kicker. they can still just lose. It loses to any 10.
Yep.
You know, when you have to do,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Yeah, that's a good point as well, right? We're not exactly indestructible once all the money starts firing in. Tom, Axel Bedell, 3-betting. What do we make of a 3-bet here? Pocket 9s from the cutoff. 3-betting against Jad Tomas's open.
Probably I mean, I would call mainly, and by mainly, maybe almost always. But I don't. I mean, it's not. It's okay.
Well, Tom Axel's aggression is enough to deny Jad Tomas the chance to see a flop with Ace-9 suited.
I think what you see often with some of the recreationals, let's say, if they 3-bet a hand like 9s, they'll kind of just like relinquish it against a 4-bet, and they'll kind of just be doing it for information. Whereas if you have 9s here and face a 4-bet, if you're covering and you know the risk premium on your own stack isn't particularly high, you'll actually have to end up calling the 4-bet and just kind of, you know,
seeing how we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Just have
yeah.
to see. Yeah. But I kind of see a lot of I see a lot of like 3-bet folding with this kind of hand class, which if you're going to do that, it would just be better to call purely.
Yeah.
And just not use this kind of this kind of hand as a
Yeah, too much hand to get rid of pre-flop. It doesn't really, like, you're never really happy trying to get it all in, are you? Of course. But Tom Bedell takes another one down. I doubt he'll be doing anything with 5-3. He's in the bin. Brzezinski in the cutoff. King 10 offsuit.
So someone in the chat's asking if you can cheer for the Hungarian national team against Armenia today.
I couldn't think of anything that I care any less about, to be honest.
The mighty Magyars. You know, it's been a
Can
long
we
time
cheer for the
since-
Hungarian national team versus Armenia in the World Cup qualifiers today? I'm afraid I cannot. In fact, go Armenia. How about that?
Enrique Mkhitaryan, does he still play for the national team? Probably is, right?
He's still playing for Inter, isn't he? I think he was in a European Cup final last year, I believe.
He did start in the Champions League final, which did not go well for Inter. To say the least.
It was a minor defeat. So Brzezinski with a raise at the cutoff. Wampardo, King 8 offsuit defending, in the big blind. Jack 8-6. Wampardo takes the lead. How do we feel about a Jack 8-6 flop? We see a lot of betting versus big blind here. Andy's got that King of diamonds, got that 10 of spades. Kind of nice suits for a c-bet, right? A little bit of backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw going on.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to note in this hand immediately was the fact that Brzezinski 2.5x into Malacca's big blind here. So that might be indicative of him maybe playing a slightly stronger range for a bigger size. And it also means that King 8 off is probably... I mean, I understand why Mark didn't fold, and I don't think I'd fold either, but it kind of makes it more cuspy with these offsuit hands, at the margins, you could say. The 125 is very noticeable pre-flop here. I do think Brzezinski could have bet bigger on this flop too. He has just kind of gone for the third pot. I think using a bigger size would have also made sense. Ooh, that is a fun turn.
That's a spicier turn as we could have asked for. Queen of diamonds gives Brzezinski the flush draw. Brings in the open ender. Crucially, he's got a blocker to a few of the nutted hands that Juan's going to have as well. He blocks the 9-10. He blocks the king high flushes. Outs to improve.
Yeah, what's really important here in these flush completing turns is just that Brzezinski isn't really incentivized to play big bet sizings. You kind of still want to bet hands like even like ace jack sometimes, certainly turn queen x. I think he's gone like B60, is it?
Looks like 350,000.
Yeah. I would have used a smaller size myself. Now, one with the 8 of diamonds, just double checking he does have robust equity, as we might coin it. This hand is just far cleaner to continue than even the jack at this point. You just block value pretty hard, and you just have ways to improve against, like a naked pocket aces or something, or ace queen offsuit or whatever it may be. So we'll see one continue here.
Yeah, so this is something I've spoken about quite often about like a static equity. So if you get hit with like a jack 5 of clubs chat, if you're dead, you're dead. But Juan, of course, can improve. And indeed he does with that 8 of diamonds.
But so crucially does King 10 makes both the straight and the flush.
Brzezinski with the nuts in position. Brzezinski improves to a better hand.
We might see one lead small here, actually. The ace of diamonds is a really fun card. Yeah, he just checks. leading wouldn't have actually been that surprising to me, because like whenever these high cards run out on a flush run out, it really handicaps how many flushes in position can have if you think about their opening range, you know? They just far more likely just river top pairs or just had to turn second pair. But when these high cards off the flush come out, the big blind actually does have some incentive to start doing things. And it's just because we're so dense having suited hands, and the in-position player just kind of is pretty blocked by the board, if that makes sense. It's really like, if you're opening a certain percentage of the deck, most of that's going to be like suited aces or, offsuit broadways, but like most of them just don't have a diamond, ultimately, but have some kind of showdown value on this kind of run out.
What Andy's saying here, folks, you imagine the river is like a deuce of diamonds, then obviously the player in position is still going to have a lot of flushes in his range because he's opening the suited aces. But when the ace and the queen and the jack are on board, it's hard for him to have too many flushes. We do see that he has the king of diamonds on this occasion and goes for 1.2 million chips, which is a pot-sized bet. So again, this isn't a size he takes with a straight or two pair set. Of course not. He's saying, I either have the king of diamonds or I have nothing.
Yeah, maybe can have the 10 of diamonds at a push, but I would say largely the king of diamonds, yeah.
So we're largely claiming the king of diamonds, maybe the 10 of diamonds. So Wampardo is going to beat the bluffs, lose to the value. Now, where might those bluffs come from, Andy? What do you think? Some pocket pairs, some low pairs, tripling off?
The king of spades, I think, will just end up working pretty badly for us here. If you think about some hands naturally that could off, they might just barrel with no equity. King 4 suited, King 5 suited, King 6 suited. Oh, well, maybe not King 6 with the pair, but like King 2, King 3, King 4, King 5. I think of our flushes, you probably don't want to have a king. You do block some value, like kings of a diamond, but I would imagine this card's not very good to have. And one will give this a pretty long thing.
Yeah, a very tough spot for Wampardo against capable opponents. EPT final table. His hand is not worth nothing. It's going to be able to win on occasion. He's just weighing up how often that occasion is, and he does make the call. Wampardo calls off 1.2 million at the river, and he gets shown the nuts. That is 3.6 headed the way of Thomas Brzezinski from Poland. And with that pot, he is now your new chip leader. He leapfrogs even Tom Axel Bedell. Wampardo not correct in his lookup. That's going to move him down to 7th, but it's a huge swing. It's a huge turnaround. Wampardo down to 1.67 million. He does pay off Brzezinski's nuts.
It's a pretty tough spot because it's pretty easy to bluff in that spot, but not that easy to have the value hand. So I can kind of see where one's coming from. I do think that king is probably not working for us very well, and given the turn sizing too, that probably strips us of even having too much Jack X. I'm not sure we have to call that hand. I obviously don't blame one for calling, but I think we might just be strong enough with other things.
But so much of this is really informed by the fact that the ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, jack of diamonds is on the board, right? This is a very different call with the eight of diamonds. If it's 3 low diamonds, then your opponent's going to have, the ace, the queen, the jack more often. And, cards that interact, so it's easier to have more combos of king, queen with a diamond, king, jack with a diamond, right? So that's really what's helping Wampardo make a call here, folks, is the fact that so many of the high card diamonds are, as Andy said, blocked by the board.
Yeah, and that's also why if you run some kind of solve on this hand, that you might see some rogue leading. I'm not saying that this spot might be the one to do it, but it wouldn't shock me if you ran that hand and there'd be some weird big blind leading with some Jack X that held on and now just bluffs. There might be some really weird things going on that board that are not immediately obvious to people.
Jamie Walden in the chat makes a good point as well, right? How much of this is removal from technical analysis and just how often are we facing triple barrel bluffs on these runouts, final tables, EPT main events, finding bluffs and being willing to execute them? Obviously not a play I'm not saying necessarily for Brzezinski. I don't think I know really enough about how he would approach something like this, but so many players aren't going to find bluffs there, right? So many players are just going to be peddling.
And if you're going to try and find some tight folds, again, like I said, if someone is going to find the triple barrel, I just don't think the king's going to work well for us when, like, if I'm just envisioning an opening range at the margin, the suited kings might be somewhere that someone pulls from, you know, if they do find something on this particular run out. So I'd rather have 8-7 off with the 8 of diamonds, you know, at least then. At least then we kind of unblock some bluffs that might exist a bit more frequently as Brzezinski picks up a very strong holding here.
Yeah, it's all going his way at the moment. Gets paid in the previous hand. Ace-king suited. He's coming in for the 3-bet versus João Tomás's open. Clears out some players behind. Some familiar faces, of course, at this final table. Boyka
I don't
out of the way.
In you here, he's kind of a little bit in the cage, stack size distribution wise. He's ahead of like lots of these kind of shorter stacks, but covered 2-1 by the chip leader, which is not a great spot to be peeling 3-bets generally. So we do see Queen 10 suited being relinquished in spite of how pretty that hand may be.
Yep, but he's got to be aware. Tony Kaukua now less than 20 big blinds deep. Adria Kalange 25 blinds. Wampardo now down to 32. So as Bowie alluded to, he's trying to stay out of trouble. Ladders are worth a lot. He's got 50 big blinds. No reason to get involved in a marginal situation, out of position, covered by a player brimming with confidence.
Yeah, the side things are always notable in these spots too. Obviously, we saw Brzezinski use like a 3.25x. You will often see when you're free betting another kind of deeper stack, let's say, a bigger sizing used, because you're kind of like incentivized to call with a lot of the middle of your range. That's when we talked about with Tom having the 9s earlier. When you're kind of more polarized to having really good hands that will, you know, free bet and get it in for 50 blinds in an ICM situation as this, you'll kind of just start using bigger sizings and really disincentivizing calls from the opposition opponent. Pretty common thing just to kind of like note. The free bet sizings are pretty important in these situations when you're looking for like clues as to how someone's playing.
Size matters, Bowie. As we've been saying all week, size does matter, despite what some of you guys in the chat might have been told. And important note as well, the sizing in the King 10 hand, Bowie spotted it, scattered out the 2.5x open. So maybe opening a stronger range in that hand into Wampardo's big blind. We do see a heads-up pot here. And for some reason, every time someone defends in the big blind or plays from the blinds, they do seem to flop trips. And Kalange has done just that. And Ostash with a bit of interest, this 6-5 suited.
The stare from Kalange there. Pretty quick check back from 6-5. Didn't take long at all there to knuckle that back. I don't think that folding would have been particularly unreasonable.
And that's the second time we've seen Ostash take a quick decision, right? He bet very quickly for value with the 550k bet he made at the river in a hand previously. He takes a pretty quick decision here. Really interesting turn, right? Because we speak about this board and how thin we might want to go for value in some small sizings. Maybe we want to play a big sizing. Obviously, good interactions from the big blind on a 6. Makes plenty of flushes, makes some straights. Has some, 8s that might want to bet, 9s that might want to bet. We see Kalange as well go for this kind of smaller sizing, Andy, which is going to allow him to value bet more thinly. Perhaps value betting around an 8 versus a check back as well.
Yeah, that's exactly what this size will be designed for. I think Ostash could have gone either way here. I think raising probably wasn't off the bottom. Ooh, this is a really out.
Any boat blockers for Sir?
I think block and raise should be what's supposed to happen here. I'll be intrigued if it happens, because like the boat block has become super important in the spot where, like trips and 7x can carry on value betting, but you kind of just very naturally arrive with hands like, like 9-8 or 6s as button or pocket 5s as button. I think this is supposed to go block raise in theory, in my mind.
So what we have to think about here is it's okay having blockers. It's okay having blockers in spot. And we do see the block size come in with Queen 9 and Ostash blocking these bluffs. It's fine to have the blockers, but what you have to make sure is that you're able to credibly rep full houses. And what Andy is saying is that, yes, he would trap 9-8 because he has so much of the board. He would check back pocket 6s. He would check back pocket 5s and end up in this line. So when you're deciding to bluff with blockers, yes, have them, but make sure that you also are going to have the hands that you're trying to represent. And I think that is the case here for Ostash. I think I agree, Andy. He is going to have the boats. Now let's just see. It's very difficult for him to want to click call. As you said, Kalonj is going to have a 9 in this block size. He's going to have a 7 in this block size. I don't know how you feel about it, but let's say he has a hand like 7-8. He might put it in the block since he blocks the way that his opponent would call with the pair and things like this. So this isn't a situation he can attack really with impunity. Kalonj is going to have good hands. But there you go. Andy Wilson calls it. It's block into jam. He uses those blockers to be all in, and Kalonj will hate his life.
Really, really nice play. Yeah, it's nice to see this. And as you just correctly highlighted, it just makes all the sense in this spot. How 6s and 5s would have played the flop check back node. Like, it just makes sense to do this.
Yeah. And you just have the perfect combination, right? You have the perfect blockers that don't have the showdown, right? You wouldn't do that. Maybe if you have a 9, you can, ideas of calling and things like this. But if you're going to block boats, the 6 and the 5, this is a perfect combination, executed at a perfect time. And we knew that we had an elite field playing, but it's really just great to see just, good, solid, aggressive poker, finding all the right plays at all the right times.
So now as Mr. Kalonj, it's really interesting because you'd rather have a 9 than a 7.
Right.
At least when you have a 9, you block some nutted value. Like, a 7's not doing this.
Yeah.
So when you have the 7 value betting yourself, it's kind of has yes utility in calling, like a river in position raise. But the 9 kind of is a bit better, if that makes sense, which some people might miss here too. I do think a flush is good enough to jam, so having a club would be better. But yeah, it's just worth considering. I think it's definitely better to have a 9 than a 7 here, I would imagine. I'd be shocked if that was the case.
And what we're really saying is, folks, Ostash is claiming that he has a full house. So if you're going to try and bluff catch him, you've got to have cards that stop him from having a full house. And obviously a 9 does that more than a 7 does that. So this definitely an interesting bluff catcher.
It would be a pretty sick call.
It would be a pretty sick call. And on this stage as well, we're not calling this off at the start of the tournament. Don't forget, we're in a field of 9. He's called it off, Andy.
Oh, that's beautiful. What a hand. What a hand.
That is top-level poker from both players.
That's an awesome hand.
Vamos, indeed.
That's a great hand of poker. I really like how both players played it. It's a nice hand. But
that's it. It's one of those where neither player... In fact, we're not even going to say that neither player makes a mistake. Actually, both players are operating at a very, very high level. Both players executing really sophisticated strategies. But as with every hand, and as Highlander once said, there can be only one, and only one winner here. It's Adria Kalonj, who hoists himself up that chip count board, and he is now in 4th position with 53 big blinds. Great news for those with a sweat.
It's a fucking tough call to make in this situation, like props, like fair play.
We got lots of claps coming into the chat. We got damn nice call. What an effing call indeed. What an effing call is right. Whew.
That was a great hand. Jamie saying Ostash deserved to win that hand. I think that's been a bit harsh on our man with the 9 there.
Well, equally, right? I mean, it deserves. Of course, it's a great find. It's a great bluff, well executed. But Kalonj to dig deep and pull off his tournament life with a bluff catcher. It's an impeccably heroic call. It's a great call.
And I think what's nice, what would be interesting is that if Kalonj had that the 7 as we discussed, if he'd have leaned towards folding with it, and maybe we could have confirmed some of the thoughts that we were discussing there.
Yep.
But yeah, great hand of poker. As Brzezinski carries on the train of pain on everyone here.
It's unstoppable at the moment, picking up good hands, good distribution for Brzezinski.
2.5x again. I'm not really a big fan of this. Like, when we're the chip leader and get to open so many hands, I don't think there's too much utility in 2.5xing because you're just not giving yourself as good of a price on the raise. Whereas when you have, when you have this chip lead and you want to play more hands with like more ace-x offsuit opening and stuff, you kind of just want to give yourself a great price by min-raising, if that makes sense.
Yep. So do we think that Queen 10 becomes cuspy now, or Queen 10 too strong? But like a hand like Queen 8 here is definitely versus 2.5x not happy, right?
I think people need to be paying more attention to this open size and maybe be a bit more restrictive as Queen 10 flops a gooder against top pair. Interesting scenario.
Yeah, Brzezinski, the pre-flop aggressor versus big blind, does have the ace of clubs on board as well. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't be continued for a value bet. Let's keep an eye on the sizing. 110,000, I believe.
I was about to highlight this because obviously note against Juan Pardo he used the size. I was going to see if there's something to pick up in the sizing. Because obviously I'm against Juan on the Jack 8-6 where he backdoored the nuts. He also used the sizing. So it's good to see these being consistent at least, I think.
Yeah. Tomas coming along for a call. Has himself a gut shot. 3 of diamonds. A pretty green flag for Brzezinski. Disappointment for Tomas, but don't see any reason having faced a check call. Tomas not really going to have many interactions on the 3, if you could say any interactions on the 3. So Brzezinski very much in value mode, 500,000 in the middle. Now, Bowie, do we have any ideas of just trying to size like big here, try and get money in? Oh, wow. Checks back.
Really interesting check. The idea will be with a check that he has the ace of clubs and so many hands that would call the turn would probably be like robust equity with the ace of clubs. But I agree with you that I think this hand was probably just a bit too strong on this particular card. I would have had ideas as you were, I think, about to highlight, maybe betting the full pot or maybe even slightly bigger than the pot.
I would look at the pot and think, I want to try and bet a size that's going to allow me to potentially play for stacks on good rivers, personally. Also, in my mind, you know, Brzezinski with the covering stack, Tomas doesn't really have an incentive to create a big pot against chip leader himself, right? So once the turn goes check, check, I can't really imagine a world where Tomas uses sizings or lines that are going to create a pot that Ace King will be happy with, right?
Right, yeah.
And obviously now an ace on the river is going to be a bit of an action killer. He does just end up with a check fold, which we might have seen from this hand. I think we do see from this hand anyway versus a double barrel, but very interesting that he decides to go into this trappy line on the turn, I think.
Yeah, what was really interesting too, and I think you highlighted it, is that like in your wording on saying on the with regards to the turn sizing, it's that we can potentially play for it all on the river.
Yeah.
Obviously, when we improve the top 2 on the ace of spades, we will play for it all. But there are going to be many rivers that ace king is going for like 2 streets, and maybe this is a bit not quite good enough to go for the 3rd barrel. But getting that immediate turn barrel in now and getting that immediate value is still quite important for your strategy, you know. And I think, yeah, I think you put that very well. Bet check is often just a more efficient way to get value with these kind of like good hands that may not be worth it all on the river than bet check bet. That's something to always kind of note when you approach, you know, such situations.
So Kakua, the shortest stack, can't do anything with the ace-4. Haven't seen too much of Ben Heath at this final table. Obviously, we're not too many hands deep into it, but he's got a king-10 offsuit here.
Yeah, it does relinquish. I was going to say this probably would be a loose open. Maybe he's just, you know, bored of being dealt the bottom and give it some thought, maybe. But one will not be folding king-queen.
Yeah, difficult for Ben because he's in that middling area of the chip counts, isn't he? So he's trying to outlast some folks, and he's got some aggressive players covering him behind. So king 10 in the bin, but Juan Pardo opens with the king queen. Plunge on the button with beautiful looking 8-9 of diamonds. Too beautiful to fold.
Yeah, I think we just have enough chips after our hero call. If we were still in that 30 BB zone, I don't think we'd see Kalonj to call the button with this hand. But now, because he's doubled up, because he's got this 50 BB stack, in spite of Vidal and the big blind still having more than us, it kind of gives us the maneuverability to kind of, you know, flat Juan's open here.
Here comes Bedell with the 4-3 offsuit. You do love to see it. Go on, Tom.
This is a good defend. I actually think this is a good defend.
You like it?
I think a lot of people will fold here, but I think it's correct to defend this hand. Yeah.
Tom's just actually solve a genius.
Well, picture it like this. There's so many boards where, you know, where the 4-3 does really well on it. We can actually just lead as a big blind into these stacks too and just leverage the situation, you know?
Yeah. They're a lot more handcuffed with this chip distribution as well, right? So you're going to be able to, you know, like you say, push them around a little bit more with some of the leads. Harder to find the floats, harder to find the raises in ICM.
Caution from Adria here, because I do not think that Mr. Pardo would have been check folding this hand. I would imagine this would have gone upstairs.
Yeah, so again, an idea we've come back to a lot this week is checking us out of position and playing check raises with overpairs and balancing out. And obviously, king queen with the king of hearts, kind of nice in that regard. Let's see if he starts with some ideas of betting now. Andy. Obviously, the benefit is you're going to fold out some ace highs, right, immediately?
I think one will bet big here. I don't know how big is. Maybe it's 250, maybe it's full pot. But I think he'll bet some kind of meaty sizing, given the scenario. And here he comes.
A big meaty man slapping meat.
Yeah, as you highlighted, it's just exactly what you brought up, just attacking the 275 makes sense. Yeah, some kind of.
I mean, he's obviously immediately attacking ace high, but he's immediately attacking a hand like the one that Kalonch has also, right? Or a pocket sevens, a pocket eights, which is happier to continue, but versus a big size, you're still very sort of close to miserable with it.
Yeah, he'll continue though. I think he's got a bit too much to fold, especially against our villain.
Yeah, and he does, as suggested, continue. Tom with a gut shot, but even that's a little bit of a stretch. So we're heads up to a river. Plenty of rivers that help Juan Pardo, but the 5 of spades is not one of them.
That was Tom's.
That was Tom's nuts. No, give him his hand back, please. He'll buy it back. He'll buy it back for cash right now.
Interesting spot for Juan, because you'll have pure like Queen Jack suited. The King of Hearts is a pretty bad card. But Juan is a one to give up. And it's also a river where he can still comfortably value bet all of the hands he was value betting the turn. So he's going to have to find some bluff frequency, you know.
Yeah, and he's going to check the aces, the kings, the queens on the flop and go in for check raise. He's going to have some 10x. Get your Juan Pardo in a aggressive line counter out because he's back in the aggressive line. It looks like, oh, it's a time bank chip. He's deciding.
He's mulling, yeah, he's mulling. He knows the King of Hearts will be a bad card, and obviously if he just had the Queen Jack, he would always bluff here, for sure. I mean, that's kind of like a non-negotiable, let's say. But because you can value bet so much on this river, he's still considering bluffing this hand, which still makes sense to me. And there are plenty of hands as Adria has, he gives up with the King of Hearts. That doesn't surprise me. It's
Check
kind of
back.
interesting. Yeah, 9-8 will check, but you're kind of always ahead. Or yeah, it's hard not to be ahead.
I absolutely love every time a hand gets to showdown and Tom Axel-Bedell would have won the pot. We hear this little groan and this moan that he's like, no, I had 4-3. I would have made a straight. I should have called. It's just, it's everything I did when I started playing online poker. It's everything we all do. He's some mamma mia. Give me my 4-3 back.
But I do like his defend with 4-3 offsuit. I think, you know, a lot of people might fold that hand, but it's actually a hand you should strongly consider defending in that spot. You're the chip leader against, yeah, there are going to be like more restricted ranges, but you kind of just, all the good hands you make, other people just don't make good hands generally, right? You just have your part of the board, they have their part of the board. So it can kind of be somewhat straightforward to play in a sense, you know.
Yeah, you're not going to get yourself. There's no shared cards. There's no. You're not going to get cooled by the better 3 or the better 4 or whatever, right? You're making straights or you're making trips, and like you say, it's quite easy to play.
StarCraft references in the chat. I used to be a StarCraft player back in the day.
Ben Heath once again with one of these. Play me, play me. You know you want to play me. Ace-3 suited, but he just can't on this. At this distribution right now. He folded the King 10 offsuit. Has to fold the Ace-3 suit. They're tempting him though. They're giving him little, you know.
It's relatively snug to fold that. I think it might be correct, but it's like, yeah, it is very much on the cusp, as you've identified, yeah. 10's not on the cusp from the cutoff, especially with these newfound chips. Adria's up to more than 60 blinds now, so he's very much in the mix, and Tom will not be folding ace jack.
No shot, bucko. He's coming in for a call. We've got Brzezinski in the big blind with a Jack 3 offsuit. No, thank you. But there goes one of Tom's jacks.
Performs terribly multi-way against especially the small blinds construction.
997. Kalonch in position. I was going to say perhaps not too much in the way of, certainly not as much 9x in the small blind as would be in the big blind, Andy, but it is a defend from a chip leader and quite a loose chip leader. So you might wait a few more 9s than you would, you know, in theory or ordinarily. Perhaps Tom peels a little bit more of 9x, but probably not enough to be overly concerned about, right?
Yeah, and 10s of our pairs that bet, 10s is kind of the one that naturally needs kind of the most protection, right? And would like, you know, hands exactly that Tom is holding to fold immediately. Tom he's going to stick around for one. I don't blame him. Ace Jack High just raised to be the best hand a bunch of the time. We're flooding enough hands, as you said, in the small blind, I think, to kind of, you know, justify this defense. This is a really fun turn, actually.
We are being blessed with some fun runouts. Let's see if Kalange wants to try and extract a little bit more. We do have a double flush draw situation as well, and crucially, Kalange has 10 of spades, 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, and you kind of would rather bet tens and queens here, because you just, not only do you have more equity with this open-ender, you also just block Jack 10 suited, which is really important in these spots when you're looking for selection of bets. Yeah, and I like this bet. I think this is good.
The question, of course, is does Tom Bedell...
Yeah, that's like miss my money.
Now, here's the thing with Tom. Normally, when players start talking like this, they're giving up so much information that it's hard to continue.
8-9 is good enough.
But he does fold. We have seen him talk in the middle of pots before, lean back in his chair, and then end up playing a river or end up playing, you know, continuing for chips. But he does let it go. Would have loved to see another call, especially not saying it's necessarily a mandatory call, but the ace of clubs on board as well. Maybe some calling and ideas of playing some club rivers, but tough out of position. Tom lays it down, and at the moment, Adria Kalange is having a time of it on this final table, Andy. He's up to 70 bigs now.
Yeah, he's pretty clearly third in chips, right? Just behind Brzezinski and Tom. So yeah, just had a great start to this nine-handed lineup. Things are just going his way. Obviously made that really tough call with the Queen 9, and you know, obviously then was in a tough spot against Malacca, but Malacca just kind of had a hand that he decided wasn't warranted in betting after a time bank. Yeah, so things really going his way.
And I suppose actually the big loser on of the final table, the player who's had a rough time of it since he got here, is Malacca, is Juan Pardo. He's at 25 big blinds now, 1.2 million. Obviously not close to being out of the tournament, but certainly not the start he'd have envisaged.
Yeah, he came in second in chips behind Tom, right? And we were speculating that he might be the most likely winner given the distribution, but poker is poker, you know. Chips, they come, they go.
It only takes one hand. It only takes one decision. Everything is on a knife edge. How about this? Brzezinski, Jack 4, small blind, having a raise. He's raising into the short stack. Tony Kakua at 17 big blinds deep. So just going for a polar open here.
Yeah, I think he's just going to play a very heavy raise strategy, and most of his raising will be for all in. So he's going to be a little bit more polar in his raising. So like, if he has a hand like Ace-Jack suited, he won't shove. He'll raise and induce some action, whether that be a free bet shove, or he'll just go post flop with the hand and it plays well. And then there're going to be hands that are kind of not quite good enough to shove, like exactly Jack 4 offsuit here, the Robbie.
The Robbie, Jack 4 offsuit, I suppose.
They don't quite qualify to shove. And you can see him putting into that raising node too. So that raising node is very polar. It's kind of the top and the bottom, as you were.
Yeah, Tony not going to be happy with his 10-4. Obviously just looking for some sort of connection to the board at these short stack depths, but doesn't even have the backdoor flush draw. He's very handcuffed.
Strategy here. I think he should be playing pretty heavy checks and big bets. It's quite a connected board that the big blind will have a lot of coverage on, especially when they defend a bit tighter, given the chip situation. And on a board like King Jack 7, when we're playing this top and bottom strategy as just mentioned, it makes more sense to me logically to play like either a big size to tell him I've got like ace king or aces, or maybe a king that was offsetting. But like, I think on that kind of board with the connectivity, just playing a small bet is like, do we really want to value bet 9s here? Doesn't make much sense against this quite tight range, you know. I would rather be well polarized in my
polar on the flop again.
Yeah. And then just check quite a lot of hands. If I've got pocket kings and pocket jacks, I'll just check, because like I'm kind of block him calling, and
why not?
Maybe then you'll take up with something.
Trap your life away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exclamation point commentator in the chat is not going to do anything for you, but I can answer the question. Andy, Bowie Effect Wilson, who is a top online professional, one of the best in the game, BBZ coach, bbzpoker.com, everybody. Andy's seminars on there amongst my favorites. I try to absorb every piece of knowledge that I can from Andy's poker mind. It is a very, very strong one indeed. We're very lucky to be joined by Andy, sharing his insights on this final table.
Ace 10 here, 15 blinds.
What we got? Jamming?
And Bedell is a pair. So.
Yeah, there's the jam.
I wonder if he's going to flick it in. Like,
chat, quickly, you decide. Call or fold. Is Bedell going to let go of a pair on the final table, or are we off to the races? You must act quickly, because I think Tom Axel Bedell will decide quickly. Oh, he's beating you to the punch, chat. Only about 3 or 4 of you got in before he did. He did let it go. I would have been surprised to see him just run it on occasion.
Yeah.
A little bit too low down.
Great result for ace-10. Obviously, that's the power of the all-in maneuver on display.
That's what we're looking for, isn't it? 50% share of the pot, but the jam is going to deny your opponent's chances. And that means that Tony Kawakua moves up to 20 big blinds, $1 million in chips. What's the lowest pair you would call? Good question.
These are good questions. So what's really important in this spot, obviously Tom isn't the outright chip leader anymore, and in fact had the chip leader on his left. The biggest thing you always consider in these spots is how wide am I opening? And if you're the outright chip leader, it actually becomes pretty hard to even fold pairs of 15 blinds in general. And the reason is just because you're opening so wide. Imagine yourself having ace-4 offsuit or king-8 offsuit, and you're the chip leader to axe in the cutoff. You're probably just going to treat yourself to a raise. And as a result of that, when people do 3-bet shove on you, which they will do more liberally as a result of the fact you have more of these offsuit hands and are opening so frequently, it becomes pretty tough to start folding pairs as a big stack. I think Tom, because he's second in chips and had the chip leader on his left, is allowed to maybe, kind of fold some of these things at the margins, but...
And that's just because his opening range is going to be tighter on account of the chip leader being to his left, right? Yeah, he's not taking all those liberties because of the chip leader there, yeah.
But if you are the outright chip leader and opening in such a position, if you often run these kind of spots, you'll just not see yourself folding pairs. Because also the detriment is just far lessened. For chips, you just win money calling in these spots. And when you're a big chip leader and you'll take a 15 big blind hit to a 120 BB stack, that just doesn't really matter that much.
It's not a disaster, eh?
Yeah, exactly. It's a pretty common thing I see a lot. People just kind of open pairs and don't know what to do with them against shoves. And often the answer is, if you're like a shorter stack yourself, is you just didn't open it in the first place because you just don't really fold pairs once you've opened them. It's a pretty common heuristic that you kind of see like a pattern of play. I'm not saying Tom should call freeze there, but I think it's actually probably pretty close, to be honest.
Yep. Closer than we might imagine.
Yeah. And it would all just kind of come down to how wide that cutoff range exactly is, as we were just saying.
Well, also how wide Tony thinks it is, right? Because if Tony thinks that Tom is stepping really out of line, he's going to jam more hands, and that probably means that that Tom is going to want to call his threes a bit more often.
Yeah, as soon as you can have like ace-2 suited, ace-3 suited, pocket deuces, and freeze will start to pick up a little bit more equity against the range,
Bowie, I got a big announcement for you, something you'll be very excited to hear. The scent roll has started. Look at the value hunters frantically looking around for a way to play. Hey, we need your full attention here. Don't you play for my cent roll. Don't you go stealing my tickets. We've got $1,000 in added tickets, folks. If you want to play for just a penny, just 1 cent on PokerStars, you can play a tournament with the rest of the people watching the stream. You can show them what you know. And PokerStars are adding $1,000 in.
We're going to see how much respect Juan has for his opponents here with the 10-4 off. Is he going to try and sneak a complete?
What did he do? He walked it? He folded?
Yeah.
Right,
that's obviously the traditional play there in that situation, but it depends on who you're playing against. If you can get away with some murder, then.
Oh my goodness. I'm in the center roll. How many runners have we got today? We've got 259 people in for a penny. That means you should be playing for $2.59, but you're going to play for $1,002.59. The password is EPT Malta 2025. Don't worry if you haven't registered. You've got 30 minutes of late reg to catch up. And that tournament is available on the PokerStars global client. It's available for you to register right now. Some countries can't play, but countries we do have: Albania, Algeria, Argentina, Austria, Belarus, Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Canada, Chile, Dominican Republic, Finland, Hungary. Good luck in the World Cup qualifiers against Armenia, of course. Iceland, Ireland, Jersey, Kazakhstan, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Mexico, Moldova, Paraguay. We're nearly there. Slovakia, Slovenia, Thailand, Ukraine, United Kingdom, scroll, Uzbekistan, and Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Good luck, everybody. And shout out to all our Venezuelan viewers. I hope you're viewing the stream right now. Welcome you if you are. If you've stolen the password from somewhere that someone's posted on a forum, congratulations and welcome in as well. Good luck out there on PokerStars. We love all of our PokerStars players, of course. Hey, Ben Heath's finally able to play a hand. Maybe. Surely.
It's a weird spot, to be honest.
Now they're really getting. He's got the ace 10 suited. He's like, surely, yeah, no, he's flicking one in. He's like, fuck this, I'm not folding anymore.
It is notable that he plays call here because like it's kind of a bespoke range that kind of wants to call. You know, there's kind of a lot of free betting and calling off or free betting and folding here. So like immediately as Kakua, the questions you're asking yourself are like, right, what does Ben Heath's call range look like? And it's going to be very dense, like king queen suited, ace 10 suited, ace jack suited, maybe ace queen offsuit, you know, and the like. And that's really going to shape what our strategy is going to look like on, especially a board like this potentially too.
Another paired flop. It is the land, a final table of paired flops. 9-9-8. Ben Heath does have this hearts in the back door. So Kakua with the 10 of spades as well. A little bit of flush coverage lurking about. But the same hand, Kakua short stacked and out of position. How might you see him to approach this, Andy?
I would have liked to bet. I think you can immediately cage hands like ace jack of clubs, especially with like kind of maybe a bigger size too. And our hand is just a bit too much going on to just fold. I think Ben will just check back with hearts and maybe bet with diamonds and clubs or whatever maybe. Because again, Ben will just face some regret in terms of, oh, he's just going to play bet, okay.
You're saying that if he faces check raise here, he's a bit sad that he's folding his 2 overs, his backdoor straight and flush draw?
They both kind of have the same hand in a sense. Quite literally.
Well, also they do have the same hand, Andy.
They
Yes.
do have quite literally the same hand, but also just both have a backdoor flush draw and the backdoor stretch. So yeah, it's just to see what Kakua does here. I would like to see a raise, which is probably not shocking to some people. Oh, he's reaching for something. Is he called?
I think.
Okay, he's just taking one off call mode, sure.
Yeah, taking one off.
Yeah, it sounds a bit too much to fold, as I was saying. Most of your folding here will just be like king queen offsuit, no suits, or ace 4 suited, nothing, you know, like clubs or whatever. So when you're as high as ace 10, getting 4 to 1, folding should be not really considered too much here. I think I would have preferred a raise, but I guess the ace of spades would always just be better in that node.
Is Ben Heath here now thinking about how he can try and fold out a hand like ace king, ace queen, ace jack?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be on his mind, right? It does go check, check. His hand, would you say hand not worth nothing? Like it does, are there any worse check calls from Kakua? Do you see any sort of king, queen of hearts or something like this? Or
yeah, king, queen of hearts, king, queen off of a spade. I think they didn't, you know, there weren't mandatory check raises. So there is some check EV, as you're pointing out, for sure. It's just interesting because Ben has such a narrow calling range pre-flop and then decided to bet the flop, and this is a pretty good card for him that I think you just have to pull some bets. I would actually let's see Kakua bluff here. I don't think he's high enough to check, to be honest. If you think about what we're talking about is pretty contentious flop, what we should do with ace 10. If you kind of see it in that sense, if I had ace king, I wouldn't bluff, obviously, or I mean, even ace queen. But like, I think ace 10 might just end up being low enough that we bluff here with amongst the ace highs. It's a pretty intriguing spot, though.
That's the thing, right? It's going to be one of his worst ace highs. If we thought that it was close on the flop, but we end up here with it, it's probably quite low down in the hands that we're going to have. So let's see if Kakua, it looks like he's thinking about it, playing a time bank chip. Will he try to steal this one away? He will not. Which, does that give the key to Ben Heath to do similarly? Does he want to try and fold out now, going for that delay to try and fold out ace jack, ace queen? As soon as he looks at him like that, I think he's checking. That's my read. As soon as he eyeballs him like that, I think he's leaning check.
Mulling it over.
Yeah, check, check. Kind of relief for both guys to chop it up.
But I do think this hand was played, and this might be, you know, maybe kind of surprising to some of the viewers, but I think this hand was actually kind of played passively, in a sense, for both players, if that makes sense. You know,
well, I mean, we had options. We had opportunities for both players to sort of lean on their opponents, and it didn't happen. It's gone check, 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 check. But certainly some of the play we've seen today, we've definitely seen some more aggression. Bowie, this is not the final EPT stop of the year, of course. EPT 2025 concludes in Prague. We'll be there 3rd of December to the 14th. There'll be live coverage of the main event on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels, of course. We've also announced the first 2 stops of the tour in 2026. We are headed back to Paris, which was a great venue, unfortunately cancelled this year for reasons outside of our control. But we're back there February 18th to March the 1st. And then on to Monte Carlo, as we traditionally do, April 30th to May 10th. You can register for any of these with an EPT Gold Pass. You can play the PokerStars Opens with a Silver Pass. You can win yourself some Silver Passes, Gold Passes this weekend. Power Path Express is running on Sunday. That's a $55 direct buy, and you can win tickets to the $55 Power Path by playing my Scent Roll right now. There's just so many opportunities to get involved with all these great tournaments that you see on your screen online with PokerStars, which is, I must say, a great website that I love very much.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of PokerStars.
Bowie's being a good boy. He's a huge PokerStars enjoyer when he's on the broadcast. But no, we love the website. We love the EPT. We love PokerStars Opens.
I've played more on PokerStars than any other site in my life, so no, not be saying anything to the contrary for sure. And they've been good to me, so.
It's probably the only website where I'm firing the 1Ks and the 530s. That's why Bowie plays a lot there. He comes to bum hunt me. Every time I get a ticket into the main event, a little bit of added spice for him. Actually, do you know, I think I knocked you out of a... I watched a highlight video back not long ago where I knocked you out of a deep run in like a 1K W Coupe or Scoop. Ace Queen against aces, I think I made trips.
I remember that, yeah.
That's about the only way I'm able to get Andy. Just get it in with about 15% doing.
I found that incredibly amusing when it happened, actually. I was...
Do you know what? I quite enjoyed it as well. I did.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I'll stash with the raise on the button, Andy. He's got Ace Queen very high up in his button open, so one would imagine. Collage with 4 deuce of hearts, which, if we're playing in a chippy V environment, is kind of exciting. A little bit of interaction, potentially. What do we think about it here?
I think it's still fairly exciting. We cover slightly. And also, you've got to remember, when you're big stack, you don't free bet a lot. And not really all the money goes in that often. So you get to realize your equity a bit more than people account for. And as a result of that, you can still be pretty liberal defending even like... I mean, I would be defending like Jack 4 offsuit and stuff here, I think. Maybe Jack 5 offsuit, but like... Just because the money doesn't go in, and also picture yourself having like pocket jacks or pocket queens, it's not really clear where you start free bet calling for all 60 bigs, so you can actually have a pretty strong range in defense.
Well, Kalon's not going anywhere just yet. I wonder if we occasionally see a check raise. We do see a check call, so both players off to a turn, which is a rather disappointing, I must say, 9 of diamonds. We did see some checking back from Brzezinski with a really viable top pair. I mean, Ostash has one here. I wonder if he's going to be in value mode. Whether there's any checking. Andy, am I right in saying there's going to be some checking of ace-x here, right? At 60 big blinds deep, you don't really want to play huge pots. You're going to want to just, dampen that size of the pot, as you would say, a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, if you have a hand like ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, I think it makes all the sense to go into the bet check bet node here, as we'd coin it. But I just think ace-queen rates to be a little bit too strong. You've talked about we're very high in our button opening range, and I think that's the biggest thing we've got to highlight here.
Yeah, so ace-queen just looking for another street. And he goes big, right? He goes close to the size of the pot with it.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I think it's just a pretty decent approach. I like/agree with that. I do agree with you on the flop that 4-2 of hearts is a pretty interesting concept. Maybe there's some occasional big check raising. It wouldn't be for a small size, because picture yourself what value you would have you check raising on ace-10 deuce against the opener. It's like we're basically 2 pair plus maybe ace-queen ourselves. The margin
right, we're claiming 2 pair or better. We just either want to put a load of money in with 2 pair or better, or a lot of our aces are just more preference for a call, right? So that check raise range feels like it's just very, very polar.
Yeah. So you'll see in those spots if you when you study those spots. So you'll see big.
What do you mean when you study those spots? What's the implication that I haven't studied those spots? How dare you, sir? How could you?
No, I was just talking.
Are you talking to chat when they study those spots?
I'm talking to chat. Yeah, talking to chat. You're alright, mate. You're not in the phone room, mate. You enjoy my seminars, mate. You're alright. Not tooting my own horn too much, though, hopefully.
So actually, another interesting thing to point out, which I've just realized, is I think we're playing 2 minutes per hand. As in, the clock isn't running.
Oh yes, hands per level, right? Or
we're doing hands per level now on final tables, which is much better because it disincentivizes any silliness of waiting and, stalling and whatever garbage.
Well, let's see a big free bet sizing here from Mr. Kalonge, something like 10 blinds, to be honest. Yeah, 9.5 or whatever, yeah. This makes sense. Again, because he can call so many hands and doesn't really want to free bet get it in wide at all. He's going to be very polar in his free bet choices. And as a result, your sizing kind of ramps up a bit, you know, even at like 50. Just because you're like, if you picture yourself pocket 10s here, like, there's not much utility in free betting 10s and having to face.
You get 4-bet and you hate everything that's happened, yeah.
Whereas, you know, ace king pretty cleanly flats. And also, when you play such a big free bet, in position is less incentivized to call, which means the money just kind of goes in pre-flop more. They don't get a great price on the call, and they get a pretty attractive price on a 4-bet.
On a 4-bet. Which is great when you're polar, right? Because you've an easy decision at the bottom, you just windmill it into the bin, and like you say, then your other part of your range is just happily putting it in because you're not 3-betting 10s. You're probably just starting with whatever queens and ace king suited, which... Sure.
Yeah.
Run it. Show me better.
Yeah, 100%. So that was kind of just some insight into why 450, 500k was kind of the sizing choice there from the small blind.
Once again, size does matter, right? These things are different, and it's nice to have Bowie here to pick up on that and explain why why a bigger size here.
Yeah, I mean it's important because it's just kind of in terms of like just thinking about the game logically. In a sense, it just kind of confirms thoughts and kind of makes sure that your brain is probably working in the way it should be with regards to thinking about cards and how they should be played. Yeah, Cuspy 1 for 1, but 1's not one to pass a Cuspy spot. Opening as one of the short stacks. Maybe the shortest stack now?
Yes, Wampardo is the shortest stack. He's raising off 20 big blinds, and his cuspiness or his willingness to engage with the margins might be about to be punished because Alexei Boyka, ace-queen suited in position, does decide to call.
I would have preferred free bet against 1. I think our hand is just good enough to free bet and not fold.
You're just going 5 blinds, 4.5 blinds, call.
Yeah, exactly. And I think if you're, someone that's played against 1 in games, I think he's the man that will 4-bet shove the king-queen suited, maybe some suited ace, certainly an ace-jack suited maybe as well, and doesn't play calls. Tom really treated himself here. I liked his 4-3 defend. I think this one's a bit much.
Yeah, so Bowie spoke earlier about the 4-3 defend coming in 3 ways being good because you don't have any dominated cards, you don't share any parts of the board, but Jack-7 offsuit certainly going to be dominated, and we can see that it is by Wampardo. 10-8-4, 3 hearts. Wan with the king of hearts on board does decide to check. Does have to be a little bit careful on these monotone boards in general, right? He's got so many hands that don't want to start putting more money in. Think about ace jack of clubs, think about ace king of spades, right? So playing quite a lot of checks, I'd imagine. It's checked over to Boyka.
The speed at which he checks, I think he might just be range checking. He might just decide not to play any bets on the flop. That might be one's approach. And I think that's a fine simplification because, as you highlighted, the betting frequency will be pretty low at best anyway. So it doesn't seem like a bad thing to me just to like quickly simplify it and just
check everything, see what happens. You also get more information sometimes when you check, right? We can see that Boyka has checked back, get a little bit more definition around his range.
This is going to be an interesting spot because Tom doesn't really
checks.
I imagine one will bet.
Right, because Wan still has flushes if he's range checking. He still has aces, kings. He still has some tens. He still has full houses if he's range checking. So now he can credibly rep all of these for value. And the king jack benefits from folding out a hand like ace queen of spades. Benefits mostly from folding out a hand like king queen of spades if his opponent has it. So that king of hearts on board, that's license for Wan to start firing. And fire he shall. 125,000.
Yeah, notice the dampened size too, as we've already discussed in the because he's going to be value betting still quite wide here. It's not just he's only got 10x and better or anything silly like this. If he's got a hand like pocket queens, he's still probably going to be seeking some value from 8x, pocket 7s of Boyka, pocket 6s, whatever it may be, And if you play this one size of like 33%, you can kind of keep everything together and then decide how polarized you want to be with your betting range on the river, And that's kind of, I think, the approach being taken.
And there you go. There you see the immediate benefit. He moves the ace-queen suited of Boyka out of the pot. Tom Bedell with a gut shot and a heart, though, Bowie.
Oh, here he comes. Is he called? Oh, he's just called. Okay.
He's called. There's still room for some fireworks. We're headed to a river card. Wampada with the best hand, and that, unfortunately...
That is a really fun river. That is a very fun river.
Well, it is if Bedell wants to decide to develop some leads, which wouldn't be out of the question, right? Because he could recognize that he has more 8s maybe, or even that he has more 10s and he might fire, but he's come in with the check, and I'd imagine Wampado, well, does he have ideas about trying to fold out any ace high from Tom Bedell here?
It's weird because you're along the river here and you're like, what does Tom's range even look like here?
I think something I'd think about is, we just spoke about the 8 being good for Tom, but if he doesn't play any leads, he's still going to have too many 8s maybe to start firing at it. You know what I mean? So
I think that's why Juan has agreed with your sentiment there and found the check despite having king high. And he also probably identified that, you know, Tom being Tom.
Wide enough that king high wins.
We probably have a bit more pot share than maybe we should have against this delayed turn check call though. Whereas obviously if you were playing maybe more against a robotic style, let's say.
You might need to bluff a bit more.
Yeah, because the hands, it is a bit more of like a pretty defined range of hands that will just play check call rather than try and entertain check raising or leading themselves on the turn, which all could have happened. You know, all of the above were options.
Well, it's great news for Wampado because it's a very crucial pot. He manages to steer king high to showdown, folds out the better hand on the turn, gets called by a worse one, and that means he's gone from 20 big blinds all the way up to 30. And that will move Tony Kaukua back down into the short set position on your screen right now. He's got 21 big blinds and a folding hand. Ben Heath with a fold. Juan with a fold. I've called all in with ace queen, which is top 2 pair in the cent roll. Hey, G deep. Have some of that. Nice bluff. I've doubled up. My penny is still in play.
Sounds like you had a really tough decision with the old top 2 there.
I had an ace and a queen on a queen 9-9 ace. Someone's just thrown a fish emoji at me on PokerStars. Dredger99 throwing a fish. You wouldn't believe it, would you?
I mean, you do have the most passive aggressive emoji like of all time. On any probably. Yeah, it's really it's right up there. Yeah.
Nice hand. Oh.
Thoroughly enjoyable though.
It is a good one. It's obviously my favorite, but I like what they did with it. It's very me. By the way, guys, if you want your penny to be in play, you've got 10 minutes. Search for Spraggy Invitational on PokerStars. It's a 1 cent tournament with $1,000 in tickets added. 354 runners. You should be playing for $3.54. You're playing for $1,003.54. EPT Malta 2025 is a password. Be quick. You got 10 minutes. Don't say I didn't warn you. Tomas has flopped. 9-10 Jack Queen King. We'll double check it, but they're saying it's a straight.
Yeah, Tom treated himself in the small blind here. Not to be we're not too surprised by that. He might not get much action here though. I mean, feels like 2 folds might just be in order, right? Even from ace 9. Ace 9 just doesn't maybe have that much going on for it. Maybe he bets it, but I don't think so.
Andy, is this one of those where queen 9 and king 9 are more preference than ace 9?
Absolutely, you block for one, you block a straight, and secondly, you can improve. Whereas ace 9, you know, even if you have ace 9 with a backdoor, at least you have some robust equity to do something down the line. Whereas ace 9 is, as we've said,
if it's dead, it's dead.
Yeah, exactly. It's very static, as we'd say. Yes. I mean, it can make Broadway.
It can make Broadway in a very convoluted way where everybody kind of has a Broadway and no one's really, you know.
Yeah, so that doesn't surprise me. There's any action, even for first part. Even on my pocket 8s, for example, you know, at least that has an immediate open ender, even if the bottom end is a bit weird or whatever. At least sorry, the higher end is a bit weird, but yeah. That was a pretty good example of just immediately relinquishing static equity, especially against what's probably quite an honest button range. As we saw, he had the absolute coconuts. So yeah. Not too surprising to see that action, I would say.
We are yet to lose a player at what I will call the final table because it's the last table of the tournament. There are none after it. It seems like a pretty final table to me, my friends. Apparently when we go down to 6, that's when there's a final table, but I don't know where the other tables are supposed to be. happening. So this is your final table in my mind. We're 9-handed. We remain 9-handed. It's been the Brzezinski show since we moved 9-handed. He's over 6 million now. Tom Bedell just bleeding a few chips here and there. He's got plenty left in the tank, but 97 blinds for him, 4.9 million. Kalonj doing pretty well. Ace Queen suited.
A fantastic FT so far, Kalonj. Right up there with Brzezinski, to be honest, in terms of the power ranking, maybe one might say.
Got to bring back power rankings and shower rankings. So far, Wampardo, shower rankings, Brzezinski, Kalonj, power rankings, absolutely. Bowie effect. Power rankings or shower rankings, we don't know, but I will warn you, Bowie. We're going to go on a break. I think we've got 2 or 3 more hands, and then we're going to have to release you back into the wild.
That's fine. We are losing 2-0 to Burton Albion, which is not, heightened morale, but I will be enjoying the Maltese evening. The weather's really nice.
We will release you to enjoy the Maltese evening. But as is customary with every guest that appears on the Spraggy's Rogue EPT, International Waters Pirate, LimeWire, PokerStars EPT stream, you will, before you leave, be subjected to another round of hit or shit, where the audience will decide whether Bowie's contributions have been a hit or whether they've been shit. So that's coming up in a couple of hands' time as Kalonj once again flops the best of it.
I'm going to play bet. I think you could go either way here. It's a board that you want to play quite a lot of checks on, but our hand is quite good, so it makes some sense to bet. Pretty quick full from 8s. I don't mind it. I think if you have 8s with a club, for example, I think you've got a bit too much going on. I even don't know if I'd fold 8s without a club, to be honest. I might have treated myself, but having a little bit more robustness, especially with a club, would be preferable, of course. And also, it's a board that Kalonj will not be anywhere near range betting. So his betting range will be a little bit stronger in spite of us getting that 4-to-1 price, And that should be something that you always consider in game.
Yeah. This is something we've spoken about earlier as well. It's okay getting 4-to-1, but like you say, if your opponent's range is just really strong, the price might still not be right. I often say, this is something we speak about, if I offered you $1 million to 1 to go to the moon tomorrow, you wouldn't take it, right? You're not going to give me a quid hoping to get $1 million back. It just doesn't matter. Sometimes, 4-to-1 is a good price, but it's not if the actual, chances of you winning the pot are a lot lower, so... Don't be deceived into good prices that aren't good prices.
When you pay someone off on some rivers and you're just like, I really just didn't actually have the price to call.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, I've only got to win 20% of the time, and you're actually just dead for the rest of your life. You're just never winning. Sure, it doesn't matter what the price is.
20% is like a fugazi, it's fairy dust.
It's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's...
Yeah. Brzezinski with a 10-6-0, not going to use his chip lead with this hand.
This is the shortest stack. Tony Kaukua, 9-7 suited, looks nice enough. Obviously a little bit delicate around his stack size on a final table. Primarily going to try and sneak in for a call here, Bowie. I know I would.
It's interesting. I think it's pretty close to just you probably have a pretty kind of bespoke 20 BB open jamming range. And I don't know if 9-7's that bad to put in there occasionally, actually.
And what about Ben Heath now? Any ideas of raising this one? Checking suited?
The idea generally is you don't raise too much in suitedness at this stack depth unless you're just raise and not folding. I have seen in some late game simulations that I've looked at recently that I was a bit underdoing maybe some 5-4 suited and stuff like that in here, but
okay.
I think 9-3. Yeah, it's a little bit
but typically suited going to flop well enough not to fold, and Kaukua, speaking about flopping well enough not to fold, flops middle pair and the diamonds. He goes with a check.
And I think this is a board that will favour Ben's range because Kakua's going to have quite a tight completing range. And I think I would not be surprised if Ben just starts firing this off. It would make a lot of sense. You've got this undercard, you've got this 9 high. And Kakua's going to largely have offsuit broadways, think Queen 10 offs, King 10 offs.
Yeah, so Ben checking a lot around the middle portion of the deck. And I would say actually that we've spoken about it before, but when you check back, it's not necessarily that you're tapping out of the hand. I just wonder if Kaukua goes for a check again here, whether Ben, that's his green light to start trying to take this one away. We did see a passive line between these two previously with the Ace-10 versus Ace-10. That's been their only confrontation to this point. that I can recall. So let's just see if Ben is now definitely at the bottom of his range. I mean, think about all the worst cards he can have. They're all really pairs or straights. So let's see, I do think this 9-3 is going to start putting some money in the pot.
I'd be pretty surprised if he checked this back again on the turn. Yeah, I completely agree. He
does go for the tap and the tap.
I mean,
now he doesn't even have a deuce to bluff with.
He has nut low on the river, right? There's actually not a worse hand you can have than 9-3 exactly.
This is now the nut low, but does Kakua think that, maybe in my mind, if I'm Kakua, I think the Ben's checkbacks are signaling some sort of showdown value, maybe a 4, maybe he turned a 5. So I just wonder whether there's any ideas of a block here from that 7. We spoke, Andy, about, you know, once you get a bit more visibility in the range, are we able to just value bet very thinly here?
Yeah. I think 1BB makes sense. Yeah.
He does go for the 1BB.
Because there's so much probing with better hands than the 7 before this river, and as you said, you just get pretty good visibility from this check node. Like, a lot of people might think you might bet for information, but the checking for information here is a very real thing against this big blind range. And,
because we know versus check, we're not really worried about an 8 now on the flop, and on the turn we're not really worried about a 6 now when he checks back the turn, so that's a license for the 7 to try and get paid, which Kakua executes. He's not going to get called by the nut low because Ben Heath has a brain, basically. But Kakua taking one away. I believe we've got one more hand before the break.
How many hands per level do they actually play? Just out of curiosity?
That would be good information for a broadcaster to know, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's going to be a pretty reasonable amount because it's 90-minute levels traditionally, right, before the hands per level.
It's 90-minute levels, and I think we're doing 2 minutes per level, but the clock also says 9 minutes, which I don't think is a multiple of 2. So it confirmed not a multiple of 2, so I don't know how we've ended up at 9 minutes if we're doing 2 minutes per hand and we started on an even number. These things are out of my control. I also don't know why there's a break here now. But we've still, when we get back, we're still playing the same blind level. I've been informed, so maybe we're not quite.
I mean, who knows actually what's going on, to be honest? Does anyone
Certainly not me, and they've left me in charge. So the floor know, the people at the tournament know, but certainly not me.
Kakua knows what's going on. He's got ace-king off on the button for 20 blinds. Rather good holding.
He is in the unfortunate, everyone plays tighter one hand before the break situation, so all the cuspy opens are ready to go and grab a drink and stretch the legs.
I feel like he's a man that loves a break free bet. I love the break free bet. Well, he's going to handle it in defense, that's for sure. The break free bet's some of my favorite maneuvers, especially online. I should probably give it that way to people that might be playing against me. But
the online pre-break 3-bet is sick. I get it live because people are ready to go and use the bathroom, get a drink. But the online pre-break 3-bet widening is just, it's
4 p.m. break 3-bet is yeah, it's a patented one.
Let's see if we get fireworks before. Okay, I'm going to make a prediction. Kakua maybe, I mean, he could check, he could bet, but Wampardo, a big favorite to fold. We are going to try and wrap this hand up, but because before Andy Wilson leaves to enjoy the Malta evening, he will have to face the verdict of the audience. We will do that once Kakua has concluded. Kakua has concluded this hand. Some checking, some betting. He's got ace king high. He could check, right?
Yeah, I think certainly in more like a traditional. Well, that's a very good card. Certainly in a traditional sense, you would play mainly bets, but the 20 bigs is kind of interesting because you do actually have to check back a board like this a bit more than people might think. And certainly in an ICM scenario, as a covered stack, yes, we have a tighter range, but yeah, the kind of things that can go wrong are pretty exacerbated, one might say. Obviously, if you just turn the absolute stones on a card where the only guy that can have the stones, we will probably
now it's a lot easier to proceed.
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to see a big size here immediately. I got like full pot. Obviously, one's not ready to do anything with, but just in terms of sizing matters. Think about the big blind's range. He's not really going to attack you here, so it's really the onus is on you to put as much money in as possible.
And there you go. He does go for the big bet. Yeah, lining up that river jam. Andy, I will say, from my perspective, it's been an absolute pleasure to share the broadcasting box with you. I've really enjoyed your insights. But now it's time for another exciting edition of Hit or Shit, where the audience decides at home, is it a hit or is it shit? Today's subject, as you guys can take a look at the pay table, is Andy Bowie Effect Wilson, there's no magic here. You just got to type in the chat, YouTube or Twitch, you just type hit or you just type shit. Andy Bowie Effect Wilson, you are at the mercy of the chat, and my goodness, we have never seen such a runaway decision. We've got one contrarian only, but with 40 seconds to go, we've never seen anybody hit a century. We've never seen triple figures. I don't know if the counter can even handle such a large number, and we're not even at the halfway mark. I gave you 30 seconds here because I thought that it might be close, but my goodness, you want to talk about landslides. Do we even have this many people in the chat chatting? 15 seconds. He might be approaching 150. He might be approaching 200. Some people say he could hit 200 hits.
Pretty strong.
Bowie, it's an absolutely resounding victory. Bowie, Andy Wilson, is a hit. Of course he's a hit. Incredibly valuable insights. If you want to learn more from Bowie, you can go to bbzpoker.com. Jordan, you're welcome. Andy, I enjoy your seminars. I enjoy your company. Thank you very much. Any parting words for our chat?
I just enjoyed the show. It's a fantastic final table, and it was a pleasure to hop on this Saturday afternoon for a little while and chat a few words about the cards. So yeah, I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the coverage. Yeah, it's a great FT. So enjoy
Andy, it's been a pleasure. Now you do stream occasionally on Twitch as well, don't you? So people can follow at twitch.tv/Bowie Effect. Yes, I largely just do like one stream at the end of each coop as it's a bit of fun. That's a little bit of a bonus for the fans out there. Andy, thanks very much for joining us, mate. Enjoy the evening.
No worries. Have a good one, boys.
Thank you.
And girls and everyone else who might be watching.
And there he goes, Andy Bowie Effect Wilson. I've never seen such a resounding episode of Hit or Shit. Andy Wilson is absolutely a hit. There's a link in the chat on Twitch if you want to follow him. We were very blessed to learn from him, get his thoughts, get his insight. You guys want to play some spin and goes on break? We've got a little bit of a deficit to recover from today. Look at these numbers. Oh no, we won one, didn't we, before the last break? We've played 3. We've played 3. We've lost 2. We won 1 for 200. For EPT so far, we've played 10. We played a $3 one. We're up $203. Let's jump into the spin and go streets, shall we? Let's jump into the PokerStars spin and go streets, shall we? Oh no, we got the wrong table. That's the cent roll. Here you go. You're missing the best bit. $1 million. We're playing for 300. And no, you don't get to see my cards. Plus EV Decisions we played with yesterday. Danny In for Life we played with yesterday. Let's bring this music down just a little bit, although we are absolutely vibing, of course. Naturellement. We're spinning our stuff. VGD says, Spraggy, how are you going to address allegations of the integrity of Hit or Shit? Excuse me? What are we claiming here? Vote rigging? Election rigging? What are we claiming? How dare you? I would never. It's a perfect system. Breaking news from New Meadow Park, Gloucester City. Win 2-1 with a last-minute penalty against Sholing. We got Jules Cheat in the chat. We got Jules Cheat here to enjoy some $100 spins. What's old is new again. Does it count multiple entries? Is that what we're saying? Gino says, I did maybe 30 hits. You typed hit 30 times and it counts at 30 times? That's okay. We encourage spamming. Uh-oh. We lost. But don't worry. We'll try again. $200! As Bowie would say, they've dampened my prize pool. That guy had queens. Can you believe that? That guy had queen, mate. Minus 100 for this break. reconfigure my numbers. We're in for 4 today. Total blinds 400, total cash is 200, net profit minus 200. Jules says, wait, no delay? No delay. Hello, Jules. I'm right here. I'm right here. Technology, eh? We've got a spin and go hub tracking buy-ins, cashes, losses, flip counters, win streaks, total break, wagered and won. We will be back with EPT main event coverage in probably not too long now. Filling these breaks up. We got 13 minutes to win as many spins as we can muster. We'll see 3. We'll see 3. Will we see 5? Don't think so. I had the 10-7. I don't think we get to see. Oh my god, what have I done? I would have made it straight. But I think we're up against too many flush draws, some better straight draws. We only have 1 over to the board. It's pretty sad. We are heads up. $200 or bust, my friends. What better way to spend a couple minutes than playing a spin and goes? Quick, innit? We might even get another one in. Might even get another few in. What do we got? 12 minutes, 11 minutes. I actually think the strategy decision here is this. I know what the strategy decision here is. Pocket tens. Look at that. You see? He went for the 3-bet pre-flop. We did not jam. Even off like 6 bigs. We keep the 7 deuce interested. Hi, mate. Hello there. Now we have a calling hand. Let's hold. Ace 4 against King 3. We got a big advantage to take home this $200 and we dominate. We're ahead, at least. Makes a full house with 9-4. There's no way he can come back from this, right? There's no way he can come back from this, right? 800 versus 100. He's not going to come back and beat me for $200, is he? Okay, now we do dominate. 9-3 against 4-3. Deesh! $200 win. What does that do for our hub? 5 games played, in for 5, out for 4. Okay. We got time yet. We're going again for another $100, chat. We're going again for another $100. Registration closed in the center roll. We got 415 of you in today. Good luck everybody who's still in. Chip leader Leon Trotsky. Mind the ice pick. 94k up top. You'll also see down here you got all in EV graphs, profit graphs. It's been a swingy session across the 5 games we played. It looks like a W. And we're slightly under EV. The blue line is what chips we have won, and the orange line is the chips we'd have won if we ran perfectly even luck. So yeah, the big blind, sorry, the money one is slightly above what we should have won, so we've been slightly lucky. My cards aren't covered, that's a big problem. Who saved me? Kaylee Hall, Merit Mark. Kale Hall, Merit Mark, thank you. If I could gift you a sub, I would. Imagine just played a whole $100 spin cards up. Goodness me. Goodness me. Glassy, what's up? Says looking forward to watching the FT. Just came back from a run. Trying not to be fat is too much effort. Worth it though, isn't it? Bet you feel better for it. Good for you. Good for you. I went all in. Dredger99, thank you very much for the sub as well, by the way, mate. Jesse Will, thank you for the 2 months. Oh boy, we could finish it right here. Hold for 200 bucks. The 10s are all gone. They're all gone, surely. Go on, the ace queen. It's not locked up just yet. It's not locked up just yet. I said for 200 bucks, but it's for 198 bucks. Same guy trying to make an epic comeback. Oh my god, he's got 10s. Has he got 10s forced all in? 7. He can't come back from this, don't worry. We're dominated. We're open-ended. Do it! He can't come back from this. Well, he can. Can't keep going on like this, can it? Well, it can. Okay, we dominate. We dominate. Get it over the line. Get it over the line. $200. Geesh! Check out the win counter on the right-hand side. That one's going to go up to 2 in a row, one would imagine. +2. Should we go again? How long we got on the EPT? How long we got on the EPT? Can we go again? We can go again. Here's the thing. You've always got time for a spin and go. That's what I say. I've always said it. $1 million. $1 million. Okay, 300. Lock in. Cover your cards. Dork. That breaks us even for the day. It leaves us up $303 for the EPT breaks. That profit graph for the day moving in the right direction. Again. We got time for one more, I think. Let me check in. Is that 3 minutes? Back in 3 minutes? We might have time to squeeze. Depends. Okay. You got me. Matty says, I can't believe you haven't hit the 1 million yet. So unlucky. I mean, look at it. Look at the bottom. That's my whole stats for EPT, right? Games played 15. Now, one of those was a $3 game. So we've played $1,400 and we haven't hit the million yet. That's got to be running under EV, surely. We've got a big hand to call with, folks. Ace Kinging it. 7-8 offsuit. Don't you dare. We're home and dry. We are once again heads up for $300 this time. Now I'm getting I'm getting word from the top that there is a new hub, an all-improved hub. It's got a new feature. What do we notice? What's different? What's the new feature? Production. What are these? Are these badges? Are these badges to collect on the side? Is that what I'm looking at? It looks like we might have some badges to collect for spins. I don't know what's going on. I'm just a mere passenger on this stream. Queen high. I was going to call river. It might not be good if he's checking back and I'm winning. Might not be good. Is this a call? I've found it. And I've held. It is a call. Jack 8 hearts gets the job done. That's another $300, isn't it? Is that not another $300? Am I wrong, chat? If I'm wrong, I don't want to be right. Oh, we did get a badge. We did get a badge. What does it say? Turkey? It's a turkey. What's that? A 300? Isn't a turkey a 300? I just filled out a badge on here. It's because I won... Oh, is it because I won 3 in a row? I don't know what it is. Production, what's the bat? What did I get? What do I win? Do I get a lollipop? Something. We're up $200 for the day now. It's a great break. Should we head back to the main event? Are they nearly ready to play for us again here? We're just getting word from production. By the way, for tomorrow's stream, we do have new functionality where you guys are going to be able to draft players. At the start of play, when we've got 6 left, we're going to go head-to-head in a draft. Chat are going to pick 3. I'm going to pick 3 so that you guys have got someone to root for across the day. We've got that functionality ready to come to you tomorrow. The badge is for 3 in a row. And we've got it. But I think we'll head back to the action. We've also got a new game coming up, or a new little thing coming up right now. We've got 3 minutes yet.
All the time.
We've got 3 minutes yet.
Can I get a gif of that, please?
I should have fired another one, shouldn't I?
That is a meme in the making right there, James.
Now we're going to watch Tatani make the nuts. What's this? This is the first PSPC, isn't it? Second PSPC.
Seriously though, chat, somebody please make a gif of that. I absolutely must have it immediately. What a moment, pushing all the time banks in.
Tatani willing a call. Still has a few time bank cards to burn through. Big decision. Neves is counting how much he'll be left with if he folds. The answer is 6.83 million, and he'll still be alive. If he does call, he'll have no chips left. He'll be the runner-up.
I think the fact he just won $1 million might also play into this call somewhat, James, if he decides to make it.
Well, guaranteed better than second place prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive score already.
He locked up 1.18 million in the deal they agreed. He's got a single chip in his hand. He makes the call, and that will do it. Tatani has done it. He is the champion of the PCA 2023 main event. Two Portuguese players, heads up for the title and trophy. Having agreed a deal, they are playing for an additional 50K, and that money, plus the title and trophy, will go to Michel Tatani. Freelancers Online, he is the champion.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros. And a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Well, there you go. Spin and Go Championship live. Coming your way, coming to Paris. Welcome back to the EPT main event floor. Browser source added. You know there's always browser sources being added around here. Beautiful shots of Malta, aren't they? Beautiful venue for a beautiful tournament, a beautiful final table, a beautiful last table of the tournament. 9 players left, yet to lose somebody. The idea is that we play down to 6 today. The idea is that we play about 5 levels today. Here are your chip counts. These are all of the players remaining in the field, my friends. 6.3 million. Thomas Brzezinski, a chip leader. Tom Axel Bedell, 4.89, just behind him, 97 bigs. Tony Kaukua, the shortest stack, 1.245. He did win the pot just before the break. Made a straight with the ace-king. Against the man's 8th in chips. It's Juan Pardo. There is confirmation of your prize pool. 760,000 euro for the winner. 70,000 euro for 9th place. And everything in between. How we doing? How we feeling? Be sure to make sure that you hit the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. The subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube, and a reminder that we've got daily recaps being uploaded onto my YouTube channel. If you missed any of the action from days 2, 3, or 4, there are 15-minute videos for you to catch up on. Don't watch them now.
Okay. They do like a 56.
But watch them later, and after today's stream, I do believe that we're going to have another recap for you of all the action from day 5 here in Malta. Day 5 of the European Poker Tour main event. Luke Melvin's got to leave us. Says, good night, Spraggy. Silly Australian time zones. Can't be helped. Thanks very much for tuning in. Whereas Jeremiah Witt says, good morning from Alaska, Spraggy. What's up, mate? Good to see you. Good to see you. Might get some flowers this time next year. I'd love to hear it. We are truly across the globe. Thank you very much for joining us for this, the European Poker Tour. We've got Tom Axel Bedell raising with the 6-7 of clubs. And Brzezinski does have that chip lead now. And as Bowie said, this is going to allow him to play a lot of calls pre-flop. Allow him to see lots of flops in position as the covering stack. He does peel one off with 6-5 of spades. A little bit of shared card coverage for these two guys. Jack 4 deuce rainbow. Tom Bedell continuing his pre-flop aggression. Does have something to work with the backdoor clubs. Maybe some interactions around this 4 starting to develop for him on the turn. Benefits from immediately folding out some of the broadways, but not going to fold out Brzezinski's 6-5. And a 9 of spades comes into play. I think Bedell's hand's quite miserable to start barreling now. Some of the easiest hands to apply pressure to are 6s and 7s. He blocks both of those. He doesn't have any chance to improve to a better hand at the river. No straight draws, no flush draw. In a situation where he'll have plenty, right? He's going to have Queen 10. He's probably going to have 10-8. He's going to have King 10, King Queen. But he does choose to go for a pretty optimistic barrel. 325k here. Right out the gate. We're playing a very inflated pot. And I incorrectly suggested that Tom Bedell could not improve his hand. I meant he couldn't make a straight or a flush. What he can do is make a pair. I wonder if that's just enough for him to think that he has some showdown value in check. That does not appear to be the case. Kind of entering merge territory. One has to imagine he's not trying to get called by a worse hand here. He's just kind of betting because he wants to bet 3 streets. He bets 675. He won't know it, but he actually has the best hand. I don't think he's anticipating getting called by worse. I think that would be an impossibility. And of course, the danger of firing a hand like this, it does open the door. Maybe for Brzezinski to make a play at it. And conversely, you might argue that a check opens the door even more. But a very unorthodox pot to kick us up. Tom Axel Bedell has played an unorthodox style throughout. He marches to the beat of his own drum. He's not constrained by, you know, some of the lines of thinking that some of these players might be constrained by or start to work around. Fires off the third street. Folds out the 6 high. And an early pickup. A big brick for Basinski. As the final table rolls on, we're interactive across Twitch and YouTube. Feel free to throw questions at me, chat along, give your thoughts. Ijip Gunner says that Kings versus King Queen hand was crazy. Yesterday it was, wasn't it? If you missed that, that is available on the YouTube. That's certainly one of the hands of the tournament so far. One of the wildest things I've seen at that stage of an EPT in quite some time. Jacks for Boyka.
425.
He's at 26 big blinds now. And we spoke earlier about maybe Boyka not wanting to commit hands like 10s or jacks pre-flop. But that is not the case here. He's a lot shorter than he was at that point of the tournament. But blind versus blind, his hand strength is incredibly strong. And just thinking about some of these ideas of not playing a jam, having a really strong hand, trying to induce more action from his opponent. Not going to happen when Eustache is at it with a 10-5 offsuit. Doesn't become part of his defending range yet. I think that's quite obvious. I'm sitting out of the cent roll. I did not know that. Sorry. Thank you, Ruth. Not intentional. I will be competing in the cent roll until my dying breath. We did have a new little toy to play with, but I'm not sure I got it working. There is Wampardo, who's had a bit, as we were mentioning before the break there, he's had a bit of a rough final table. Bowie, late reg is closed. Indeed it is. Late reg is closed on the cent roll. You've bottled it. The stakes were too high, I think. It's too intimidating. That 109 ticket at the moment. Leon Trotsky still out in front. Up to 233,000. Clarkey 180, 180 at 120,000. Runaway chip lead. Kalonji the big blind. Boyka in the small blind. Comes in for a limp.
170.
You might see some ISOs around these hands. Yeah, this is a sort of garbage. As Bowie said, not a lot of raising in the suited portion. But the offsuit much prefers to just deny your opponent a share of the pot before we see 3 cards. It's not going to flop very well. It's not going to flop very playably at all. And I don't think Boyka really is going to waste his hand with a 3-bet. He certainly can't, you know, get it in as a value proposition here. It's not quite strong enough to do that, but it's a very nice, it's a very playable hand. He's just going to call and keep in a lot of these bluffs. Let's imagine just for a moment that Kalonji has a hand like 10-4 offsuit, right? King 10 suited, often in a very dominating situation. You just have to have confidence in your ability to play and navigate post-flop to be able to keep a wide range involved from your opponent. Queen, Queen 3. Collonge continuing for 100k. Certainly a spot where Boyka will have to be very stubborn in the way that he continues. Anything with a spade in it, excuse me, anything with a club in it. A lot of these king highs, ace highs. Obviously the reason that we're taking this line pre-flop is to keep in a lot of trash hands that we do very well against. So it wouldn't be congruent with that thinking to get out of town now. Boyka sticks around. Turn is a queen. I'm going to start thinking about pair coverage. I don't think Boyka is really shallow enough where he's going to be shoving anything pre-flop, or indeed like necessarily limp jamming all of his big pairs. He might have some limp 3-bet, but I do think that a lot of the middling pairs are still going to be in this range for the limp call. I also think, you know, he still has a bunch of decent ace highs, decent king highs. Collonge himself, ISOing a lot of queens. And I know it sounds silly when you start thinking about, oh, he might have quads, but really, if he's ISOing hands like queen deuce, queen 3, queen 4, queen 5 offsuit, queen 6 offsuit pre-flop, those combinations add up pretty quickly. So the 4 of a kind is not an insignificant part of Collonge's range. And of course, Boyka going to be in there with some suited queens limp calling as well. And probably some queen 10 offsuit, queen jack offsuit. Even a hand as strong as king queen offsuit, I think prefers to play limp call from Boyka here. So Boyka decides the king high is just a little bit too weak to face the double barrel. But just again, a really nicely attacked spot from Collonge. Finding the ISO pre-flop with 9-4 off and finding 2 streets to force his opponent into the bin. Got Mr. Monkey gifting 5 subs to our chat community on Twitch. Thank you, mate.
Phone here.
Wayne, welcome in. Blom Lom, Tamer UK, PMRC, and Starlights 54. Yeah. Welcome. Appreciate you, Mr. Monkey. It's very kind of you.
Get it.
That's very kind of you. Gifted another subscription to Tweety as well. Hello, Tweety. How are you? If you're just joining us, this is the final table of the EPT in Malta. There was your overnight chip leader, Tom Axel Bedell. Got a very playable queen jack of diamonds from under the gun. Ben Heath. We've not seen too much of. Had some very close spots in terms of opens. Played a couple of spots quite passively. Is going to fold this ace-5 suited here. Collonge releasing Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind. And Tom will take it down. I'm jamming in the center roll. If you're playing on my table in the center roll, you'll know that I'm all in. I can't reveal the strength of my hand, of course. I got it through. I got it through.
C'était cool.
If I look puzzled, it's because I am. And how do we feel about this? There we go. Fixed it. How do we feel about this? So Ostash coming in, excuse me, Brzezinski coming in with the raise, Ostash coming in with the call, and a lot of this flatting here. Again, just going to be informed by the fact that Ostash is up against chip leader. If he 3-bets, Brzezinski plays 4-bet. We don't like it. Excuse me. Someone in the chat says there's a limp. There's no limp, right? There's a raise. Ostash raises 150k. He raises 3x. Oh, Brzezinski limped. You're right, Brzezinski limped. I have clarification for you. Brzezinski limps. I think his intention was to raise. There's no reason why he would limp. It was a limp pre. I think he's tried to throw in chips and not announced it or something along these lines. Which means that Ostash then raised to 150k. This is the potential to be a really sick one. Because after this limp, Ostash makes it 150k. Tom Bedell calls, and now Brzezinski, instead of going for a limp 3-bet, decides to call. So with 3 ways to the flop, it's ace, queen, 7. Ostash is betting. Tom Bedell is not folding deuces on ace, queen, 7, and then Brzezinski is overcalling, and all of a sudden, we've got a near million chip pot in which Brzezinski will feel that the whole hand is weird and scuffed because he limped. And he'll feel a little bit underrepresented. And maybe that means that Ostash can have ideas of value betting a hand like ace-jack, ace-10. So Brzezinski will have quite a lot of confidence in his hand. And I don't think there's any reason or indication or advantage to Ostash ever slowing down here. So Tom Bedell eventually going to get out of the way with the deuces. 500k is the bet. It's about half pot. And just being in this weird situation, this weird limp, Brzezinski is going to beat some value bets. I do think because of the limp nature and the 3x, the threshold for a value bet is lower than ace-queen. That's to say that Ostash will find or try to find value with worse aces than ace-king. The river of 6 of diamonds, not going to be too impactful. Brzezinski with the check. And I just wonder about the sizing here. I think if Ostash chooses an all-in, you are going to force some folds from one pair hands. It's impossible really to gauge how Brzezinski feels about the ace-king just because he's so under-repped and feels so strangely about the ace-king given what happened pre-flop. I think Ostash really has a choice between trying to go something like half pot and get called by the ace-10s, the ace-jacks. Maybe there's some better ace-x combos to call with. Maybe you want to actually unblock ace-10, ace-jack. Because Ostash might be bluffing around some of these cards, some of the Broadway cards. Or whether Ostash would want to shove and just make sure he gets paid the maximum by 2 pair. We see him elect for the smaller size. We do see him go for the half pot. And I really don't know how I'd approach this if I'm Brzezinski. Do I feel like my opponent is, wanting to value bet ace-jack here now? I think that's probably the way you have to think about it. Like, does ace-jack go for this value bet given the pre-flop action? And if you do feel like that's the case, then, ace-king, of course, becomes a necessary call. He's very anguished. He's very upset about this pre-flop nonsense that occurred, I think. It would be a really impressive call, just not leveling yourself about the pre-flop action as well and correctly deducing that your opponent maybe isn't value betting ace-10, maybe isn't value betting ace-jack, maybe isn't going to fire off something like jack-10 or king-10. He does make the call, and there's the upsetting news. This pot always seemed destined to be pretty sizable. Ace-queen versus ace-king pre-flop. There was a very, very weird pre-flop situation. But the end result is Thomas Brzezinski losing a big one. And that man, Mikhailo Ostash, for the first time in the tournament, moving over the 5 million chip mark. He's got 103 big blinds now. And perhaps just reaping the rewards there of not going for the greedy size, not going for the full all-in. He went for the half-pot bet, tried to manipulate his opponent into a wider call. And there's confirmation then of Ostash's new position. Up into 2 of 9. Brzezinski still very much amongst the chip leaders into 4 of 9. I definitely feel like, does anyone feel like we're not in the room right now in terms of the audio? I wonder, doesn't it feel like the table audio is muted and we're just, is it just me? Like, I know these guys are not, talking a lot, but don't we feel like we're not even, is it just me?
Raise.
Who's to say? Kalonge with a raise, 10-9 suited. We have seen Tom Bedell treat himself with, I think it was 6-4 suited before in the small blind, wasn't he? He's out of the way with the 4-3. Queen 4 in the big blind, just a little bit too wide to pip for Brzezinski, who is now covered by Edric Kalonge. 81 big blinds deep. Has it been 9-handed for ages? It's been 9-handed for a little while, yeah. At least the last couple of hours. We did just have a 20-minute break. I believe this is now the last hand of this level. We're playing 2 minutes per hand, and I think once this one ticks off, we're going to move up to 30k, 60k, which might shift some of the action along just a little bit. Who have I got on this FT? I mean, I had Wampardo. He came into FT second in chips, and I think obviously a very talented player. But he ran into a rough situation, and he's now down to, whatever, 7 of 9. So I don't really know. It's anybody's game, isn't it? We've seen how quickly it can change. There's so many talented players. There's so much star power at the final table. It's really, really hard to pick someone as a big favorite. I really like the way Adrian Kalonge is playing. But I really like the way a lot of people play. You know, you got Ben Heath there with 44 big blinds. Who could rule him out? It's absolutely wide open. Apologies, but not really. Rodri in the cent roll. I've just gone all in with A7 offsuit and beat your 10s. Perhaps I'll secure myself a Power Path Express ticket. Perhaps I will. Well, this is the first time I think we've seen a light 3-bet from Tomax or Bedell. Tomas with a raise with 8-9 offsuit. Bedell makes it 325,000. And very awkward for Brzezinski. Because he's got a very, very nice hand, ace-king suited. But yeah, Bedell does out-chip him. And so any ideas he might have around confirmation that the table audio is fine, by the way. Everybody's just locked in, zoned in. We'd expect nothing less than full focus. And what do we see here? So yeah, Brzezinski with 70 big blinds to start the hand. Doesn't have any ideas of 4-betting and trying to get the stacks in, given the ICM considerations. He just goes for the cold call, which is going to invite Tomas in for such a clean price. It's a huge flop for Tom Axel. Bedell, King 8 of spades, picks up this flush draw. And Brzezinski, with the same hand and a weird pre-flop situation as previously, ace king of clubs, does flop top pair. It is a queen on the turn. It gives Tom a little bit more in terms of ways that he can improve. He picks up this gut shot. And crucially has a hand, you know, blocking king jack as well. Do wonder whether Brzezinski ever cold calls his 3-bet with king jack suited, or whether his range is more condensed around ace king, ace queen. I do think he will cold call pocket jacks, pocket tens. Maybe even pocket kings becomes awkward in terms of 4-betting and trying to put in 70 big blinds pre-flop with all these pay jumps. So it is a board where Brzezinski's range is very, very centered around ace queen, pocket tens, ace king, as we see. So I think very astute from Bedell to just slow things down on the turn, despite his raw equity share being quite good. We see him tap the table once again. Now the question becomes, does Brzezinski go for a value bet? I do think 2 checks opens him up to try and target a hand. Let's imagine Bedell 3-bet light with a hand like ace 5. 3-bet light with a hand like ace 7, ace 8, ace 9, right? We see a lot of that, don't we? And so there's some weaker aces here that Brzezinski is going to want to try and target. And that's exactly what he does. 1.5 million in the middle. $750,000 is the bet. Tom Bedell, you'd like to think, doesn't have a call option, might have a raise option, certainly. And I think it's best does have the fold option. So Brzezinski just a little bit stung from the hand previously, but it's a short-lived moment in the depths of despair. He's back on top. He's up to 80 big blinds. Hello there. Pocket dial. It was a pocket dial from Dave Curtis. You guys, some of you guys know Dave Curtis. Works with us at PokerStars. He was like, oh, I've just ran into Bowie Effect here in Malta. Great stream, by the way. I'm really enjoying it. I said, well, it might be best if you're really enjoying the stream to let me get on with it instead of pocket dialing me, Dave. you know what I mean? I can hear Bowie in the background, taking his belly rubs. Davy Boy legend, indeed. Boyka with the raise, under the gun +1. Wampada with the defend. And Wampada flops the gut shot, wrapped around this Jack 10 deuce. Boyka with ace-4, and I do think we'll be quite happy to see bet. From early position, his range is going to be centered around suited aces, sure, but also a lot of this Broadway stuff over pairs. Not a particularly wide range. We actually saw Ben Heath fold the ace-3 suited in a somewhat comparable spot, but Boyka takes the raise with ace-4. I do think he is going to continue for a c-bet on the flop. And I think really the problem for Wampado's hand, in terms of how tight Boyka's going to be opening, that he does have some domination around hands like King-Queen. Even a hand like Ace-Queen, Ace-King, maybe elects for a c-bet on the flop from early position. We did see a check back on the button, but I think from early position, you might just want to be betting your entire range on this board. So any ideas of check raising for Wampado? You know, even if he makes a queen, he's looking at getting cooled sometimes by ace-king. If he raises, he's going to see king-queen continues. Yeah, so this is one of those where not all of these straight draws or something that might look like a reasonable check raise, it's not going to come into play. Just because of Boyka's tight range and the sort of hands that he might have to try and fold out aren't going to fold out. They're going to stick around and they're going to dominate him. So again, Wampado just knowing when to turn off that aggression, even flopping a gut shot on the king high, decides to palm it into the muck. Yeah, so Saffron Don asking it in the chat, and this is actually what I was trying to do this week with bringing in a flavor of the EPT, is there's a bunch of other tables going on, right? And when we watch these broadcasts, we're obviously very familiar with watching the main event, but when you go to an EPT, there's events every day. Today actually is the 10k super high roller, is the 10k high roller. In previous days we had Jamie Dwan and Matt Franklin called in and they were playing the 3k mystery bounty, but there's 1Ks, there's 2Ks, there's 3Ks, there's the 5K main, there's 10Ks, then there's 20Ks, 25Ks. We play a 100K super high roller as well. So the EPT, we get a flavor of the main event on these broadcasts, but there are, don't forget, lots of other tournaments, as you can see, going on in the background. Tom Axel Bedell raising King Queen offsuit. And it's raise and take it. So I was hoping to get a little bit more in terms of correspondence on the floor, but we'll line up some more guests for next time. That's okay. We don't need to deviate too aggressively from our main event coverage. We want to keep our eyes on the ball here, and make the poker is the focus, of course, right? This is a very big poker game that's being played, and we're here to watch it. Has Spraggy ever met any of these final table folks in person? Yeah, I mean, I played the last however many EPT main events. I play with a lot of these guys in EPT main events. This is the first EPT I haven't attended in about 4 or 5 years. Normally when you see me take a break from this channel, it's because I'm at an EPT. Because I'm playing in the main event myself, but my wife is due to give birth in 5 or 6 days, so. I'm at home, I'm bringing you some coverage, and I'm enjoying doing it. Will the tournament be finished today? It won't be finished today. No, we're going to play 5 levels. Or down to 6, I believe, is the plan. Here comes Boyka. And again, we're seeing a little bit of post-flop passivity. We don't see a 3-bet, just a call from Boyka. And it might be paying dividends for him. Incredible flop for your reigning multi-champion, Andres Boyka. Queen, Queen, Jack. Bedell hits him with a very quick snap check back. And now Boyka's going to have ideas about how thinly he wants to value bet. Does he want to take one of these small sizings we speak about and be able to value bet a jack here? And I think that is a very reasonable decision. I think Tom Bedella's sticky customer gets stubborn with a lot of ace highs, so I think we're going to see some smaller sizes that are going to allow him to bet with a jack and get called by some ace high. Maybe some underpairs to the board, something like 7s and 8s. Yeah, he goes for 165k. And I think this is a sharp bet against an opponent whose check back I think is quite well defined. I do think that Tom, and most players actually, are going to c-bet a jack on the flop, c-bet flush draws on the flop. So you will want a small size that's going to allow you to bet more of your range, to bet with a jack. Maybe, probably not less than a jack. Jack's probably your lowest or your worst value bet. But it's very, very bad news for Boyka. And this spot reminds me a little bit, not much, but a little bit, of the spot where we saw the block with the trips before and 5-6 got turned into a bluff. I just wonder whether Boyka is going to employ a very, very small sizing here just to try and maneuver his way to showdown. Maybe even 10%, maybe even a B10. Yeah, I don't think that is too far away from what we saw with the Queen 9 earlier. There it is, a little 10%. Very telling there from Tom. You know how earlier the 10% was used and then the 6-5 didn't react and then made that jam? Tom actually has quite a similar hand class here, maybe, where he blocks some full houses. He might make some moves occasionally with King 9, but that little smile, that little, I think that indicates he's not thinking about raise. And look at this. He feels obliged to just chuck in 10% of the pot. He really doesn't have to win very often, but that sizing choice is going to allow Boyka to take this ace-queen into showdown, to get paid by worse on a 4-club board. And that is a really sharp sizing decision. And again, if we take one thing away from this EBT coverage, I think it is that size matters. Because you can't put this ace-queen into a big bet. You're only going to get called by the clubs. But when you bet 10% and you make your opponent call so wide, then the ace-queen can start extracting value still. And that's a really, sharp sizing to use.
Whoa.
So Tom Bedell losing another small one. Does see him slide down to 3rd in chips at his final table. And it is a very tough final table. I would go so far as to say this is probably one of the toughest EPT main event final tables we've seen. It's really, really stacked. Like, nobody's really giving anything up. Kakua binning the Queen 10. He's in the cage a little bit in terms of his distribution, the distribution of chips. The second time we see him pass the King 10 offsuit. Mustache in the cutoff with 8-9. He does have everybody covered. This is certainly a deviation from what we might see in a chippy V situation. When we say chippy V situation, we just mean when we're not playing for pay jumps, we're not playing final tables, we're just playing for chips. You know, the chips do not have a dollar value amount that is particularly going to skew at this point. That is not the case when you're on an FT. You know, the short stacks are trying to ladder. Chips have different values depending on where you are in relation to everybody else. But when you cover everybody and folks have to tighten up a little bit because they're covered playing for those pay jumps, you can extend. An 8-9 offsuit coming in for the raise does get the job done. Sarcastic Priest on YouTube says 0% chance of a deal happening in my opinion. Do we mean a deal to chop the prize pool? I mean, not at this point. I wouldn't rule it out later on. It's obviously depends on chip distribution and who gets there and what incentives might be at this point, but I wouldn't rule anything out later on. It's quite a big pay jump, isn't it? 760k for first, 474k for second. Nearly a 300,000 euro heads up match. Might consider a chop myself. Boyka with ace king suited, raising in the cutoff. And João Tomás with pocket queens in the small blind. Now, as Bowie mentioned, certain stack depths, we might not even want to start 3-betting 10s or jacks here. We are a little bit shallower than the 40 big blinds we were earlier. We're at a 30 big blind situation. I think this was quite straightforward, folks. I don't think we need too much keen analysis. I think we're going to see quite sizable 3-bet out of position from Tomás. I believe these stacks are perilously close together. I'm reading 1.74 million each. Maybe Tomás just covers with 1.76. Looks like Tomás is the covering stack. So actually his 3-bet doesn't need to be necessarily huge. It's not really too much of a difference between them. We do see the call from Boyka? Click from Boyka. Okay. 4-bet to 600,000 from Boyka.
Yeah.
Now, why are we 4-betting small here rather than just 3-betting, rather than just jamming? And I think it's quite important, right? It's quite an important distinction, even at these stack depths. The small 4-bet is because Tomás might not even be 3-bet getting in pocket 9s, pocket 10s, maybe not ace queen. We've seen a lot of flatting around ace queen, right? So his range is polar. He's going to have queens, kings, and ace king that are happy to play for chips. And then he's going to balance out with, let's say, ace 4, ace 3, ace 5, some of these low wields that block the top and unblock the bottom, right? So if someone either has a really good hand or a really bad hand, it doesn't make sense to jam against it. It makes sense to play the smaller 4-bet. And that's exactly what Boyka does. In this occasion, it doesn't matter too much because eventually Tomás finds the 5-bet. Boyka finds the call. And we are, of course, flipping. Boyka with the ace-king suited. Tomás is the player at risk. Okay, so counting down the chips. It looks like Tomás is at risk. Boyka would survive with 100k should he not hit. It's the most classic of races. El Clasico itself. Ace-king suited versus pocket queens. But these guys won't find themselves flipping for much more money than this too often in their lives. A first place prize of 760,000 euro. The winner of this will continue in the tournament in the middle of the pack with 9 left. The loser, if it's Tomás, he's out. If it's Boyka, he's all but out. They're playing for everything. And I believe it's taking a little bit of time because their stacks are so close. We're just going to double check who's covered and who's not. There's no getting away from this one for either player.
Same stack.
Not going to play out any other way. The only decision might be whether Boyka goes for the big 4-bet all-in, or rather just shoves 30 big blinds rather than plays a small click. But as I mentioned, the polarized nature of Tomas's 3-bet range makes the click with the 4-bet more appropriate. It gives Boyka the option to 4-bet clicks and bluffs against Tomas's range, which is going to have some bluffs, right? Like I say, on this occasion, it doesn't matter. The money's going in. An agonizing wait for both men. And here we go. It's 8-7-3. The flop favors Tomas heavily. It's a huge swing in his favor. 76% for João Tomas. 10 on the turn means that if he can fade the ace or the king, he stays alive at the EPT main event in Malta. 1 to come. It's a nail biter. Yes, it is. Oh, it's an ace. It's an ace on the river. It's an absolute dagger for João Tomas, who performed so excellently over the 5 days of play here in Malta. It's a quick exit. He can't bear to stick around for long. It's a firm handshake with the floor. 9th place. You've got to win your flips. You've got to win your flips in tournament poker. We're getting some claps in the chat as well. We might. 9th place finish for João Tomas. He's leaving with €70,000 and change. Everybody else, congratulations. They've just laddered up to €91,250, and big congratulations to Alexei Boyka. That story continues. The last time the European Poker Tour was hosted in Malta, that man won it in 2016, and now with a near-decade break, we're back in Malta. And what's old is new again, because Boyka looks to go back to back. Oh man. Oh man. What a final table story we have emerging there. What a moment. Ostash with a raise. Kalonge with a call. No rest. The action rages on. Brzezinski with the 8s. And it's Ostash who flops well out in front. He is the player with the biggest stack. He is the player with the pre-flop betting lead. But he is playing out of position against Kalonge. So just mixing some of these weaker aces into the checking range. Just keeping himself balanced in a spot where he might want to check some underpairs, might want to check some king highs. He's just going to mix this ace-7 into that checking range. Kalonge correctly identifying that that is going to be the case sometimes. Doesn't want to start blowing this pot up too big. And of course, when you're 3 ways, the pot is already a little bit bigger pre-flop, which means that your bets on the flop are going to be a little bit bigger in size. So with two opponents and a slightly bigger pot, you have to exercise a little bit of caution. One of wanted to face a check raise as well does have this little backdoor heart interest. But Ostash now, playtime is over. He does go into this big bet. I do think this is a size that's probably going to be too thin for himself if he has something like a 10. It might be tricky to go close to the size of the pot into two players. This is actually really interesting for Kalonge. I would suggest that without this backdoor heart, Kalonge is going to be immediately upset versus this size with a Jack-10. Let's say he has Jack-10 of clubs and can't improve. I think the size is forcing at least some sort of misery around a 10. Queen of spades on the river. We'll see how Ostash wants to deal with this. I do think his opponent's going to have a hand like King Jack sometimes, calling on the turn, so he's going to make the nuts. I do think he's going to have to use some pretty small sizings here. Because, you know, in order for his ace-7 to get paid, he needs to monetize against a queen or against a 10. There's not too much in the way of queen X. I suppose there's a little bit around the suitedness. Maybe there's Queen Jack of Hearts, one combo. Maybe there's some King Queen. But King Queen offsuit, not really an attractive call. Might see some 3-betting of that pre-flop from Kalonge. I think this is going to be a spot where Kalonge just has to decide how often Ostash will start bluffing with something like 7-8, 8-9. You know, turning a gut shot, firing the turn, firing the river. Wow, he does make the call. He does make the call. Gets shown the bad news. But yeah, I definitely think this call a product of everything that happens pre-flop, right? Because Ostash is the player with the chip lead. His range is going to be widest pre-flop. We saw him previously open with 8-9 offsuit, right? And if you add in all the 8-9 offsuits, all the 7-8 offsuits, then you do start to have lots of bluffs headed into the river. And Kalonge just suspicious of how wide he's opening and perhaps barreling the turn and river. Keeps him honest with the Jack-10. Is wrong on this occasion. The North American Poker Tour's back in Las Vegas, November 3rd to 12th. If you want to play that, most are you in the chat? Most stars usually in the chat. Most stars usually going to NAPT Vegas. And Eric says the bet was sized correctly. It appears, yeah, just goes for a slightly bigger sizing, 600k. Perhaps he's able to take some big bets with his ace-X. Certainly if he's not going to dissuade a 10 from its efforts. But coverage of the NAPT is going to be on the PokerStars channel November 12th, if that's something you might be interested in. I'm sure it is. Now, I do have... Oh, more news for you. We're going back to Prague. End of the year. We're going back to Prague. December 3rd to 14th. Full schedule in the PokerStars live app. Of course, the main event will be streamed live on YouTube. On the PokerStars channel. I have no idea what my plans are. It's going to depend very much on how everything's going with my son, who's due to arrive in 5 days. Miles due to give birth in 5 days. So I don't know what the plans will look like in December. I couldn't possibly say.
Much better seats. Oh, aces. That stands to them.
So which is my slot now? Is it the same? Okay.
I'm hoping to be out there and be part of the coverage by winning the main event. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Celebrating my new seat.
Well, here we go. It's been a little bit of a troubling FT for Tom Axel Bedell. Has not been that runaway train that he has been over the last few days. Maybe this hand gets him back into good shape. What are we dealing with here? Blind's now 30k, 60k, of course. Bumps it up to 125 on the button. Oh, and it could be fireworks. Because Tony Kalkua has got 16 blinds and ace-jack suited. And we've seen the sort of hands that Tom Axel Bedell is willing to raise with. And indeed, we've seen the sort of hands that he's willing to put chips in with. I don't think Tony Kalkua has anything here other than a hand that wants to play for more money. He announces all in. And this is a really nasty cooler, especially against not just Tom opening very wide, but obviously Tom opening off 70 big blinds. It's going to be so wide from the button. But Tom Axel Bedell is just at the top of his range. There's definitely going to be some frustration that he's running into such a strong hand. It is Tony Kalkua in a very unfortunate spot and a fight for his tournament life. 2.2 million chips to play for. He finds himself as an aggressive underdog. He's going to have to come from behind. 67%, 29%, some chop opportunities on the table. 9-8 deuce does give Kalkua a little bit of a sniff. Yeah. We can't hear what they're saying. I maintain that the audio is not from the table, by the way, because they're talking and we can't hear it. Am I not? Oh my goodness, it's a jack on the turn.
How can you say that's better?
There you go, we did hear Tom speak.
A king would be nice, yeah.
And no doubt he is bemoaning his luck. We said that Tom Bedell not had a great run at this final table so far, this 9-handed situation so far. Neither had Tony Kalkua up until this point. It is a massive double up for him. Failure to spike that jack or improve in other ways, and he'd have been out of there. We'd have been down to 7, but we remain 8-handed. It's a massive jack on the turn. It's another setback for Tom Axel.
Mamma mia, mamma mia. Che sta passando?
It is a massive get there, and the show rolls on.
Good shit. Can I stay?
Tom all laughs. He's still all smiles and all laughs. Such a high morale player. Maybe if his luck runs out before he gets down to the final 6, it means that we see him change his lucky jacket, though. Could be some silver linings. Will Bedell take one off, having just
bad seat
taken the bad beat? He's not. He's back at it with 9-7 of diamonds.
This is safe. I prefer it safe.
Does that not sound like the player's voices are super low? Is it just for me? Relative to the noise of the room, the player's voice is not super low. Paddy says, I feel like it sounds normal. Maybe I need to clear my ears out, chat. Maybe it's on me. Maybe they're not talking at all. Maybe the voices are all in my head. Brzezinski, Jack 8 suited. What are the voice in his head telling him? Is it raise? It is raise. Raise it up. Tony Kakua now. Let out of his cocoon. Let out of his cage. He's got 36 big blinds. He's got room to play. He's got room to maneuver. He's got the button. He's got ace queen offsuit. I press that button again. Oh, hello. Wampardo, 17 blinds. I think he might have an aggressive option. Wampardo might be about to enter an aggressive node. Wow. Well, well, well. He is not. Wampardo, just with a call. Just very respectful. It seems like. Of this Kaukua flat on the button. So we do go 3 ways to the flop. King, queen, 9. It's check, check, and check. And how does he do it? Malaka like it like that. Malaka like it like that. It's a 10. It's a jack. It's a 9, it's a queen, it's a king, it's a straight for Wampardo, Malacca style. Gets out of jail, was flopped into the floor. But now a situation where neither our pre-flop opener nor our button flatter will like their hand. The club on the river. The club on the river and Malacca style blocks it twice. Suited 10s. What if he didn't jam pre because he's got 10 of clubs, and he was worried about putting all the chips in the middle and his hand being dead? Because I thought, why would he not jam this pre? I was trying to work out why he wouldn't jam it pre. I wonder if he didn't jam pre because he's got 10 of clubs. And he was worried about his hand being killed or something.
I win.
Oh, he's got 9, 10 of clubs. Well, that's why he didn't jam pre. I'm like, why didn't he jam 10s? I was trying to work out how he's so much better than me that jamming 10s isn't good, and I didn't want to say anything on the stream, so I was like, surely you just jam 10s here, but Wampardo's flat at 10, so I must be an idiot. But I was like, just calling 10s. Yeah, that makes I agree with Wampardo. I would never just call 10s. He didn't have 10s. You jam 10s. Then I thought he had suited 10s. But that doesn't make any sense because there's only 1 10 of clubs in the deck, right? Guys, we know that much, do we? I don't know what I know anymore. I don't know where I am anymore. I know Wampardo did make a straight. 1 10 was enough. He scoops the pot, but it explains everything. Doesn't it? It explains everything. A good hand, well dealt with. All's well that ends well. 9, 10 of clubs. Good hand for Wampardo. Much needed. He's got 24 big blinds. He's now the shortest stack in the tournament. Sure. He was before. Sure. But he's chipped up a little bit. 2 10s calling. I'm like, oh, why is he calling with 2 10s? Ooh. He's not going to call 2 10s off 17 3 ways, is he? I don't know what I was thinking. Nine 3 of clubs for Kaukua. So The 9 of clubs could be the 10 of clubs. I think it's probably... I guess they fixed it up. They swapped out the deck. There you go. They fixed it. The graphic is going to be accurate moving forward. My brain's still operating on an aggressive lag. Wampardo. Limping the ace-king suited blind v blind. We previously saw a hand like 9-3 offsuit raise in the big blind, so that should give you some idea as to why Wampardo is limping a hand like ace-king suited. He's just trying to move the onus onto the chip leader to do the raising, to attack his shorter stack. Ostash decides that with queen 4, he's going to take a check.
60.
And Wampardo flops a hand very strong. He's going to want to try and build a pot. And I think this ace-high board, it's probably necessary for him to lead himself. Ostash going to raise with a lot of ace-x. Pre-flop. Wampardo going to limp a lot. So it's not one where it goes limp and Ostash checks, where Ostash really has any advantage. He's not going to be able to leverage any advantage of having more aces, so not a board that he's going to bet very often should Wampardo check. So Wampardo tries to build the pot himself. Can't do it against the queen high no draw. Goodness me. But good evening, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. A reminder, if you are enjoying the broadcast, I think this might work now. Likes per minute, high score. I think you guys on YouTube, you can set a high score if you like. If you click the like button on YouTube and you all do it together, say, for example, now. If you all hit the like button at the same time, you can set a new likes per minute high score. You must get a high score. You set a high score and then you can increase the high score. I don't know how it works. It's a cheap mechanic to try and drive engagement. Okay? Don't look at me.
120.
Is it even counting anything? You have to press start. Oh, I have to press start. Kaukua is starting his engine with pocket sevens. Raising it up in the hijack. Boyka in position. No, Boyka out of position. In the big blind. Decides to call. So we're heads up to the flop. Pocket sevens against the jack of spades and a mystery meet. Some mystery meet. Mystery no more. Queen jack suited for Boyka. Sevens for Kakua. 9-5-4. And a pretty good flop for the sevens. Not too bad, but think about his overall range here versus big blind. Definitely some hands that don't do too well. Definitely a board where he'll consider Kauko some checkbacks. I don't think outlandish to suggest he'll be checking back some ace high. Maybe even some king high. Does go for 110,000, 1/3 the size of the pot. I wonder how Boyka thinks about check raising here. You've got some obvious candidates around gut shots. But it's a fairly nice hand to have. Yeah, look at this. I didn't think this was beyond the realms of possibility. Now, why is this happening? Well, Boyka benefits from check raising in that if Kaukua is c-betting a hand like ace-jack, king-jack, king-queen, then a lot of these are going to be immediately folded. So queen-jack suited can lean on some better hands. And Kaukua is going to have a hard time continuing with them. Even a hand like ace-queen, you know, gonna have a hard time continuing. And what's also working for Boyka is think about the consequences of getting called. when we get called here, we're going to get called by 7s, yes, 8s, yes, but also a 9. So you want to be able to improve against a 9. And Boyka has a backdoor straight draw, which we see come into play here. He has a backdoor flush draw, and he has 2 overs. So a hand like Queen Jack of Spades, much more preference than a check raise of, say, Jack 8 or Jack 7 or Jack 6. Because if you get called by a 9, you cannot improve with a Jack and a 7 or a Jack and an 8. But the Jack is another overcard. So you see a lot of these 2 overcard combinations come in to the check raise. Kaukua stubbornly sticking around with the 7s. I think if he's going to fold a lot of high cards, he can't afford to fold too much. So he must defend a 9. He must defend pairs. But Boyka applying further pressure on the turn. And that's the beauty of using this sort of combination, right? Why is this Queen Jack so much better? Because when he turns the straight draw, he's got opportunities to improve, and he can apply pressure to 7s, 8s, and of course a 9. Which Kaukua will have in the hijack. Certainly going to open raise Ace-9 suited, King-9 suited. And that is the power of the check raise, the power of choosing the right combination, turning equity, barreling good turn cards. And Alexei Boyka once again demonstrating his class on this final table. Super cool stuff. Super cool stuff. Wow, we got a bunch of likes. It's a lot easier to get people to like the stream where I'm on no delay, isn't it? Whenever I speak to you guys through a 4-minute delay when I'm normally streaming. It's really hard to interact with each other, isn't it? It's really hard to talk to each other.
$120.
Oh, press start to play. I do have a start button now. How about that? I don't know how this works, but I think you've got to like the stream after I click start and you guys can set a high score. Are you ready? Probably most of you have already clicked it. Kalonge with Jack 10 offsuit, defends in the big blind. Kaukua with King Queen of Hearts. You set a new record. -1. The people hate it. I get it. We'll see if we could beat the record of one hater later on. Kaukua continues with a C-bet. He has 60% of a royal flush. He bets about 25% of the pot. About 30% of the pot. I think Kalonge versus early position does not really have any intention of check raising his top pair and trying to get all the money in the middle. He'll be locking in for a continue though. Oh, hello. Hello. Do not second guess. Perhaps reading a little bit into the sizing choice here from Kaukua. He did go for a pretty small bet. Jack 5-4. Just a little nudge with the Jack 10. Just a little nudge of a check raise with the Jack 10. And a very similar idea here with the King Queen suited continue that we just saw in the opposite direction. In that Kaukua can pick up equities on the turn, high mate. Obviously things like a 9, a 10, a heart, a king, a queen working for him. Maybe has some opportunities even on something like an ace. And this really is the downside, I suppose, of Collonge playing kind of a thinner check raise, is some of the runouts won't be conducive to being able to extract value or being able to put money in the middle. And it doesn't inflate the pot, which with a hand that could, you know, be quite marginal by the time we get to turns and rivers. But I do think it's probably just a product of reading into that size from Kaukua, and we will say correctly reading into that size. So Collonge starts with a check now. And the problem's going to be that Kaukua is going to retain all of the good hands. He's still going to have ace-jack, king-jack, kings, aces, fours, probably not opening fours, but fives. He's going to have ace-queen. We can see he's going to have king-queen.
$290.
Kaukua's objectives here are just to try and get some money in, of course, against a jack. If he thinks his opponent, I think he'll expect him to raise something like ace-jack, maybe king-jack. Obviously, his value is going to be even better if his opponent also has a hand like jack-10. There are going to be more jacks in this check raise to try and get value from. The check raise on the flop, I mean. So he goes for the value bet, 290,000. Collonge's job is to find a hand that floated on the flop and is now bluffing the turn. Because I don't think he beats anything for value. Right, Kaukua's not going to start betting again with 9s or 10s. He's going to take a step closer to showdown. He's not going to really have jack-9 that's value betting. Even if he does have it, I don't think he can bet it on the turn. So Collonge's hand really only beats the bluff. I think those will come from maybe some ace-high floats, but it's very tough to find them. And Collonge correctly check folds and moves out of the way. Kaukua from strength to strength. As we remain 8-handed. 8 players in contention for an EPT crown. Five levels. Is the expected length of play today. This is level 27 of the tournament. Now there is also a scheduled dinner break today, if you can believe such a thing. We're gonna give these guys a rest, apparently, to let them eat. It seems fair but inconvenient. And if those guys get a short break to have something to eat, I think I'll take one myself, although not a break. I'm going to eat a mini roll. As Boyka, I'd imagine, raises ace-queen offsuit on the button. Imagine no more. It's a reality. Two mini rolls remain. 135,000 is the bet. Sat at 2.25x. Collonge out the way with ace-7 offsuit. Here's our main man, Tom Axel Bedell, 9-7 offsuit in the big blind. Crucially for Bedell, he's now covered by some of these stacks. So in theory, he's going to want to tighten himself up a little bit. When big stacks like this cover you, your equity realization goes down. That is to say, and we might see some sort of demonstration, maybe not here, but your equity realization is going to go down. Just because your opponents cover you, they're going to barrel you more often. They can triple off against you more often and threaten your tournament life. So your ability to show down the good hands that you make is somewhat diminished. And we see Boyka opt for a c-bet against Tom's defend. I do think against sub, he might consider a check back. I just wonder if this is a product of thinking that Tom defends the big blind very wide, is just going to fold a lot on the flop because he's going to miss more often when he defends more hands. As it happens for Tom, his hand is performing really well. Flop top pair, and now turning an open ender. I think Alexei Boyka going to be very aware of how this turn perhaps interacts with Tom's calls. You know, some of Tom's worst calls on the flop, like 6-7. Obviously 10-7, 8-7. His worst hands are going to improve on the turn. So he understands that he has to play a check. He plays a check. And rivers impeccably. And this is where the trouble is going to start for Tom Axel Bedell. He checks at the river, just trying to steer his hand to showdown, but a queen, not just interacting with Boyka's ace queens, king queens. He's going to have queen jack, but he's also, of course, going to have a hand like jack 10 that takes a free card on the turn and now improves to a straight. $450,000 in a wry smile from Tom Axel. He knows he probably has to look this one up some percentage of the time. You know, Boyka good enough to bluff king 10, king jack. So Tom Bedell calls. Whisks his hand into the muck. I will say, it's really not been his day. It was his day. It's been the Tom Axel Bedell show, days 4 and 5. Excuse me, days 3 and 4, but today on day 5. Everything he touches turns to whatever gold isn't. He can't seem to buy a win at the moment, and he's sliding down to 46 big blinds. Came in 120 big blinds deep. Obviously the blinds have gone up since then, but he came into this final table with about close to 6 million, I believe. He certainly had over 6 million to start the day. Now he still has 2.7. He's still got 46 big blind. He's still 4th in chips. But he's just starting to have the deck turn against him and a lot of these hands turn against him.
Mamma mia.
He's having a tough ride of it. Needs to just stem the flow a little.
The small blinders.
Public service announcement. Mini rolls are unbelievable. Unbelievable. Other chocolate base cake snacks are available. Probably. I wouldn't know. And frankly, I don't care to know. The mini roll does everything I need it to do. As Ben Heath picks up the blinds, picks up a small pot. He's 36 big blinds deep. And that short stack just moving northwards a little bit of redistribution of wealth here. One part of the shortest with 26 blinds, then Tony Kakua with 32, Ben Heath with 36. Would I ever play a lead on the turn with a 9-7 offsuit? Yeah, I think it would be possible. Tom Axel Bedell hand. What were we? 9-8-3, turn 5, or turn 6 rather. I think you're going to fill some 2 pairs. I think you're going to fill some straights. The amount you can lead is probably restricted by the fact that you're covered by the player on the button, which means that he's going to open more of the time with a hand like 10-7. Normally you would lead because your range has 10-7, your opponent's doesn't. But when he's a little deeper and has coverage of the sacks, he probably is raising 10-7, he probably is raising 9-6, 8-6. So that asymmetry in the range might not exist. So the word on the street, the word that I'm getting is that we're playing into a 5th level tonight. And we'll stop play at around 8:30 UK time. Does that mean we're going on dinner break after this level? Let me see on my... I've got a schedule here. It says here level 27 and then a dinner break. It's a 40-minute dinner break. Probably after this level, because this is level 27. It's more fun when it's a mystery, isn't it? But you might have 40 minutes after this. We might have 40 minutes after this to get some break in. What do you guys want to do on break? Play spins? Try and win some of those badges? Maybe. Wampardo opens King Queen offsuit. Kalonji in the hijack with Ace King is going to elect to 3-bet. I think Wampardo at a comfortable enough stack depth that Kalonji is content to 3-bet and call off against him if it comes to that. And whether it will come to that with King Queen remains to be seen. I don't imagine this is a hand selection that Wampardo will want to get too involved in, if involved at all. Nope.
Oh, it says 7:30. Ah. In 11 minutes.
Winner for Kalonji. Bearded Scotch versus Spraggy, the fans want to know, will mystery hands be included in tomorrow's production budget? What do you mean, hiding people's cards so that you guys can guess what they have? Can't be done. We did that today with the 10 of clubs, albeit accidentally, and it didn't go well. My brain couldn't handle it. I wasn't in a sharp enough frame of mind to understand what was happening, so we can't take away any more information. I'll be truly lost. Truly lost. Ruth Ann says, I don't know about you guys, but I would love to hit a new high score on break. A new high score? You think you can beat -1? The problem is now you've set the record at -1. Everybody's just going to try and beat it, but in the wrong way. And then I'm going to have everybody unliking the bloody stream, aren't I? Folded round to Ben Heath in the small blind. King 8 offsuit. It's Heath versus Wampardo. It's the main event final table. And it's Heath in the small blind. Limped pot. King of hearts. 8 of clubs. Starts with a check. How does Wampardo approach with a jack high? Start thinking about jack of hearts, 10 of clubs. What sort of hands do we expect Ben Heath to have? I do expect him to play quite a polar raise into Wampardo's short stack, or shorter stack. Maybe Wampardo having ideas or having thoughts about that jack of hearts doesn't really want to bet the flop and get raised. Does have some pretty good backdoor equities on the flop. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, jack 10, you know, 2 overs against some pairs in Ben's range.
It's 31 in the money.
So doesn't decide to start bluffing with it just yet. And I think Ben Heath will be quite happy with his showdown value at the moment. Just wonder if there's a point where Wampardo starts trying to maneuver some of the king highs, the ace highs away from the pot. Ops against for now. Check, check. I don't think this river particularly conducive to trying to get king high or get ace high to fold. Personally, don't see any merit in Ben Heath making a bet. Maybe. I don't know. Is there any world where this is not too thin? Like, think about the way ace high might play. I mean, I think there's probably just too many ace highs. And the king high is not quite good enough because you're going to lose to king 10 that is still in Wampardo's range and things like that. So I don't think we're going to see any action here. And Wampardo doesn't get the sort of board where he might have ended up firing to try and move out some of the king highs, ace highs. Not enough of his garbage improve. Not enough of his bad hands improve on a running queen run out. So a check, check, and a check, check, and a check, check. Confirmation from production that we will have a video recap going out tonight. So if you missed any of the action today or any of the big hands today, don't worry. We're going to do a recap at the end of the day. And, well, I would say that if you miss any other days, you can be sure to catch up. But this is the last day before we come back tomorrow for the final table of 6. So this is the penultimate day of the broadcast. And whilst there will be a recap video at the end of the final table, you won't need to watch it to catch up for the next day's play because there isn't one. Black and White Champ on YouTube says, Mr. Spragg, who's your favorite to win the title? I had Wampardo. You know what? I'm going to be bold. I'm not going to move away from Wampardo. I had Wampardo when he came in second in chips. He's now last in chips, but I'm sticking with Wampardo. What about you guys? Who have you got? Now is a chance for you to perhaps take your pick. State your claim. What we will have tomorrow, we've built out a drafting system so that I might even get it running on dinner break, actually. Perhaps that's something I could do. I can get it running on dinner break. Where I pick a player, you pick a player. I pick a player, you pick a player. And then we have Spraggy players and we have chat players. And if a chat player wins, I owe you guys something. Like I'll give subs in the chat or something. And if a Spraggy player wins, I win. And that's enough for me. But we might play a little bit of Spraggy versus chat, drafting the team headed into tomorrow, just for a little bit of added sweat, a little bit of added fun. If that's something you might be interested in. But if I had to draft right now, if I had to take a draft right now, I would take Wampardo, even though he's got 22 bigs. I'd take Adria Kalonge, I think would be up there. Alexei Boyka would be up there. Man, the problem is, I'm saying this, they've all played really well. They've all played really sharp at times, you know. Edges are very, very small amongst this field, I think. See, maybe Tom Axel, a bit of a wild card out there. But in terms of winning the tournament, I might take Tom Axel just because he always has the possibility of just running up a massive stack, you know what I mean? He's always got the possibility that he's, like yesterday, just whatever, put in a trillion chips with King Queen suited and just banged it off. If you're not afraid to win, and if you're not afraid to play big pots, you can always win poker tournaments. Well, Big Smoke says chat will roll you. Mate, if we draft, do you think chat's going to beat me? If we divide 4 players each and you guys get to pick and we do a snake pick or whatever, you think you guys are going to pick better than me? You think you're going to beat me? I'll say this about chat. Chat sucks. Ace King suited doesn't. Tom Axel Bedell. I said it. Raises it up with Ace King suited. C-bet gets the job done. There you go. A little bit of shift in the right direction for Tom Axel Bedell. Go on then, Tom. Go on then, son.
You play this hand and you will have a 40 minutes in a break after this hand.
40 minutes. Okay.
Maybe we could do the draft on break. You want to do the draft on dinner break? I think we get there in a few hands. And we can split up the field and you guys can take 4 and I'll take 4, assuming that we remain 8-handed. Okay.
Bye-bye.
You want it, you got it. You want to go heads up against me, you got it. Hand 108, 30,000, 60,000. 60,000 big blind ante. Ben Heath out of the way. Juan Malacca Pardo with an ace and a jack. He's in the cutoff. Starts the hand with 22 big blinds. Comes in for the raise, 120k. Ostash on the button. So Ostash, your table chip leader. What do we expect from the chip leader? We expect him to play very wide from the button, be it for both raises and calls. And he's saying that versus Juan Pardo's 22 big blinds, he's more than happy to 3-bet the ace-queen. I do think we see quite a fair amount of 3-betting from some aces that Juan Pardo will dominate. Boyka moves out of the way with ace-10 suited behind. But yeah, we'll see your stash 3-bet hands like ace-4, ace-3, maybe ace-5, ace-6, ace-7 even in this spot. And of course be far more liberal with his 3-bets. Think about king-6 suited, king-5 suited, king-7 suited. I think he will 3-bet very wide with the chip lead. Juan Pardo, even though he's short, he will find looser opens. Oh wow, Juan Pardo shoves. He's just responding to the idea that Ostash will have these wide 3-bets. Unfortunately for Juan Pardo, who is a man that I have just staked my belief in. He was one of the favorites coming into this final table. He was second in chips, and obviously a player with so much talent, so much ability. And unfortunately for him, he's just ran into the top of it here. I do think that Ostash, of course, is 3-betting very wide. So Juan responds with a 4-bet. But he's facing a cooler. It's ace-jack versus ace-queen, and he's facing potential elimination. And that is Froggy watching on. That is Juan Pardo's wife. As Juan Pardo's EPT dreams. Oh my goodness. What sort of tease is this? I was going to say his EPT dreams begin to fade out of the picture. They came back into sight with the window card. A jack in the window, but a very cruel queen behind it. A 10 on the turn gives him some opportunities for a chop. It's a jack to win it. It's a king to stay alive. Juan Pardo staring down the barrel of an 8th place finish, and that's what it will be. Disappointment on the Spanish rail as well, you might expect. Just an incredibly sad tease on the flop for Juan Pardo. Malacca Star, one of the absolute best, one of the behemoths of this game. I'm sure he'll be back playing EPT main event final tables soon enough, and that was indeed the last hand before the break. Disappointment all round, as you might expect. Froggy looks devastated. Spanish rail devastated. Juan Malacca Style Pardo devastated. He'll take home €91,250 for his efforts, finishing in 8th place, but that's not why he came to play today. That's not what he had in mind with 2 tables remaining.
They're discussing with the floor.
We got Grind on Tour. Danke schön für die Raid. Willkommen alles mein deutscher Freund. Willkommen aus Malta. Ciao Tomas left us in 9th place, €70,000. Juan Pardo, €91,000, and out of here. That leaves us with 7. Kylo Ostash, your chip leader, 7.8 million after that one. He was already chip leader before he caught Juan Pardo with the ace-queen versus ace-jack. The Ukrainian with less than $20,000 in live earnings leads the EPT main.
It's go time.
Hey, what's this? Live action resumes in 38 minutes. You guys want to draft some players though? You guys want to pick a team, pick a side? Also, will you be going to the Spin and Go Championship? Will you be? Look at that! I told you the Spin and Go Championship. Sick new set. Look at all this. Look at that. Did you see this in Barcelona? Pretty great setup. Go for it. Go for it. I'm going for it. Are you?
Returning to the feature table where Adrian Mateos has opened with queens. And Tony Kalkoa has ace-king in the small blind. Should highlight that there has been this weird flat on the button from Bedell with 8-5 suited.
Can't spell Kalkoa without you ace-king twice.
All right. How about we do a draft? In fact, let's set. I know before you guys go anywhere on YouTube, why don't you try and set a? Actually, forget about that because it's not on here. No, we will do it. Why don't you try and set yourself a like record? Because if you set a like record now, you might be able to beat it in a little bit when more people come back in after dinner, potentially. So we'll start this like counter again. You guys have got, we're going to give you 30 seconds to set a like record, likes per minute. I guess it should be 60 seconds if it's likes per minute, Spraggy. But go ahead, drop a like on the YouTube stream, and we'll see if we can set a record and then beat it later on. We'll get some music going, and then we're going to draft some players because I fancy my chances against U's lot. You got 1 minute to like the stream. If that's something that you might be interested in at the moment, we're at 2. Some effort. 5. Great effort. How many can you rack up in a minute? 16. Not bad. Maybe if you like and unlike, it counts. I don't know. Try it. Try it. We'll set a record here on break, and I'm sure you'll beat it later on, won't you? Go on, chat. Can you do 60? 60 likes per minute? Don't let me catch you speeding. I don't know what the limit is. Three, 2, 1. Game over. New high score. You've done 67 likes in a minute. Congratulations. That beats your previous record of -1. Well done. See if we can beat that later on. For now, let's see if we can get this. We'll get this draft rolling. Now let's see here. Let's see here. You guys can pick some players. I'll pick some players. We'll hang out. Any questions about what we've seen? Or any other questions whilst I get set up here? What we got, chat? EPT main. The dinner show. Welcome to the dinner time show. We're on no delay. We're hanging out. We're talking all things EPT Malta, the main event. You guys are about to have to take part in a draft. I pick some players, you pick some players, and we sweat all the way down through to tomorrow. Who is going to win? All right, let me find out where my thing is. We'll download this. I think we just need to add in a browser source, folks. You've seen me try and do this before, haven't you? Simple enough, I reckon. Only a fool could mess this up. Team chat, Team Spraggy, it says here. Is that something you might be interested in? It's a good start. It's a good start. But it's not right. Nearly. This might be better. Okay, first of all, I believe we need some draft candidates. Who have we got remaining in the field? You guys know. I'm not going to look it up. Who we got remaining in the field? Names. Ben Heath. Who's available to draft from? Tom, Axel, Bedell. The beard guy. You mean Tony's got a great beard. Must be him. Tony Kaukua. Alexi Boyka. Your chip leader, Mikhailo Ostash. Not to be confused with my mustache. What do you think? Impromptu game. Cancel the draft. Impromptu game. Mikhailo Ostash is your current chip leader. Spraggy's awful mustache is coming in for a game of your favorite game. Okay. A warning, a legal disclaimer. The outcome of this edition of Hit or Shit will be legally binding. On trial today, my newly grown mustache. Is it a hit or is it shit? And if shit wins, I will go upstairs and remove it. Think very carefully. You get to type in the chat. It was shit before we even started. If you're on Twitch or on YouTube, you just type and it counts it up. My new mustache. Is it a hit or is it shit? If it's shit, if it comes out shit, I will go and shave. You decide, chat. My mustache, is it a hit or is it shit? This is the sort of break content I can get behind. It is one of the most fiercely participated in hit or shits we've ever had on this stream. Polarizing, dividing opinion. Some of you think it's a hit. Some of you, unconvinced. You think it looks like a little caterpillar crawling across my upper lip. It looks like I've glued pubes onto my face, doesn't it? Perhaps you might suggest if you're in this category. Whereas if you're in this category, you think, wow, is that Tom Selleck? Is that Tom Selleck? Is that a full mustache? I see. Just be aware that it, there's still time to save it. Really? Really? Is that bad? Let's get back to the draft. Get back to the draft. Ben Heath, Tom Axel Bedell, Tony Kaukua, Alexi Boyka, Mikhailo Ostash, Adria Kalonj. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So set list. How does this work? I set the list. Zogler, if you're there, I might need some help. I set the list. Then start the poll. Chat votes via corresponding number. Your draft picks, you just type in and hit set Spraggy. Oh, okay. So I believe that... Do you guys get to go first or I get to go first? Should we flip for it? Should we flip for it? Who gets first draft pick? Because whoever gets first... Whoever gets first goes you, me, you, me, you, me. You'll get an extra player as well, right? Okay, here's what's going to happen. To make it fair, because there's an odd amount. If whoever goes first, whoever goes second then gets 2 picks and ends up with 4 people. But whoever wins the flip goes first and gets first pick. So first draft pick, but you end up with only 3, and whoever takes 4. Okay, we got a coin here. Do you guys want heads or tails? for first draft pick. Chat, spam it. Head or tails? What do you want? You guys want tails? Okay, you're in tails. I'll take heads. We'll flip it again. I didn't know where it landed. We'll flip it again. It's got to be fair. You've got tails. It is tails. So you guys go first. Now, set the list. I think, let me just see. If I start this poll... It sets both at once for the chat, so you have to go first. Okay, I'm going to go first, apparently. I'm going to go first. You won the flip. You want 4 picks. Okay. Okay. I'll pick first. And let me just see who chat actually wanted so I can counter-pick you. I think I've got to take... I really want to just take Tom Bedell because I want to root for him. Spraggy player number 1. Tom... Axel Vidal, set Spraggy. Does that work? Does that work? I hit set Spraggy. Nothing happened. Make sure this is turned on. We'll turn it on. Should be on. It's good, this, isn't it? Don't pick yet, but I've got Tom Axel Bedell no matter what. Don't pick yet. I've got Tom Axel Bedell. He's mine. Oh, connect. It says connected. I can fix it. Don't be like that, chat. I can. It's crazy you think I don't know what I'm doing. It's so crazy to me. Ah. No. Nearly. Nearly. We're getting closer. The draft will happen and it will be glorious. Let me just check in with chat, see if everybody's... Yeah. Do you know what is often good? A refresh. Good old refresh. Oh no, it deleted all the names. Ben Heath. Don't worry. It's fine. You're not panicking, are you? You're not panicking, are you? Chat? I'm not panicking at all. Are you panicking? Is your broadcast falling apart in front of your very eyes? Nobody's going to get sacked from streaming the EPT. Set player. Who did I say I'll have? Tom, Axel, Bedell? Tom, Axel, Bedell. Now let's see here. Set player. Maybe that worked. I'd have thought it would have come up here though, right? Team Spraggy. When I hit set. I've nearly got to shave, haven't I? I've got to shave. Viewers are hemorrhaging. It's not a hit. It's shit. I'm not giving up. Who said I was giving up? You. This is perfect content. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll be right back.
Thomas watching on YouTube says, I'm on the edge of my comfortable chair.
Yeah, and you see some discomfort because you don't love it. But again, with about 30 bigs to start, where else do you really go from here?
There's no other way to play it. It's kind of an autopilot hand, right?
Yeah, and I think especially, you know, from these positions, cut off open, small blind 3-bet, you know, it looks like he... Yeah, it looks like he does. Kind of reluctantly puts the chips in.
Doesn't like it, has to go along with it. And we do have the sickest and classicest of all races at the final table. And yeah, they're just going to verify the stacks. We're just going to check that the information we have is accurate. We think Boyka just has Tomas covered. So Queen's ahead right now, but at risk. If Queen's hold, by the way, and Tomas doubles up, that's going to leave Boyka with, like, a big blind.
Chip in a chair. And you just hate to feel like you played 5 long days for it to come down to this.
Oh, welcome to tournament poker.
Exactly. And that's why we love it and hate it all
Yes.
the same.
You've spent 5 days just biding time, making small talk until you needed to flip. That's how it works every single time. Yeah, sounds like it's been confirmed.
This is 1.76. This is 1.86.
Boyka has Tomas covered by 100K. The counts are correct. So we're going to deal out this all in, and it will decide the fate of both players in this tournament.
Yeah, the queen.
Queen to something.
Nothing against Tomas, but, you know, we have been kind of rooting for the Boyka storyline.
The flop is 8-7-3 with 2 clubs. And Tomas jumps to a 3-1 favorite. Ten of diamonds on the turn. And still 6 outs for Alexei Boyka. 6 cards for Tomas to fade to get the double up and survive. Barry Greenstein, ace on the river.
Oh my gosh.
Boyka gets there and seals the fate of João Tomas. The Portuguese player KO'd in 9th place, cashing for 70,250 euros. And Alexei Boyka up to 3.7 million, 62 big blinds. We are now at 8 players, and as far as EPT statistics are concerned, this is the official final table. 2 things to note. Alexei Boyka has made back-to-back EPT Malta final tables. He won this tournament in 2016. He's back at the FT in 2025. Tomasz Brzezinski has made back-to-back EPT finals. He was 4th in Barcelona in August. He's now back at the final table in Malta, the next event in the 2025 season. 2 huge accomplishments.
Domination situation. Each player with a 9. Oh boy, this could get weird. Both players open-ended, but Ostash is like gutted, I guess, to the higher straight. Ostash checks. Boyka does have the 9 of hearts. Two hearts on board.
Like the ending of Sopranos, both of these gentlemen are open-ended.
Okay.
Is that something?
That's all right. I think there's
nice.
I think there's probably better open-ended endings than that. But
give me one.
I don't know, man. It's your joke. You do the research. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
This is a pretty wild turned card. King high straight for Ostash. Queen high straight for Boyka. Does have a redraw for a 9-eye flush.
I will say to Boyka's credit, as far as not losing too many chips, you know, there's not going to be any raising that goes on in this hand. Boyka is just going to be playing this as a call, and faced with a bet on the river, will again just call, unless of course it's the 10 of hearts. Street flush.
That's true. There is a street flush possibility.
Boyka looking at a bet of 175,000. You can see he's not exactly yumping for Yoy. Joker Biz says, 10 hearts, come on. No such luck. No heart at all.
Where are we at with straights and pairs versus a higher straight? Is the higher one still better?
A straight and a pair, yeah. The bigger straight still beats both of those hands, but I understand.
I didn't read the patch notes of the recent poker update, so.
520,000 the bet from Ostash. And Alexei Boyka hasn't snap called. Is there ever a world where he folds? No. There's probably not many worlds where he raises either. That's the call. Yep. Yikes. And yuck. The 3 Ys. And Ostash rakes a big one.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game. We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
So Brzezinski is opened with King 10 in the cutoff. Round 2, Pardo with King 8 in the big blind. That is a defend. These two will see a flop. And that flop is Jack 8-6. Domination rotation in Juan Pardo's favor. He now becomes a 4-1 favorite. Checks to Brzezinski. I guess the trips thing really does only work when he's in the blinds. Brzezinski continues for 110,000. Just a call from Juan Pardo, taking us to the turn. A reminder, this is where things take a serious turn. Queen of diamonds, flush draws for both players. And Brzezinski's equity goes up significantly, not just the diamond draw, the open-ended straight draw as well.
And you can put so much pressure on hands, exactly like what Pardo has with a 2-barrel here. You know, not just going to have King 8, but 8-9, Ace 8, even a hand like, you know, Jack X without a diamond. It's really, really tough to find the call and keep playing this hand.
Well, the second barrel is 350,000 into a pot of 545,000. And Pardo, undeterred, still has the best hand right now and calls. And this pot now sits at 1.2 million. Ace of diamonds on the river. That's the nut flush for Brzezinski. Pardo's made a flush of his own.
Disaster river here for Pardo. Somehow finds the correct call on the turn. And then, you know, part of calling here is, you know, I might just be up against something like ace, queen, king, queen that I can still suck out on when I'm behind with that 8 of diamonds. In this case, of course, Brzezinski just has that king of diamonds, and let's see what size he decides to go with and whether Pardo can fold or not. You know, in the case of a call, gonna suddenly be closer to 2 million than the 3.5, 4 that he was earlier in the day.
Time bank card deployed by Brzezinski. With the shot clock in play, everyone has 30 seconds per decision, 15 seconds for your first decision pre-flop, then 30 seconds for all subsequent decisions. You can extend that shot clock by playing 30-second time bank cards.
This is definitely one of those spots, though, where I think that Pardo ends up being very sticky. And you're allowed to go really big here, right? You can polarize ultra hard given the action thus far.
That's full pot, right? 1.2? Yeah, I'm coughing as well.
And a very significant portion of Pardo's, you know, what was a very, very comfortable stack going into this final table, as you mentioned, James, 4th and chips, suddenly, you know, calling this is going to put him near the bottom. Very polarizing bet.
It's a time bank card, not a call.
This is like the most reaction we've gotten out of Pardo this entire production here in Malta, and understandably so. This is such a critical moment. Thus far, impenetrable style points.
Pardo makes the call, heroes with an 8, and loses a huge pot.
Brzezinski getting absolutely heaps there, James. Heaps and heaps and heaps on that river.
Tomasz Brzezinski has just taken the chip lead. He moves up to 5.7 million, 100,000 ahead of Tom Axel Bedell, as Juan Pardo drops down to 7th place, now playing 32 big blinds. On to the next hand, which starts with Brzezinski, ace, king of clubs. Well, Ostash looks interested. Oh, that's why he's got ace queen.
Yeah. Well, does it... It looks like Brzezinski limped in with ace king suited.
You're right.
Under the gun.
This is a move known as the Gibbons, the under the gun limp, which has induced a raise from Ostash to 150,000. Bedell in the big blind with deuces.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting. You know, you just don't see that too often these days, especially from a big stack, especially from a really deep stack. You might see it from a shorter stack, hoping to induce. They get to easily shove over the opens behind them. But this is quite interesting here, and that causes Bedell to come in from the big blind with deuces.
Oh, wow. Domination rotation. So I guess Brzezinski saved himself here. I figured the plan was, Maria, limp. And if you get a raise and then a call, it's a great opportunity to re-raise. That does kind of telegraph your hand, though, I guess. So the way he's playing it is interesting.
Yeah, and in some ways, you know, we see it as he might save himself some chips here, but he also knows that his hand is super under-repped. And so he still might be willing to play a huge pot and raise at some point in this hand, just because he feels like none of his opponents could possibly put him on ace-king when he just limp calls a raise from under the gun. Wait, is deuces in there? It's still in there? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that this is not a flop that favors deuces, but Bedell's an optimist. Do you know what? For a moment, I thought, don't say he's turned a set.
know.
No, it's a 3. So Bedell is drawing very thin, as is Brzezinski, to be fair. Ostash has this board pretty much locked up.
Yeah, I'm just so happy to have gotten 2 callers on the flop and just rainbow board, not really any draws to be afraid of. It's really nice in this spot to get called in 2 places because it just makes it more likely that one of your opponents has top pair. A lot of times when you have so much board coverage here with top 2, you hate that you're blocking, you know, good top pair hands. But
yeah.
When you get called in 2 spots, you just assume that someone's got to have top pair here. And so you're happy to just bet a little bit bigger, hope that you get called, and, you know, very clearly not going to lose Brzezinski.
Yeah, Bedell finally gets out of the way, but Brzezinski's sticking around. Calls this 525K bet. 2 million chips in the pot, going to the river. Ostash roughly pot behind, and are we going to see him jam river? And if he does, what will Brzezinski do?
Yeah, it feels like when you size that way on the turn, you're pretty much setting yourself up to get max value on the river, and so I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I think his only fear is maybe Brzezinski's range seems slightly weak with the limp and call. And, you know, if he saw Brzezinski's hand, obviously he'd just go for it all here. But if he's really afraid that Brzezinski doesn't have a very good top pair hand, or maybe he stuck around with Queen X, he might not feel like he could get full value here if he shoves.
What's the sizing? There's a fistful of black. Those are the 100K chips. It is $1 million, so it's half of his stack. It's a half pot bet on the river.
You know, credit to Brzezinski for even taking this much time. I just think that this board and this run out is so good for the pre-flop aggressor that Ostash doesn't necessarily need to have top 2, I think, to go for it here. I'm not saying that a lot of players, given ICM, given what a big spot this is, being at the final 9 of an EPT, would necessarily go for the bluff here. But we have to recognize how good this board texture is for the pre-flop aggressor's range. And so you kind of just have to flick it in with ace-king, I think.
Well, whether he calls here or folds the river, he will have lost the chip lead either way. The question is, how far down the leaderboard does he drop? Does he lose another $1 million here? He calls and sees top 2. Loses a huge pot. 4 million chips. That is going to sink Tomasz Brzezinski to 4th place on the leaderboard. Michal Ostash is catapulted into 2nd place, sitting just behind Tom Axel Bedell, who is chip leader once again with 5.4 million.
Well, welcome back to EBT Malta. My apologies. I'm a fraud, I'm a charlatan, I am an imposter. I've let you down, I've let myself down, I've let the stream down, I've let PokerStars down, I've let the European Poker Tour down. My draft didn't work, but we're back. And we're back when it matters. I feel like a young man again. Bengal Bert, thank you for the sub in the top left. Welcome in. Here are your chip counts. Mikhailo Astash, chip leading the EPT main event. What a position to be in. 130 blinds deep, 7.84 million. Loving life right now. Tony Kakua, the shortest stat, but he's got 31 big blinds. Everybody's got plenty to work with. We, of course, lost Juan Malak-Star Pardo just before the break. He leaves with 91,250 euros and with his head held high. The good news is I've made a plan. I've formulated a plan. I'm going to make it up to you. Tomorrow, main event day, final table day. How about this? How about we do a pre-show? We do an EPT main event pre-show where we get on before the cards are in the air. We run with the draft. We've run a little recap of everything that's happened to this point. How about a pre-show tomorrow morning? Do we have a deal? Does that make it up to you? Do we have a deal? The big game on tour is back. There's only one way to find out, I suppose, really, whether we have a deal. Don't tell me I broke that as well. There'll be a pre-show tomorrow. Hit or shit is not broken. He is not. I've not broken hit or shit. Watch the big game on tour, please. Alan Keating, Jason Kuhn, Lex Hardhouse, 100 grand buy-in. Available on the PokerStars YouTube channel every Sunday. New episode every Sunday. The big game on tour is a hit around the world. Spin and Go Championship Live. Do play the Spin and Go Championship Live. Next event, EPT Paris 81 qualifiers. I have not broken it. Hit or shit is not broken. Stop going on about it, please. Spin and Go Championship Live 2026 in Paris. Great event, new set, new live stream, great opportunities. 300,000 euros in prize money. 100,000 euros for your eventual champion. Spin and Go Championship, it's a hit. Hit or shit is broken. Oh god. PokerStars Live League. 3 different tiers, high, medium and low. Prizes for the top finishers. Chance to join Team Pro if you open your PokerStars Live app. You can take a look at the PokerStars Live League, it's right there. You've got high, you've got medium, you've got lows. Clemens Reuter at the top of the high league. PokerStars app available now. PokerStars Live League. Score points across the entirety of the PokerStars year at all events. PokerStars Live League. It's a hit.
Okay, gentlemen, just to let you know, we're gonna play until 9:30 today, no matter what, okay? So 1 hour 50 minutes. Okay?
What time is it now?
It's 8:15.
But if there will be 6,
So we play no matter what, even if we're down to 5.
Okay.
We play until 9:30.
I don't have it. I forgot it. Hopefully it's there still.
Tom Axel Bedell retakes his seat at the table. We're back in the room. And welcome back to coverage live here from Malta.
Yeah.
This is not a rerun. This is not a retro episode. This is live right now. EPT Malta 2025. This is your main event.
Senor.
This senor.
The usual one. Don't.
What time we
9:30.
9:30.
And there was confirmation there from the floor that we are going to be playing down tonight till to 9:30, no matter what, which is 8:30 UK time.
Mamma mia. Can't fall. I want to fall, but
Slight tell given off here from Tom Bedell. Says, I want to fold, but I can't fold. Perhaps a little telegraphing. I'm saying, see, to me now, the order feels like we're back at the table. It feels wildly different to what it was before the break. Perhaps I'm losing my mind. Jack 10 of clubs for Ostash in the cutoff. King 4 deuce. 2 diamonds, 1 club. I think his preference will be for bet.
bye-bye.
Says bye-bye. Tom Bedell folds Jack 9. Into the mud. Mudded, as they say. Mudded. Something very, very bad happened. I have a Philips one-blade razor. It's powered by electricity. I shaved my mustache as requested by the chat.
Carrying me.
And I went to shave this.
Well, I can get a
And my
straight.
Philips one-blade razor
Okay.
choked up to a halt and ran out of battery. And I haven't charged it since I moved house. And I don't know where the charger is. Now, the good news is I was able to fully get rid of the mustache. It would have been awful if I came back with half of one. But we're having beard issues at the moment. We've got all the major problems of a regular stream, with the added problems of an EPT stream. Andrew Cole on YouTube says, what the hell is that Tom Bedell guy wearing? Whatever he wants.
Be careful when you fold.
Because he's
like
an
that.
adult, and he's class, and he looks class. What are you wearing? Boyka with the ace-10. Tom Gucci Bedell with a fold. And Kalkua in the big blind with Queen 4 offsuit. A little bit wide at this stage of the tournament. We don't want to be defending too many hands in that big blind when we've got risk premiums in play. And Tony Kakua's risk premium for going up against the second chip leader, someone who covers him very aggressively, will be quite high. Here is Tom Bedell. Ace King in the cutoff. Raises it up to 125,000. Playing about 45 big blinds. Brzezinski does have him covered, 71 big blinds. Cutoff versus button. Brzezinski opting for the call. Playing in position. Ben Heath. Me oh my. Ben Heath with a queen and a queen in the big blind. And interestingly enough, Brzezinski with probably one of the best hands, if not the best hand, he's going to flat on the button. Now Ben Heath with a 3-bet up to 570k. 9.5 big blind 3-bet. We've got the caller on the button. Ben's out of position, so he goes for this near 5x sizing. And Bedell shuffling through his time bank cards. Not a man who shies away from action. Not a man who's shied away from action over the years on the European Poker Tour. Not a man who's shied away from action in this tournament so far. Played a very big pot yesterday with King Queen suited. He's got a premium holding in the cutoff. And Ben Heath's 3-betting off around 35 big blinds to start the hand. And there's the move that we anticipated. There is the move that is not unexpected from Tom Axel Bedell. He 4-bet sends his ace king. Brzezinski will feel a little bit shall we say, about his holding, because as I mentioned, this is probably the best, if not the best hands that he's going to call with on the button. Jack's certainly in there sometimes, but I do think maybe even queens in a mix, but mostly 3-betting. Facing this action, the 10s can't take the heat. Ben Heath's pocket queens say yes, please. And we are playing an all-in situation.
I take my one time now.
Okay, Tom.
I was more hopeful for my situation after the time banks.
Yeah.
No, I wonder if I only should fold and see the flop, and I thought, no, let's go.
Tom Bedell decided that now is the time to run it. It's not time to see a flop. We will see one, but it is all in nature.
It could be aces and kings as well.
It's 9, 5, 6.
Ah, it's hearts as well. King of hearts, come on.
Well, he made 3 hearts yesterday. He'll need 4 today.
King of hearts is a little greedy.
Bit so much. No.
4 of clubs, there's no sweat.
Always the last one.
Always the last one. You only need one.
I do.
But need one, he does.
Come now. Please.
If it's a king, don't make it a king of hearts.
Any ace is good enough. That's the normal thing that comes from the river.
Not this time for Tom Axel Bedell. There is no straight. Unfortunately for him, the beneficiary of Tom Axel Bedell losing the flip is Ben Heath, who's had a fairly quiet final table, has got involved in a few small pots, not been able to maneuver too much, picks up the queens, wins a flip at a pivotal time.
Yeah, 2-150, right? Yeah, I had 2 points.
And Tom Axel Bedell has gone from 1 of 9 to 7 of 7. And you must say that Tom Axel Bedell really hasn't put a foot wrong in the big pots, in the big moments. He's been coolered. He's lost some frustrating ones. Kind of the opposite of what was happening to him days 3 and 4. Everything he touched turned to gold. Couldn't get his hands on a king or an ace this time. Couldn't find that help from the deck on this occasion.
No chips, though.
No chips, though. It's not quite right. He has 11 big blinds. He's still in with a chance, but his chances are beginning to slip away.
I hate ace king.
Tom Bedell singing that he hates ace king. He hates it right now.
Yeah, he got me. He got me. And the poker go, I lost 6 times in a row with ace king. Oh, my turn again. Only play aces from now on.
Well, how about that? Tom Axel Bedell says, I'll only be playing aces from now on. Folds the 4-3. Brzezinski says, sure, I'll play by those rules. I'll play my aces. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. Ben Heath just found a massive double up with queens against ace king. 74 big blinds for Ben Heath. And Brzezinski raising off about 67. I will tell you what, we are deep here. We are deep here, and both players' risk premiums against each other, you know, are going to be high. The stack that is covered going to have a very high risk premium in terms of getting all the money in against your opponent. With short stacks at the table is going to come into play. It is going to be a factor when we're dealing with this many chips. 70 big blinds. I do wonder whether the risk premiums might stop you stacking off with 10s. They might stop you stacking off with jacks or ace queen. You don't want to get ace king all in pre-flop maybe for 70 big blinds, but how does that impact kings versus aces? Here's a really good question to ask. When Heath covers Brzezinski, and there are lots of short stacks, what is the worst hand that Brzezinski can 4-bet and get in against Heath? Because I don't think this is a spot where if Brzezinski has queens that he will try and 4-bet get it in. I think the cost of running into kings and aces in that spot is too high. I think he would play even queens for a call. So which hands does he want to try and get in? And the answer is going to be aces. It's going to be some 4-bet bluffs, sure. But in terms of hands that really want to stack off here, it's going to be aces and kings. I really do think 70 blinds deep on final tables that if Brzezinski has queens, he can't really 4-bet Ben Heath and play for stacks. I don't see it happening. I think the prevailing wisdom, even with a hand as strong as queens, would be some calling at least in position for Brzezinski. So this 4-bet narrows him to a very, very, very small subset of hands. Aces, and then he'll balance out with some bluffs. Maybe those bluffs are ace 4, ace 5, as we traditionally see, right?
Wow.
But Ben Heath has kings, and as I say, these risk premiums, they might impact how often we stack off with queens or jacks or tens or ace queen or even ace king, but it is not going to slow down the action, as it turns out, when we've got ace ace versus king king. It is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Ben Heath, moments ago, ran up his stack with queens against ace king.
King of hearts.
And he's the very next moment ran king king into ace ace with 7 left in a main event. It's the biggest pot of the tournament. It's 8.5 million. The winner of this pot will be your new chip leader. And should Brzezinski's aces get cracked, he's out of here. Pretty tough for them to get cracked. 4 of a kind aces on the flop. Brzezinski has flopped a monster. He's won a monster.
I think I covered by a couple of hundred. But...
You've got to feel for Ben Heath. Had just put himself in a fantastic position to compete for this crown. Aces against kings and quads on the flop. There's just no coming back from it. Ben Heath's going to have to try and adjust that mindset. He's still in the tournament, of course. He's got 5 big blinds or something to carry on with. But it is an absolute punch to the gut. It is a wild, wild moment. And there's your new chip leader by some margin, Thomas Brzezinski. Final tableist at the last EPT, was final tableist in Barcelona at the very last EPT stop in August. He's making a back-to-back final table run. Boyka is still in to make a back-to-back Malta defense run. Ben Heath is on fumes. What a sick game we play. There's your new chip distribution. Brzezinski 8.48. Ostash 7.93.
I think your aces only plan is a good one.
That was before you lost your pot.
Fidel and Heath now fighting for survival. And as Tom Bedell has said so often on this final table, Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia is right, Tom. Mamma Mia is right. Where does Ben Heath go from here? 5 big blinds. Got to pick his spot. Got to pick his moment. The good news for Ben, I mean, he's been here. He's done it. He plays super high stakes, plays super high rollers. Obviously a little bit different, though, with the dream of an EPT title. It doesn't matter how much poker you play. It doesn't matter how much money you play for. It's all about winning an EPT. The prestige that comes with it as well.
Only 2 cards.
There's your new chip leader, Brzezinski, in the hijack, ace-jack. He'll be opening a lot wider than this now. He'll be starting to exert his will over this table with 8.4 million. Ace-jack's certainly a raising hand. Ben Heath folding the queen-jack, staying disciplined. Doesn't want to jam into Brzezinski's open. Players still to act. And I think crucially as well for him, got to keep an eye on the blinds coming round to Tom Axel Bedell. Got an eye on that ladder. Ostash in the small blind. You want to talk about risk premiums. These are two players that don't want to clash. In particular, Ostash not wanting to clash against Brzezinski. The one player at the table who has him covered. But I'll tell you something. His desire to play a big pot may have just skyrocketed. Look at this though, folks. Check back from Brzezinski with ace-jack versus the small blind. Just slowing things down. And Andy Wilson pointed this out earlier, but look how quickly Ostash coming out betting the turn. His actions have all been pretty fast. And a lot easier to take fast actions when you have good hands. Perhaps something for Brzezinski and everybody else to consider. So 230k is his bet. And of course, Brzezinski sticking around. Do you think his ability to overbet is maybe restricted by the fact that Brzezinski occasionally makes pocket nines, occasionally makes queen 10, and it may seem silly to say things like that when the range is so wide still. Oh my goodness, Brzezinski raising the turn, excuse me. Brzezinski raising the turn. It's an interesting line. So unexpected it caught me off guard. Ostash coming in with the call. And the problem Ostash might find now in terms of being able to make this pot any bigger is how the river might play out. But the river plays out somewhat perfectly for him. Brzezinski with the check back is, of course, going to have pocket nines for value. That's quads. That's a small part of his range. He is going to make queen 10 sometimes, checking back flop, taking a free one, raising the straight. And as we can see, he's going to have hands like ace-jack. If he's raising ace-jack, I'd imagine there's some king-jack raising on the turn as well. But Brzezinski goes for what looks like quite a meaty value bet. Yeah, just shy of $1 million. But he's targeting, of course, the king-jack, the queen-jack of Ostash. Ordinarily, you might think about Ostash making a 9 sometimes here, and Brzezinski being a little bit afraid of that. But I'm not sure, given it's big stack versus big stack, how frequently Ostash will want to bet a hand like 9, 10 or queen 9 on the turn. We might see it earlier in the tournament, but first in chips versus second in chips, Ostash maybe not wanting to put a lot of these middling strength hands into the turn lead, something like a 10-9 or a queen-9, or even a king-9 or an ace-9. So I do think he makes trips less often when this hand's played on a final table than when it's played earlier in the tournament. Of course, we can see that Ostash has a full house. And it looks like, of course, that he's making a raise to 2.2 million. So the sort of hands, given how deep we are, the sort of hands that can raise here, it's going to be full houses. It's going to be deuces. I do think they're in the range. It's going to be 8-9 suited. Jack 9 suited is not possible if we look at the suits in play. Spades, clubs, hearts, and Brzezinski with the jack of diamonds. So Jack 9 suited, impossible. So very narrow range, but one that Brzezinski realizes he doesn't want to mess around against. But very rapidly, Brzezinski moving out of the chip lead. And the full house is going to be enough to restore Ostash's position at the top of those chip counts. And he is the first player within touching distance of the fabled 10 million chip stack in an EPT main event. I mean, he just goes for this little small raise, just trying to induce a little light look up potentially. Maybe it gives him some options to bluff a hand like king 10 that misses the turn, blocks away his opponent might call. But Brzezinski showed a lot of strength himself by raising on the turn. I think that's the crucial part of the hand. Brzezinski showed a lot of strength himself raising the turn. So when then on the river he gets check raised, having shown strength again, he can adequately assume that Ostash has very, very strong holdings. Yeah, he says, are there any bluffs in that river raise? And I think a sophisticated player is always going to have bluffs balancing out their value hands. I suggested it might be something like King 10 that calls with the nut straight draw on the turn. And then decides to check raise the river because it's blocking Queen 10, and that'll be one of the ways that Ostash bluffs with the King 10. It'll be one of the ways that Brzezinski calls is with the Queen 10. I think that's probably how it works in theory, how you want it to work in theory. The strongest hand that Brzezinski in position is going to have there is Queen 10. So if Ostash is bluffing, he wants to have a hand that stops or makes it less likely that Brzezinski has the Queen 10 for the nut straight. So I think King 10 is a good candidate. That would make sense for a hand that he bluffs on the turn and then calls to see if he improves at the river. Turn went bet and raise. Is King 10 calling the check raise? I think so, just because of the value of making a queen. If your opponent is representing Queen 10, if you make a straight, you're going to make the bigger straight and cooler it. So I do think there's some idea that King 10 isn't going to be a pure fold on the turn. I do think we can arrive at the river with King 10. It's really hard to find other hands that we might arrive at the river with and choose to bluff. So it might have to be King 10. Someone's suggesting you can bluff with a 9. I don't think we need to bluff with a 9. We saw that Brzezinski was value betting ace-jack, so I think a 9 is going to be too high up to turn into a bluff.
I had pair of 6s.
I love that Tom Bedell always bemoans when he folds hands that would have made good hands. Ostash is now over 10 million. First player to that milestone in this event. And if he can just hold on to that chip lead through another 6 eliminations, he'll be your champion. So the blinds have gone up this hand. We're not playing a clock on the final table. We're playing a set amount of hands per level. And as such, the blinds are now 40,000, 80,000. And that means that for Ben Heath, he's got just 4 of them. And for Tom Axel Bedell, he's got just 6 of them. What does this mean for every other player at the table? By the way, look at this camera. I do this, I look like I'm in...
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I don't look very well, do I? And then I do this. And I look all right. What does it mean for everybody else when Ben Heath's got 4 blinds and Tom Axel Bedell's got 6? I mean, think about what it means for someone like Tony Kakua with 21. Or indeed Kalange with 29. It means you really, really got to be careful with how wide you're raising. I mean, look at this hand is a perfect example, right? Why is this 3-bet happening? King 5 of clubs. And it's happening not because of any of the players involved in the pot, but it's happening because of the players who aren't involved in the pot. Ben Heath 4 blinds, Tom Bedell 6 blinds. If both of them bust,
King deuce.
You go from 118,000 all the way up to 200,000 euros in the pay table.
Only play ace.
So these guys cannot really play pots at the moment, whilst 2 very, very short stacks are that close to busting. And that's exactly what Brzezinski has identified. You know, Kalonch comes in with the raise on the button, and he just whips in the 3-bet. He says, you sure you want to play for all those chips at the moment? These two guys are about to go out. You sure you want to put all your chips in the middle? So those ranges, those players, Tony Kakua if he opens, Kalonch if he opens, the big stacks are just going to put pressure right back on them and say, are you sure you want to do it right now whilst these guys have 4 and 6 blinds? Or are you going to wait for them to bust and then you go?
1-6.
So they have to be very tight. They're very caged by the distribution. Dumb Devil says, who's your pick to win, Sprag? Well, I picked Wampardo, and he bust. So then I moved over to Tom Axel Bedell. And then he's got 6 big blinds. So I don't think it's fair to anybody that I put my hat in their corner. But don't want to upset them. Seven, 3 deuce for Brzezinski with his 10-9 of clubs on a backdoor in sight. Ostash with a 4 in his hand. And I think he has license to open up quite a lot of the deck. Obviously, no guarantee that that's an ace of hearts with that 4, or indeed another 4. I think it could be as wide as King 4 suited, Queen 4 suited, Jack 4 suited, 4-5 suited, 6-4 suited. His stack now is going to allow him to apply pressure all over this table. Good question, actually, from Its Motion, if you're not familiar with the way live poker works, or indeed these final tables work. It's a really good question. It's probably something that, I mean, as a player, I know I would take this for granted, but the question is, do the players have a digital chip leaderboard there, or do they just have to go off the stack sizes? And the answer is no. There's no assistance provided in terms of keeping track of chip counts, or a board that shows, you know, someone's got 4 blinds, 6 blinds, 19, 29, 61. So there is an added difficulty in understanding and keeping track of. Sure, it's a little bit easier when someone's got 4 blinds and 6 blinds. But keeping track of stacks and understanding how all these dynamics are going to shift as the stack distributions shift is a really big skill. And I think a tough one for a lot of people when they first start playing poker is keeping track of and maintaining where are the big stacks at the table, who's short at my table, who's behind me. And here where it matters so much, it's a very important skill. So Boyka with the raise with King Queen. We saw Tom Axel Bedell fold Ace-8 here, off just 6 big blinds. And someone says, wow. And I don't know whether that's because of he's now short or whether it's because of the fold. But the fold, again, is happening because of this, right? Ben Heath is in the big blind. He's got 80,000 committed. And he's going to call off 100K. He's going to leave 75K back. I would suggest to you that there's a world where he doesn't necessarily commit the rest of his chips. That's not going to be one because he flops a pair. But I'll tell you something. He's going to have a hard time running down Boyka because Boyka's flopped the nuts. But of course, with whatever, 1 big blind left, Heath makes his pair.
I had an ace.
He's going to get it in good against King 10, Queen 10, Pocket 8s, right, for 1 more big blind. But Ben Heath just ran kings into aces and now added salt in the wound. Alexei Boyka's flopped Broadway. Ben Heath has 1%. Sorry, 1% to chop, 3% to win. It's a negligible percentage, isn't it? Either way. B Zephyr says it's a pretty grim end for Heath. Can he get a sweat? Can he find a sweat? Hello there. Slightly more than 1 in 10 times, Ben Heath does not bust.
Was a tough ending.
This time he does. Little sweat on the turn. Fist bumps from Ben Heath. And yet another bust where we have to say I'd imagine we see a lot more of Ben Heath on EPT final tables in the future. Claps in the chat for Ben. Top professional. I don't think many people epitomize the word professional more than Ben Heath. Just always at the top of his game. Great showing here in Malta. 898 players started. He's leaving in 7th. And with it, he takes home 118,000. 850 euro.
And flows just there.
So that's going to free Tom Axel Bedell up a little bit.
Please.
He's by far the shortest stack now as we're down to 6.
We will try.
He previously had to fold the ace-8. Just because Ben was so short, he had to wait for him to bust before he got his chips in the middle. Ben's ship has now sailed, so it's Tom's turn to try and find a run-up. Mustar says, truly the greatest Ben named poker player. Needless. A needless attack. There are at least 100 Bens better than me.
Tom, can I see your stack? It's 550. Thanks.
So Kalonge with the ace-4 suited. We spoke about how careful he has to be. Ooh.
No, it's much more. Good luck, man.
Tom does find a very strong hand for 5 big blinds, 550k. A very, very strong hand indeed in pocket 8s. Ostash is in there with ace-9 suited, just enough to have the flip. He certainly wouldn't have been folding many aces. But ace-9 suited, good enough to be 50-50.
Suddenly.
And we could be about to see this field thin down to 5 players already. With Ostash, his grip tightening on the final table.
I'm not ready to leave late. Yeah.
He's not ready to leave yet. I know we've got a lot of Tom Bedell fans in the chat. We're not partial around here. If you want to get some exclamation mark boosts out, every time you put boost in the chat or the boost emote, it does give Tom Bedell an extra 1% to double up here. We will lend him that mechanism. I know we've got a lot of Tom Bedell fans in the chat. I'm a Tom Bedell fan. Come on, Tom. Let's see him continue in this main event. He's holding so far. He's holding on the turn. He's one card away from having a little bit of hope. We're back in business, baby. The Tom Bedell shop is not closing down. The show goes on. Swig of tea for the double up. Thank you. You do love to see it. And that's Tom Axel Bedell at 14 big blinds. Tony Kakua with 19. He'll be pretty upset to not have found that ladder. He'll have been rooting for the ace-9, of course, as the other short stack in the game. It would have been worth the best part of 50 grand to him. Everybody now locked up 154,000. 5th place is worth 200,000. Well, the shop is still open for business. And it might be taking on new stock. It might be opening up new branches.
160.
He joked that he'd play aces only about 5 minutes ago. But I'm sure he's not against playing the pocket kings. 160,000 to go. Here's your other short stack, Tony Kakua. A very awkward king and a queen. Looks like he's coming in for a call. Let's have the benefit of position. Imagine. Boyka's being invited into this pot, isn't he? Suited hand, closing action. 7 deuce suited. A little too wide. We are heads up then. It's the newly doubled up Bedell with kings against his closest rival, Tony Kaukua, who starts the hand with around 20 bigs. $500,000 in the middle and only 1 million effective behind to play for. Tom Bedell seething. Ace-high flop. Starts with a check. Kaukua has a very interesting hand, and his hand is so interesting just because the tightness of Bedell's opening range. Suited aces, big pairs, but with a hand like King-Queen, if you were to start betting in this situation, it would really be to attack Tom Bedell when he has pocket kings, pocket queens. So your hand isn't really that much fun, right? You block exactly what you want to try and get to fold. Bedell now starts with a bet of 150k. Yeah, so Kaukua not really with the right hand class to start bluffing at this ace-high board versus a check. And Tom obviously upset about that ace, but does manage to drag the pot back towards him regardless. And actually, in winning that, we see him move off the bottom. Kaukua replacing him. So Tom Axel Bedell with 19 blinds, Tony Kaukua with 17. A little bit of jostling for position amongst those short stacks. We'll have a fun stream lined up for you tomorrow. We're going to roll with a pre-show before we get on. We're going to take a look at some of the players involved. We're going to draft the players remaining. I'll take some players, chat takes some players, so we've got a bit of an added sweat. We can go over some of the key hands. After this stream, there's going to be a recap on my channel. That will be uploaded of all the day's action. And of course, we will crown your main event winner on tomorrow's show. Kaukua with King-9 offsuit. This is an interesting open. Raising into a field of players who have him covered with some ICM implications. Boyka just releasing that ace-10. Perhaps he feels that Kaukua's range too strong opening in this distribution. I will say I think Kaukua with the King-9 is potentially stepping out of line a little bit. He is the shortest stack, but that doesn't mean that he just is free to always be trying to double up. Right? He does have to consider the fact that Tom Bedell has 17 big blinds, could potentially bust before he does. His heads up to the flop. And Collonge has got the 8-4 suited. 6-5-5. And really a flop where Kaukua will have to be very careful with his betting frequency. Because at this stage, we just mentioned about how tight he maybe should be opening here. Does Kaukua open any hand at all with a 5 in it? I don't think so. Maybe he has ace-5 suited. Okay, that's sure.
120.
But think about Collonge in the big blind. He's going to defend lots of hands with a 5 in them. He's got 8-4 suited. We could assume that he's going to have 8-5 suited then, 7-5 suited, 9-5 suited. And Kaukua is going to go ahead and bet 6-5-5. And I just wonder whether Collonge is going to leverage the fact that he has a 5 way more often than his opponent does. And his opponent is in a position where he doesn't really want to commit chips and commit a stack. So he's going to take one off. He doesn't go for the check raise. He does have a gut shot. He does have this backdoor diamond draw working for him. And now that gut shot is a straight, and that flush draw is a straight flush draw. And there's definitely a turn card. Again, Kaukua needs to be aware of the prevalence of the 5 still in the big blinds range. He's going to make some straights. He has made a straight, but he's also going to make it with 8-9. He's going to improve with 7-8 and 7-4. So definitely a turn card that in general is going to benefit the player in the big blind.
360.
I will say for Kaukua, he is going to want to value bet aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens. And his hand does block 8-9. Is probably the bottom of his range. So if he's going to bet any bluffs, which he should, if he's balancing out when he has aces, kings, I don't think this is a terrible hand selection. Of course, the king of diamonds gives him a little something with blocking some of the ways that Cologne might make a backdoor flush draw, right? He might peel king, queen of diamonds, so Kaukua having the king of diamonds is not irrelevant. But Cologne sitting at the moment with the effective nuts, deciding whether to call again or whether jamming the turn and getting money in against the overpairs is a good idea. He shoves on the turn. It's going to make Tony absolutely sick to his stomach. Quick fold, frustrated fold. Huge turn for Adria Cologne. But it creates separation now for Tony. Puts him down to 9 big blinds, creates separation between himself and Tom Axel Bedell. He is now significantly the shortest stack. Shalevan Poke says, compound mistake alert. Jamie was on earlier today, wasn't he, talking about just because you find yourself in a situation, don't feel obliged to start sending good money after bad. Maybe the pre-flop raise is a little bit loose. Maybe the 5-5 X board needs to be played for a check. Maybe the 7 has too many good interactions for the player in the big blind, right? We could certainly find reason to play each street differently, I think. It happens. This is funny. Tom got very short, found the 8s and doubled up. Now Tony finds the pocket 8s and is looking for a double up. He's all in, of course. And Ostash with the chip lead wakes up with kings. When you're hot, you're hot. Well, Tony will have hoped that he could find a sweat. At least Tom had a sweat. It was 8s against 8-9 suited. Tony Kaukua does not have much of a sweat at all. He ships the 8s. He runs into the kings.
Kasi tulee aina.
Mikhailo Ostash looks to extend his run to the top of the leaderboard as we close in on day 6.
I'm gonna use my one time now.
Tony's cashing in his one time. Let's see if the poker gods are listening to the request. He needs an 8.
No, I haven't.
It's not looking good, Brev. Both 8s still alive. They're in there somewhere. Can he find them?
Close.
Close, but not enough. The finish rail looks on. Sweating Tony Kaukua, who's made a great run at the main event. It's close again, my friend. But it's not gonna cut it. Tony Kaukua busts in 6th place, excuse me. And just like that, we are down to 5. Good games pouring into the chat for Tony as well. They might. Really sound guy. I've played a lot on the EPT. And I run into Tony a lot. We played on the tables a lot. We chat on breaks a lot. He can be very proud of his efforts. Good to see him doing well in Malta. We're getting down to it very quickly indeed, aren't we, sports fans? One of these men on this final table will take home the title. A reminder that we will finish out tomorrow. Here comes Boyka. So Tom Axel Bedell shortlist again now, 16 big blinds. And then after him, Adria Kalonge with 37. So no one in immediate danger. Tom with the 16 bigs, got a little bit of maneuverability.
$450.
Kings have reared their head again. Kalonge with a 3-bet. 450. Brzezinski out the way. Now, if Boyka has something like ace-4 suited here, we have some potential. I do think Boyka are going to be very aware. Think about how Adria Kalonge's 3-betting range is impacted by Tom Bedell's stack. Tom Bedell very short. So Kalonge doesn't really have a lot of hands that want to 3-bet in play for stacks against Boyka. He is going to play calls with a lot of the pairs that you might traditionally expect to see 3-bet, things like 10s, jacks even. Just because his risk premium is going to be very high when he's playing against the cutoff open that covers him. There's a very narrow band of hands again that's going to 3-bet and try and play for stacks. Kings, of course, is in there. And I think Alexei Boyka, we don't know what he ended up having, but just respecting that. Just respecting the fact that Kalonge is going to have a very strong range when he 3-bets here, typically. Hey, do you guys want to see if you can break your own record? The record was set today for highest amount of likes per minute at 67 if you're watching on YouTube. You can attempt to break that record. Now, I've been informed that we can run it for 30 seconds. And it's sophisticated enough that you can still break the likes per minute because it'll just double it. -1, very good. You got 20 seconds left. You got to like it, but it will break the likes per minute because it's over 30 seconds, but it'll double the amount of likes and that'll be per minute. Let's see what we can get up to. Hit like on the stream. It's going really well. You're at -3 so far. Everybody hates it. You might be setting a new record in the opposite direction. Perhaps everybody's already liked the stream. Oh, there we go. A new second place score, 30 likes per minute. That's a very lackluster LPM, folks. Thank you for liking the stream. If you do like the stream, Appreciate you. Brzezinski with a raise. Ostash with a defend. Bluffalo Sam says, I hit like and it went to -3. I think people try to unlike so they can like to set a new record. I don't think we're setting any new records today, are we? Oh, he's baiting chat. Blind versus blind here. Ostash with the chip lead. Ostash with a gut shot. Ace high. Brzezinski got to be very careful about how he puts money in. Can begin to feel the pressure from the Ukrainian. Decides against continuing. Ostash with a stab and a win. $868 likes today on the live stream. I think that actually might be the most that we've ever had because I've been using the old, it works, isn't it? The old engagement beta. I appreciate you though, and I hope you've enjoyed these streams. I think we're gonna have a fun time tomorrow. We're starting, I think, at about 12 p.m. But I'm gonna get on before that. We also have Jamie Walden joining us again tomorrow for the early session, for the final table. Mr. Chillevin Poker is going to come and hang out, add some spice, some strategic input, some perhaps hilarious back and forth. And we expect to see quite a bit of this. We expect to see our stash accumulating chips through aggression. He's up to 136 big blinds now. Closing in on 11 million. His closest rival, Brzezinski, at 6.5. Boyka at 4.7. Kalonge at 3.2. And Tom Axel Bedell, your chip leader overnight, 1.3 million. But we're rooting for him. We're rooting for him. If my understanding of the structure is correct, I believe we're live for another 17 minutes today, 20 minutes today. Flappy Strick says, I bet the dealers on the EPT are top notch. No, they are the best dealers in the world. I've played on a lot of poker tours, and I think if you were to survey people who've played on poker tours all over the world, they will say the EPT dealers are the absolute best, yeah. The absolute best. Anyone in the chat play a bunch of EPTs, EPT dealers? I've not played anywhere with better dealers. Better floor as well. That's a big part of it as well. Floors, good floors, competent organization, right from the dealers to Toby Stone, tournament directors, etc. So Ostash, looking for that accumulation through aggression, raises the 9-5. Kalonge does play back with a queen and a something. A queen and a mystery card. A little bit of mystery meat in there. Brzezinski, ace-10 of clubs. His turn to take some of the pre-flop aggression. Raises it up. Jack-deuce offsuit for Boyka. That's Kalonge folding as well, which means it's on the man with the plan. The Gucci man can. Can't do it. Not right now, thank you very much.
Wow.
Jamie in the chat says, as Bedell reined it in a bit today, not watched much. Honestly, he's been kind of punished by the deck. He lost a huge flip against Ben Heath to send him short. He got involved in some very reasonable situations which didn't pan out. He's certainly not played as loose pre-flop. He treated himself a couple times,
leave
maybe.
And take the phone.
But yeah.
Like, leave the table and take his phone and like check stuff.
I asked for already and he said yes.
They have done it all the time.
Luke, thank you for the sub, mate. 109 months coming in. Appreciate you subscribing on Twitch, being part of our broadcast. It's nice. Thank you, mate. For 109 months as well. Been streaming poker on Twitch for longer than 109 months. Love the game. We love the game here. If you love poker, good channel to be a part of, I'd say. Boyka raises 7-8 of spades. How can you not love poker? How can you not love this game? What goes on? People out there just not loving poker. Brzezinski with ace deuce of diamonds. What are we saying? What does ace deuce of diamonds say in the big blind? It says, run 'em, dealer. It says, start again, dealer. Brzezinski with the covering stack. So Boyka does need to be a little bit careful about how he invests. I don't think so careful that he won't c-bet 7-8 of spades on 10-6-3. But honestly, maybe some ideas about how much it sucks to get check raise. Maybe it doesn't suck too much. But yeah, there you go. Maybe it sucks enough that we don't want to c-bet. We do have a gut shot. We do have a backdoor flush draw. We might not want to be check raised off our hand. We saw some check raise ideas earlier of 2 overs and backdoor draws or flush draws, so Boyka just taps it back. Pretty perfect turn for him. And Boyka now just with a part of his range that wants to start putting chips in the middle. Unfortunately for him, Brzezinski's at a part of his range that wants to curl up and cry. Really hard for Brzezinski to want to do anything with ace deuce of diamonds. Hello. Guess I'll be shutting my mouth. So what informs this call? I guess some expectation of a check back and a bet with Queen Jack, King Jack, King Queen. It's what has to be driving this decision to call. Which makes the 9 a very interesting card. Perhaps Brzezinski just feels like, you know, Boyka doesn't check back a 10 often enough. Doesn't value bet thinly enough with, say, pocket 7s or pocket 8s in this distribution. That a lot of his range checking back and betting the turn is going to be King Jack, Queen Jack, King Queen. Certainly feels like that's the case enough of the time, or maybe even a King 7 or a King 8 suited that picks up a gut shot and bluffs. Clearly, if he's calling ace deuce suited, it's because he thinks that hand class forms a decent part of Boyka's range. It's the only reason you would call ace deuce of diamonds, right? And in terms of his ace highs, the deuce is a nice card to have because it doesn't block any of Boyka's bluffs. You know, we wouldn't really want to call even with, you know, it seems better to have this than ace 7 or ace 8. Certainly at the river. Maybe on the turn because you can improve with those hands. But at the river, I think we'd rather call ace deuce than ace 7, ace 8. You want your opponent to be bluffing King 7, King 8. 800,000 is the bet now. Brzezinski's really thinking about it, huh? Ah, wow. Not even thinking about it. Snaps it off. Ace deuce high. Wants to get shown the Queen Jack, the King Jack, the King Queen, the King 7, the King 8, the Queen 8, the Queen 7. I think once you start looking at how many bluffs are going to be in there, it doesn't seem quite as absurd as it does at first glance, right? But an unexpected, perhaps, payday for Alexei Boyka. Checks back that straight draw, makes a straight, gets paid 2 streets. But yeah, this ace high call, ostensibly optimistic. But just encouraged in by how many of those Broadway bluffs Boyka might be firing on the turn that find a brick river. Bit of a non-believer call for sure. Bit of a non-believer. Hey, you got to keep these people honest. You got to keep folks honest at the poker table, right? Someone like Alexei Boyka, winning main events in 2016, coming back, looking for back-to-back, pushing people around, trying to make bluffs. You got to keep them honest sometimes. Call that ace high and say, "Don't try that again." He goes, "I got a straight." He said, "Well, at least I saw it. I'll sleep well tonight." Ace-9 for Boyka with a raise. Jerry says, brilliant analysis, thank you. Says you should think about going on the proper stream. The thing is with the proper stream, the proper quote-unquote stream, is you can't play games like hit or shit. And right now, we turn it over to you, our wonderful studio audience at home. The ace-deuce suited call at the river. What do you guys think? Ace-deuce suited, calling at the river. Is it a hit or is it shit? Do you like the ace-deuce look up? Try not to think about the fact that he lost, but in general, do you like calling with ace-deuce suited? What are you saying? Is it a hit or is it shit? Hit or shit is broken. Hit or shit is not adding the, it's not registering your votes. Hit, I've broken it again. You don't get this on the proper stream, do you? I bet the hit or shit works. It's a tie. The shame of it all. The shame of it all, chat. Mystery meat hand here. We got some mystery meat. An under the gun open from Boyka. A call in the big blind from Ostash. A check. A check. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. And now Boyka goes for this delayed c-bet. What sort of hands might we be expecting Boyka to be representing when he goes for the delayed c-bet? Pocket queens, jacks? Does he want to reopen the betting against chip leader with these? You know, does he want to go for these thin value bets with a 10 against chip leader? I think he can also represent some kings checking back. King 9, maybe king 8. Pocket 8s, of course. What sort of hands does Ostash have? I think very dense around 10x. I think very dense around 8x. I don't really think Boyka is going to make an 8 very often. Because I don't think, A, he opens many 8s under the gun. And B, I don't think if he does make an 8 on the turn that he goes that thinly for value against the chip leader. So in general, I think the 8 is better for Ostash. I think the spades are better for Ostash. We'll just see if Alexei Boyka wants to continue to rep something like... Can he even value bet a hand like King Jack or King 9 suited that checked back on the flop and now goes for turn? Does he even want to reopen the betting with a hand like that? No. He's not going to reopen the betting very often. He goes for the check behind here. Ostash will table a winner, I'd imagine. Yeah, okay, and it's ace-queen, just the ace-high. And this is going to be the last hand of the day. I think we were just informed.
Yeah.
I think this is it. If you survive this, you're in the bag. 5 coming back tomorrow. We made it, chat. We did it together. Put it there. Handshake. End of the day coming up. One more to survive. Does anybody fancy going jet skiing in Malta tomorrow instead? Does anybody want to go on a boat trip maybe? Well, Kalonj will have to cancel his plans. Bedell will cancel his. He's coming back. Brzezinski with King 10. Folds on the button. He's very keen to come back tomorrow. Very keen.
Oh.
Ostash with a raise. Boyka in position with 8-9 offsuit. He's taken a flop. So Boyka, the only player who might not be rejoining us. Feel like it's going to take a fairly aggressive cooler for that to be the case. Well, hello. Don't rule anything out because Ostash has a 5. And Boyka flops top pair. Pretty miserable kicker, but we are blind versus blind. Boyka does have the 9 of clubs. Don't go anywhere just yet. Nobody's going to bed just yet. So Boyka just taking a step closer to showdown. Doesn't want to inflate this pot. It goes check, check. Turn is a 5. I think Ostash, of course, making some 2 pairs. Of course, making some straights. May have gone for the check raise with a hand like 5-7 on the flop. Bets 180,000. It's kind of a small size. I don't think Alexei Boyka will want to fold for the small size. He's just going to have so many other parts of his range that do fold. He's in the big blind. He's going to have jack deuce. He's going to have, you know, high cards. He'll even check some broadways here that just get themselves into the bin. Some ace-x that get themselves into the bin. So he's going to want to stick around with this part of his range so that he doesn't give Ostash too profitable a stab. And of course, he can improve at the river. Ignore your graphic. Look at your screen. That's right. It's a 7. Now, I've got a straight. You've got a straight, chat. Dankel in the chat. You've got a straight. Not for straights. You've got a straight. We know that Ostash has got a straight. Everybody's got a straight. But Boyka has made the super straight. So he's playing 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And what is going on here? Ostash is betting 900k. Now, I don't think that Boyka can raise against the chip leader because Ostash is going to have a flush. I think if Boyka raises the river, it's really tough. Obviously, like, Ostash can at best chop against a 9, right? He can't call and beat a 9. Yeah, so Boyka can't raise. He's going to have to call just because of the flush. But Ostash tries to steal away that chopped pot. He had queen 5. Tries to move Boyka off a chop, but it's not going to happen. Boyka does have the 9, makes the call at the river. And Alexei Boyka will go to bed tonight a little bit happier than he might have done 2 minutes ago. That moves him towards 7 million. Ostash just under the 10. Ostash still bagging the chip lead, but a not inconsequential hand to end the day. There's Tom Axel Bedell. He's got chips in the bag. 5 players will come back tomorrow to compete for an EPT main event title.
6, 7, 8, 9. 10 million.
Llevo 57 años en España.
6 million, 7, 8, 9 million, 9.5, 9.8, 9.8, 9.850, 9.870. Okay. 9,870. 9,870. 9,870,000.
All right, these guys are assembling some chip counts.
I'll go there.
Thanks ever so much for joining us today. Make sure if you enjoyed the stream or enjoyed the broadcast, I'd encourage you to subscribe so you get notified when we go live tomorrow. We are going to play down to a winner. Tomorrow is main event day. I may even put on a suit or tie. I'm probably not going to put on a suit or tie, but you're more than welcome to join us. 898 runners.
So,
and we've got stories emerging.
5, 6,
We've got Alexei Boyka, who is the reigning EPT Malta champion. The last time this event was held in Malta was 2016, and he lifted this trophy. He's going for back-to-back. Standing in his way, Mikhailo Ostash. Less than $20,000 in live earnings. This is the biggest spot of his live poker career so far. Thomas Brzezinski. Final tabled in Barcelona. That was our last event back in August. He's coming back tomorrow, third in trips. Adria Kalonge. Bowie was rooting for him earlier. A top professional. And of course, Tom Axel Bedell, the wild card. They've all got 200K locked up. They're all competing for 760,000 euros. They will do it on the grandest stage of them all. They'll do it at an EPT final table. You can watch it all live right here. Twitch.tv/Spraggy, youtube.com/Spraggy. We will carry you through all the way to the very end. We'll witness history together tomorrow. You want to check out the PokerStars blog? You can do that. We are back live tomorrow, 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. This stream will go live for a pre-show. Cards will be in the air at 12 midday UK time. But we'll get on for a pre-show. We're going to run through some of the contenders, some of the competitors. We want to do a draft. 5 left. You're going to pick 3. I'm going to pick 2. So we've got a little bit of added sweat. But for now, thank you very much for watching. Folks, make sure you liked, make sure you subscribe, follow the channels. You've been a pleasure. And I'll see you tomorrow.
I'm gonna take